don't know these streets like we do. 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 Like we do.
Cap. Hello and welcome everyone to Bandai Card Games Fest here in Dallas, Texas. I am Doa. With me is Cosmic. We're bringing you the start of the day here because there's so much going on this weekend. It is going to be awesome, right? We've obviously got a lot of card gaming across a lot of different games, but I think the big thing that a lot of people have been looking forward to this weekend is the debut of Gundam card game in its first ever gigantic offline regional. I'm super excited about this. That's the game we're leading in with a little bit later today once the tournaments get rolling, but a lot of hype coming into this one, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm really excited. Again, the first offline regional for Gundam, I think, is going to be a huge deal. Players really getting excited to get together, finally shuffle up and play at a big event like Bandai Card Game Fest Dallas. Right. And, of course, a ton of great games happening this weekend. But really, the crown achievement of taking down the first offline Gundam regional, I think, is going to be a really big deal. So I'm excited to see what we can expect from the tables. And, you know, for me personally, I'm a little bit of a Wing fan, so expecting a lot of Wing this weekend. But what's your take for this weekend, Doa?
You know, I think it's undeniable as far as the Gundam card game goes right now that Wing Zero is like the deck to beat. I'm not going to say it's OP. I'm not saying anything like that, but I do think it is the deck everyone needs to know how to at least play into or know how to play. I think it's going to be our most represented deck. That said, I think there's also a lot of other good decks that play into it. We will have that big meta discussion later, but I think that's you know, what we're going to see the most of. But is that what you're playing right now, or what deck are you playing in the game?
So I've been trying to get a feel for the overall game. I try to, you know, I got myself a every deck built, and I just try to rotate every single week when I'm playing at locals. So again, growing up with Wing, of course, that's going to be my favorite overall, of just having the nostalgia factor to it. But I really do like the Zaf deck just for how it plays out. I think it needs a little bit more support, but getting
no pun intended.
Yeah, I love Buster Gundam support effect, but yeah, the Shroud one I think is just very strong, and I really hope we get a couple more cards in the next set to really make it come together. And I know it's one that's very popular outside of North America, and it's been doing very well in the first combatant events, but it hasn't really made a splash yet here. So I'm kind of hoping we see a little bit this weekend. But honestly, I've just been having a blast with all the different decks that I've been shuffling up and playing. Yeah,
I mean, overall, I think set one meta has been very, very strong for this game. A lot of times, you know, when a new game comes out, there's, you know, generally going to be like one, maybe two decks that really rise to the top. But we've got a pretty good variety, I would say, in Gundam card game as far as, you know, decks that you know, we can look forward to playing. So I want to get your take as well. We've talked about Wing Gundam being, you know, kind of the white-green Wing Zero deck being the deck to beat. What do you think is going to be the deck or two right underneath that? What's a tier below here?
Sure. So I know, at least for the viewers at home, everyone's maybe really excited for like the blue-white blocker strategy that's been taking up a lot of top placements here. The one that I think is still maybe, this is definitely a hot topic around the world right now, is the blue-green aggro decks, right? So either Earth Federation or the other one, the One-Year War, of having it together. But I just really think it does have a good spot in the meta. Yes, there are going to be some really bad matchups you have to dodge, but it's so fast. It's able to clear out the game, and just having Muro's effect just to top down the one guy that you really need to get out of your way, either it's for board advantage or clearing out a blocker and just getting that, you know, instant attack, is so strong. So I think overall those are the three for me. And then, I guess I got to cheat with one more. Okay. I know a lot of people really like the blue-red ping deck. Has been very popular as well. Yeah. Shout out to Gundam. When we had the event there, it took a lot of places and was like the big breakthrough deck. So I would expect to see a little bit more of it this weekend as well.
I agree. I think Cyber New Type, that's what a lot of people have been calling the blue-red, is going to be one of the decks that's going to have a strong showing for sure. There's a new package that people just started running that uses full frontal as well, which I think is a really strong addition on the top end of the deck to contest the Winged Zeros. But let's take a look at our overall schedule for the weekend, because although we've been yapping about Gundam, there's a lot more going on than that, obviously. We've got Dragon Ball Masters, we've got One Piece, of course, we've got Digimon, and we have Union Arena as well. So among all the competitive gameplay happening, we've got panels with developers across the different games, going to be revealing a lot of great stuff this weekend. So if you're into Bandai card games, which I would assume you are because you're listening to this right now, you've got a lot to look forward to for sure.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Of course, lots of exciting news that always comes out of Bandai Card Games Fest, and like you get to hear it first. So definitely make sure to stick around the stream all the way through and get excited for your games in particular. And again, we know on our side we got a little preview of what to come, and there's some very big announcements.
Yeah, for sure. So now you're also, if I remember right, you're covering some of the Union Arena games as well. Just give us a little preview about what you're hyped for in that tournament.
Yeah, there's a lot going on with the meta right now. I know that we have a couple new releases with like Attack on Titan being a big one, and for that, there's still, going all the way back to like Blue JJK is still just a very solid deck. So it's really nice to see that we still have decks that are, well, we did just get a Volume 2, I guess, but going from the early releases of Union Arena up to now and still having a good spot in the meta. So I think the biggest one for this weekend is going to be, did somebody crack the code for Attack on Titan because we haven't had a big event that really pop up for it yet, or are we going to see more of the tried and true? But the big boogeyman I'll say this weekend is definitely the new Code Geass deck for the Green Lancelot, because I got a couple new cards and it's kind of scary. I'm expecting to see a lot of Lancelot this weekend, so we'll have to wait and see what the players brought.
I mean, I have to ask. I'm not as big into the Union Arena side of things, but how's my man Saitama doing? How's One Piece? One Punch Man doing?
Yeah, I really like the One Punch Man deck still a lot. I know a lot of players are really gravitating towards the yellow variant, which is having Saitama, Genos all together, and a splash of Hellish Blizzard just for the draw effects. But the green One Punch Man deck, if you get that final hit where you get triple impact, you remove both 2 cards from their board, it is so strong and flashy when it all comes together. So from a flavor standpoint, I think green is my favorite from that series overall, but yellow is definitely the best out of all, I would say.
Very cool. Okay, well, just touching on some other games, obviously we have One Piece going this weekend. I'm going to be calling the action on that one alongside Orange Samurai, and that's going to be a really interesting tournament too. The meta is so incredibly wide right now for that game, and there's a number of standout decks, like probably around 4 of them. Obviously, I think a lot of people are calling Bonnie the deck to beat right now in the meta, but then again, I feel like we're going to see more Zoro than anything. So 2 green decks doing very, very well right now. We've also got a lot of other stuff. Rayleigh is obviously huge in mono red. Teach is out there from time to time, not as much Teach, but I mean, I could just go on, honestly, because there's legit like almost a dozen decks, I think, right now that are solid, and then you have some that are even kind of on the fringe but doing okay, like Yellow uses Captain Kidd, things like that. So, I personally and have always been a big Vegapunk believer. So, yeah, we'll see. Will we get a Vegapunk game on stream? Unlikely, but I can hope at least. I could play it at my locals if nothing else. But so neither of us are really kind of in the Digimon space in a big way. But have you heard anything about that tournament, or should we just gloss over that and let them handle it later?
Yeah, I think there's some amazing casters coming up later today. Can talk to those.
We'll let them talk about it. Yeah,
those games in particular. But yeah, like again, there is a lot of action all weekend long, and you're going to have casters that are very well known in those games. Be excited to cast them, and of course, we play on the side, so we're playing last night and this morning, shuffling up some games for our respective Bandai titles. And again, it's just really exciting to see how these metas continue to evolve. And, we'll be watching on the sidelines, when it's not our turn up here. So I'm excited to watch the games all weekend long.
That's right. So a ton to look forward to. We're being told that there's been a little bit of a delay in the start for the tournaments today. So that's going to be obviously pushing things back a little bit on our end as well. So apologies for that delay here. But what we're going to do is go to a quick break, but stick around because we are going to be starting things off with the Gundam card game coming up in just a moment. Remember, first offline regionals. So it doesn't get much more hype than that. So stick around. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to Bandai Card Games Fest 2025 and 2026. It's on the logo. Here in Dallas, Texas, I'm Doa. With me is Cosmic. We are getting ready for round one of the Gundam card game, our first big offline regional, and it is going to be awesome. I think a lot of us have been looking forward to this for a long, long time. I remember when I found out there was going to be a Gundam card game, I basically grabbed the person I was talking to by the lapels and be like, I want to cast that game, and here we are. So it's been great, and I've loved playing it too, and I'm just excited to be here, man. I mean, this is just a great moment for Bandai Card Games, I think.
Yeah, again, as you mentioned, it's the first offline event, so this nice historical kickoff to the game, and I think there's 700 players, I think is the last confirmed number, so an insane turnout here, in Dallas, and it's been a lot of fun to watch the meta progress over the last few weeks. Of course, we have the new set right around the corner. It's a very exciting time for the game, and the meta has been pretty interesting. I know we just talked a little bit about it, but I'm still going to say, and I think a lot of players will agree, is Wing is definitely a archetype to look out for this weekend, so that's going to be my number one pick. But Doa, how about you? What's your kind of pick otherwise, either for the tournament and where do you think we're going to see in maybe the first round or two?
I mean, you named the deck that there is to beat, right? I think strong contenders as well are in three other categories. One is the unicorn package, whether it's tempo or kind of on the blocker side, and then you've got the red-blue cyber new type package that a lot of people have been running. And then I think, honestly, Xeon Aggro can just kind of run anything over if it gets a good start. So I think that's one you have to throw into the mix as well. But let's take a look at our rules and format for the tournament, though, to see kind of what we have in terms of structure for this weekend. You can see it is a best of one, 30-minute match time, 5 extra minutes in case you need it, of course, and then prizing, playmats, sleeves, event packs, boxes, and more. There's a lot to see, and man, I haven't been a big alt art chaser in my card game career, but Gundam is changing that for me.
Yeah, I've been really excited, and for me personally, the Duo Maxwell and Death Scythe combo that we have in the first set, those are some of my favorite alt arts, just really come together so well. And I think the one that is definitely getting the most attention, it's a good card, I understand, but Overflowing Affection I know is still the chase for a lot of people, but the beta version especially is just a gorgeous card. But here's some of the prizing we have coming up.
I mean, yeah, look at that. You got the combo, right? The hero, the Wing Zero, and the playmat. It was prescient of them to think of these for the prizes with the way that the meta has gone a little bit. We'll see if it ends up delivering, but obviously, I think a lot of people's, either favorite or close to favorite mecha design in Gundam, in the entire franchise, and looking great on the playmat, looking great on the card. I'm pre-jealous of whoever ends up winning that.
Yeah, the Wing just really pops out there. The card itself, and that texturing is going to be next level on it, so I cannot wait to see that in person.
Yeah. So I got to ask, now that we're talking about great, Gundam, mobile suit designs, what's your favorite? What's your favorite mobile suit design?
Oh, man. All right. So I'm going to be biased because I really loved Ariel, and there's a story behind it because my partner finally getting into Gundam, and she really loved the series, and she watched all of Witch from Mercury. So for me, that's going to hold a special place in my heart.
Yeah,
and Gundam Fact was actually another one from that series. I just really love the overall design, but between the bits and how that all comes together, and actually Calibarn's another good one from that series too, but I am just very biased for Witch from Mercury. So I got to give it up to Ariel Rebuild personally, but also, a huge fan of Ivy, or Iron-Blooded Orphans, I guess I should say. So seeing all the various versions of Rex come together was just, it's great. So I know it's a little bit on the darker themes of it, especially for the Gundam franchise, but Iron-Blooded Orphans I think is definitely a great one to check out too for their great designs. How about you?
Great mecha design.
What do you got for us? What's your take?
For me, it's always been a three-way tie, I think, between the Tall Geese, the Shinanju, it's Tall Geese from Wing, Shinanju from Gundam Unicorn, and then the original RX-78-2 from the original Mobile Suit Gundam. I think it's just, it is the mobile suit design, the mecha design that defined a generation and more of aesthetics for this genre. And so you can't beat the classic. It's tough, but it's always been hard for me to pick one out of those three. But I do love those. Yeah. So. Let's talk about the game. Let's talk about the actual meta here, too. We've talked about white-green a little bit, at length, I should say, actually. But I want to talk about some of the more fringe kind of elements of what we might see, because it's a big tournament, so people are going to be trying to surprise the pack as well. I think one of the most likely surprises we might see is the Zaft kind of support package, where I think it's had a lot of success at the local level, but I haven't seen it succeed a lot at a bigger tournament level. Yep. I don't even want to necessarily call it a dark horse, but I think it is still an archetype that's out there and that people are really trying to make work.
Yeah, it's definitely a favorite for a lot of people. And, and talking about some of those other more fringe decks that have popped up once and then maybe we didn't see them again or people forgot about them, but the Academy aggro deck that actually made a surprising, almost, I think it was pure mono white now I think about it. There was probably a splash in there somewhere, right, because you can build 2 colors in the Gundam card game, but the Academy aggro deck was surprisingly strong. Just the flexibility that you have for the link pairing and getting those extra attacks in really showcase that it could have a good spot in the meta. And then, of course, with the next set right around the corner, could even get more Academy cards to lean into that. So I think for, decks that have popped up in our meta, have done well in an event, and then maybe have fallen to the side again and people haven't seen it, this could be the weekend. This could be the time to see them pop up because people aren't thinking about them. It's been a while since they've topped recently. So very curious to see some of those, lesser known, but still have made a good showing elsewhere where those decks can pop up in the top 16, if I remember correctly, that we're going to be showcasing here going into day 2 for the event.
Right. I think if you take it a step further, too, you can also look at some of the other aggro archetypes besides the kind of heavy Xeon stuff. Usually end up seeing a lot of green-blue aggro as far as just a lot of Xeon and then a little bit of blue as well, just getting the Amuros to rest your opponent's units and things like that. But white-base aggro was an archetype that was popular early on and then fell away, but it's got a lot of great components to it. Just things like why am I forgetting it? The plane that can give something high maneuver. The G-Fighter. Yeah, G-Fighter, give a white base thing high maneuver, I think is really solid. You've got some interesting combo command pilot cards in there too, like Thoroughly Damaged, which I think just having that extra ping can be very useful sometimes. So while I think that's something that we're unlikely to see a lot of, certainly on stream, but in the tournament in general, I think it's something to be aware of, for sure. But we haven't talked about the big white blocker decks either. The Justice ones, the Freedom ones, depending on which high-end one you want to lean, that has been out there. What as far as blocker decks go, what do you kind of prefer?
So I like going all in the top end, getting to the Justice with the triple ship alliance, getting a 2/2 that can come in and get either block or attack when you really need it.
Sure.
And just the pairing that all comes up together, like Kira is just so strong, right? Getting the -2 AP, when you're pairing it with the other on the board, you get to bounce something else to their hand. So you're able to line up these turns where it's bounce something, remove something, and oh, by the way, I didn't take any damage because I get the multiple AP reduction while trying to swing into it. So if there's a deck that's really good at playing more defensively and catching up in that way and having these really powerful, flashy turns, it's definitely leaning all into that more top end. But we've also seen some other ones where just Lifrith is just such a good card that just making an appearance in so many decks, just having a 2/4 blocker does a lot for the first in the first set for Gundam.
It's interesting that, obviously you can have 2 colors in the Gundam card game, but mono white has been the one that people have kind of gravitated for. You mentioned the Academy aggro, but mono white blockers is something people have also been experimenting with since the game began because, you've got the Zawert, you've got the Gundam Lifrith, you've got Sword Strike Gundam, which is not a blocker, obviously, but enables a lot of bouncing and just has a strong body to put on the board, right? So, and then at the top end, you've got the Freedom and the Justice Gundams too. Right? One's a giant blocker, one's a giant unit that makes a blocker.
Yep.
So you've got striker package as well. So you're doing good on the commands. Unforeseen incident, just to make sure you don't take damage at a point. People always forget those action windows.
Yes.
They always forget that unforeseen incident can come down, and you got to be aware of it. So I think mono white blockers is a potential thing, but the white blocker packages that go into blue, just to get a little bit more card draw with the Show of Resolve, I think, and the Amuro as well to get the resting, do quite well. Occasionally you see the white-red because they want to run the Atherin Zala pilot, right? Yep. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I think there's, again, I think the best thing about this is that for a set 1 meta, things are fairly wide. Again, you don't see this as often in set 1s of card games. So it's kind of a pleasant surprise that we're starting off so well, I think.
Yeah, I'm really excited too because it also comes back to the various play styles, right? We have a good aggro representation, we have a good mid-range game type of representation, and then if you really want to go all in late game, command looping, try to stall out, we have all 3 of those traditional card game archetypes are well represented within the Gundam card game. And to your point again, it's usually something we see, it's all aggro that's taking early on, or it's this mid-range deck that just gets so much value that nobody else can really play the game. So I've been very happy with the overall balancing in meta and how set 1 Gundam has landed, and we'll hopefully continue into set 2 because I know we're going to have the new starter deck that's coming out soon, and that can always surprise the meta and give us some new tools to play with. But the next full set, the GDO2, when it launches, I think we'll definitely have a shake-up and hopefully be some nice boost to the decks that we're seeing and going to see all weekend long.
Yeah. I know a lot of people are excited about Iron Blood Orphans. I'm excited about G-Quack stuff. I really enjoyed that show because if you are a big fan of the original Mobile Suit Gundam, there's just so many Easter eggs in there that are hidden to enjoy, and then it's just kind of fun to see that alternate universe take, right? Char getting the red Gundam and everything.
Yep.
And so I'm looking forward to what those cards are going to be eventually when we see that stuff down the road. But I'm very curious, too, about purple as a color in the next set, in that damaging your own units right now with how tight number breakpoints are in the game seems like a really risky proposition. And so the payoff is going to need to be very good. I've seen a decent payoff with purple, but not enough yet to really sort of draw me to it. So I'm really interested to see what reveals are coming down the road to augment purple specifically.
Yeah, I know we're going to hopefully see some more spoilers. They're releasing them on the Facebook, on Twitter. We're still getting more updates there, and hopefully more to come up soon. But yeah, I definitely agree. Anytime that you're taking damage and letting yourself get into a position where your opponent can just trade up in value is going to feel pretty bad unless you're getting some massive, massive impact off of it. But, the other key part with purple is the self-mill aside that we're going to see, like how many cards in my graveyard that we've seen a lot of time in other Bandai card games. So I'm going to be interesting to see how well that plays off in the Gundam card game, and if there's some type of value that we can get out of that way. And, we see a little bit in white where we have the Gundam Aerial wanting to get command cards back from the graveyard already. We have the overflowing affection to pitch extra cards. So I'm really hoping to see more of that graveyard interaction and leading into some other big payoff. So there's a couple different ways that they could take purple, and I'm really curious to see where that will end up by the time the full spoiler season wraps up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a brand new card game, right? So sky's the limit as far as like what mechanics they could introduce. Looking across other games, right, there's like, resource minus stuff. Are we ever going to see that in Gundam? It's a little bit trickier where you only get one per turn, but I think there's ways that you could make that work. But yeah, I mean, it's just so fun to be around for the very beginning of a card game because there's so much theory crafting that can be done. Everybody is experimenting, right? There's a lot less of like, well, this is the way that the game must be played and all that because like, frankly, everyone's kind of bad at the game for the first, 6 months or so. And we're kind of, I feel like getting to the point now where people are finally mastering some of those fundamentals of the game. And so as the fundamentals of a card game are nailed down, you start to see deck lists change to reflect that, right? Where before, every card game and every card game that ever has existed, you will always see players split to as high control, heavy control as you can get, and as heavy low to the ground aggro as you can get when the game first came up, because those are the two easiest archetypes to build and play. And then as people start to get to know a card game, things start to gravitate towards the mid-range because they recognize how to use game fundamentals in a way that enables, a wider card pool to be used. And that's exactly what we saw in this game too, right? It was all big blockers, low to the ground aggro in the first couple weeks, at locals and things like that. And then we started to see like the Cyber New type come out. We started to see like the Unicorn package come out. People started to learn, and no doubt we've got two players here that have mastered their fundamentals. They are here to compete, and it looks, from what we're seeing on the screen, that we're getting pretty close to getting to game number 1, aren't we?
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what our players, again, the first official Gundam card game match happening here at Bandai Card Games Fest for our offline regionals. So it's a great spot to be, getting the first one to do it, and then also showcasing, what spicy stuff you're bringing to such a large tournament.
I'm excited. And I saw the purple sleeves and like, no, we don't have purple in the game yet. Much just like the purple sleeves. That's okay. That's fine. Yeah. I'm so curious to see what decks we're going to see brought out for our first match here. I'm prepared to be surprised, but of course I'm also prepared to see a lot of what's been working, right? And I think the thing that's been working the most for a lot of people has been that white-green Wing Zero package. And the reason is that you just get to a game state with Wing Gundam Zero that is near unbeatable, right?
Yep.
A lot of decks can handle the first Wing Zero deploy. Very few decks, I think, can handle the second, and like no decks can handle a third if it happens, right? And so when you get into that situation, I feel like that deck is really just kind of like the deck that produces the strongest game state the quickest, right? Or the near unbeatable game state, right?
Yeah, because it's, you're playing, progressing your board, trying to make trades where you can, and it's like, oh, but they got the Wing Zero, my board's gone, they blew everything up, or maybe it's like very weak and they clean it up after that. You're like, okay, I'm going to reestablish, I'm going to try to get back into the game, put out a couple more units. They're like, oh, and by the way, here's the second one, goodbye to your board again. And now they just have these two massive units, which are going to threaten your shields, going to knock out your base right away. And if you pair it, the high mobility as well, so blockers can't get in front of it either. And it's always feeling bad to try to attack into it. You're just taking so much damage damage back off of it, and especially if that hero Yui, just to give it the even more AP and HP.
Yep.
It is a beefy boy.
Yeah, and just the state of card draw in the game right now too. You can't if you can replenish the board once, you're just not going to have any cards in the hand at that point, right? Yep. And so then the Wing Zero can kind of run you over. It's got high maneuver as well, which is pretty nice, right? And there are things out there that can handle the Wing Zero, like for instance, Atherin Zala on a Aegis Gundam LR from the starter deck can on its own take out a Wing Zero, right? But that's not something we see as often in decks too, right? So some of the things that can be implemented against the Wing Zero from hand just aren't seen as often because they don't synergize with other top decks right now. So it puts the green-white Wing Zero deck in an interesting place in that it can be objectively the strongest deck, but then again, by the same token, depending on the specific build that you're running, it can get run over. A lot of decks, can handle the first Wing Zero and then still have a decent board left, right? So it's not unbeatable, but I think it is the deck to beat, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and again, linking is just so strong with being able to get those attackers, and they might wipe your first board, but if you're able to string together a couple of plays that give you those last couple of attacks you need, then, well, it doesn't matter. They board wiped you because the Wing Zero is just, it doesn't have blocker. It just sits there and looks pretty as you take out their last couple shields and swing for game. So, again, to your point, I'm very curious to see what type of strategies that we're going to see players bringing forward this weekend because, again, aggro, mid-range control, all of it is viable, and I think there is going to be a little bit of, for growing up with Wing, people are just, Wing is my favorite, so that was my entry to Gundam, so I'm going to pick that. But we could also say the same for people who are joining us from Witch from Mercury and some of the other series. So I'm very curious to see which end up what we have for the first match and kind of where the meta shakes out leading into our day 2 for the Gundam card game.
It's interesting because a lot of us in North America, Gundam Wing was our first exposure to the Gundam universe, right? It was on, Toonami back in the day. That's like everybody watched that block of shows, when they were that age. This is like the late 90s, early 2000s, something like that. So that's our generation, right? And I feel like Witch from Mercury is kind of like that for the newer generation of Gundam fans, where that is the series that I think brought in the most new fans of everything that's kind of been released since then. And obviously there's been a lot of great stuff out there, but like that's the one that seemed to kind of like strike a resonant chord with people these days. So it's neat to see a whole new legion of Gundam fans joining in, and I would say to all of them, if you're a fan of Gundam, go back and watch the original series. It is so good. And, you've got the movies that combine a little bit of it, but like I say just like watch every episode. I think it's great.
Yeah, and I got to add one additional plug there for thinking back to that time is when are we going to get G Gundam into the card game? That's what I'm waiting for because it could be its own mini set. It could be really sick doing the full tournament. There's a lot that they could cook up with it, but yeah. That is another one that really speaks to me just in terms of some of the designs that they had for it, but with the English voice actors, again, which is having such a strong delivery and something that resonates with all of us and definitely is like a childhood memory in that regard. So there's a lot of key moments from that series that would be really cool to see come to life in the card game. So, more series will be joining in the future. I know that we have quite a few that's joining in GDO2, more that will be announced later on for Set 3, Set 4, what have you, as manufacturers get info and Bandai releases that. But I'd be very curious because there is, decades of history to pull from and dozens of series. Yeah. And we could talk about like Build Fighter, right? We could really go for the offshoots of how our SD Alliance, right? All the other Gundam universes they could pull in. So SD Gundam would be another like small mini set that they could potentially do that I would like to see. But again, definitely let us know for those that are watching at home or talking about or here at the venue. Let us know your thoughts on what are some of your favorite series that you would want to see joining Gundam, or such say titles joining in the Gundam universe, because again, there's just so much that they can pull from.
Yeah, I mean, like basically 50 years of Gundam at this point, and so it's one of the longest running franchises, not just in anime, but just like in media, So talk about a good, basis for a card game to build off of. Yeah, I think you've got a lot there. You've got a lot there for sure. And even in the franchises that we've seen in the game already, Wing, there's still plenty of stuff from Wing that we could have in the game. There's still plenty of stuff from the original series that we can have in the game. Like, we already know they can make multiple versions of the same thing. So, we've already got like multiple heavy arms, right? We've got multiple, Wing Gundams. So, why not? Sky's the limit, right?
Yeah, definitely expect them to lean into that a lot more. And as we see it, traditionally, like as you mentioned, even like Death Scythe being another one, right? There's multiple forms of Death Scythe within the first set. So definitely expecting these to make an appearance and, later sets as like an upgraded version or a different way to play them ultimately, right? So there's a lot that they can do in a card game. And truly the sky is the limit for some of these and how they're going to either, change in their play style, change what colors they're a part of to bring up a whole new deck archetype. So I'm really excited. Again, this is the most exciting time to join a card game right at the ground level.
Absolutely. So we're just waiting for that first match to get started here, and it looks like, as we saw, the players were getting ready, and I'm receiving word now. Yes? Yes, that's right. Oh, it looks like we're about to go into the game. So we're just moments away from our first game here on the broadcast of our first ever Gundam card game offline regional. Players face-to-face, playing in person, the way that TCGs were meant to be played. Cosmic, I could not be more excited here, as it looks like the opening hands are being drawn. And will there be a mulligan? Yes, mulligan from our player there. And, oh, no, just putting out the shields. My bad.
Yeah, I put it off to the side. I thought that might have been going to the bottom, but nope, going to the shield area. 6 shields to start the game. We have our EX bases, we have the 3 HP, giving you a little bit of protection, getting you a little bit of life early on against those more aggressive strategies. But, of course, players will have a series of bases. And, oh, is that a Tallgeese on the starting it off?
I mean, that would be pretty interesting if we saw some odd stuff. Tallgeese is not a card you see terribly often. There's a gun tank starting things off. Richard Wyatt on the right, just establishing an early body on the board. We got Bruce Hoffman on the left as well. There's a Zawart for him. So an early blocker. Yeah, I would be very surprised to see a Tallgeese in this game. But hey, I would love to be surprised. Yeah, it's a good card in a vacuum, right?
I will say I really love the pay effects that we have, too. So Tallgeese getting to restand could be very strong. But
you were talking about some Academy aggro stuff going on. There's a Darabald put down. So I think we might be seeing something similar to what you were describing there.
Yeah, this is, okay, so we're definitely all in on the blocker package. So we see the Lifrith come down. So the Academy aggro does have some ways to get around it if this is the Academy aggro deck. But I haven't seen Darkblade make an appearance in any other list, so I have to imagine it's going to be Academy aggro. But it could be wrong. Could be something spicy. Hey, again, this is the first offline regional, so there could be a couple brews there, overflowing affection, getting to draw some cards and filter through. Could see some interesting stuff.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm curious because that's a deck that I've seen a couple lists for. I haven't seen it in action quite yet. But, I mean, yeah, certainly. Okay, so I would say we're certainly going the Academy route there with what that discard was.
Yeah, the Ice Prince himself. Yep. But I do see the Amoro Ray in the hand as well, which, again, has a good pair target, getting to rest stuff down. As I mentioned, getting around those blockers is really important for clearing through for some damage. But
for sure.
Definitely looks like we're going to be setting up a board here.
Yeah, the Anksha comes in, and I believe, right? Is there a ping? Oh, it only pings rested, is it?
Yep.
Okay, right.
So, and this is one that we'll have to see. So this is definitely looking more to be some type of blue-white aggro because we are seeing some different cards here compared to the traditional Academy aggro list. So
correct. Yeah, all right. So going in, taking a swing at that EX base. The EX base does have 3 HP. That's going to be the trade with the Zawart as well. But, if you're going to be playing the aggro, you got to start pushing at some point. You got to say, all right, well, this is my method of getting rid of the blockers. Just got to attack into things. We know he's got an Amuro in hand as well. So we do have the ability to rest something at some point. There's good old Jim hitting the board. Oh, and the Amuro thrown down on that as well. It's not a link unit, but it does serve the purpose of exhausting that Gundam Lifrith. That allows the Daraball to run in, hit the EX resource, and just making sure, gun tank into a shield, and that is going to go straight to the trash. No burst on the big blocker there.
Yeah, so here we are seeing, again, that aggression come online, spending the EX resources, putting it off to the side, and going into the Ice Prince himself, getting our link here, and getting to swing through.
Yeah, that's right. All right. And going to get another shield in the trash. So basically, cards do not get drawn into hand when they come out of life in this game. They go to the trash unless they have a mechanic called Burst that then, does whatever the Burst thing says on there. So a little bit different from other games. We should go over some of the basics, too, because this is going to be a new game for a lot of people. And you start with that, your shield area, right? And you have an EX base, which is just a generic 3 HP base that needs to be powered through before you can start hitting those shields. There are more base cards in the game that can essentially draw you one of your shields in your hand and replace a 1 HP shield with whatever HP the base has. Looks like there is, the Gundam Lifrith going into the gun tank, taking a damage back, of course. And there's the, all right. And there's a big 4/4 block. Oh, he's got the Kira Link as well. All right. So going to be able to go into something, take a little bit less damage back.
Yeah, and so this was the big turn that
really
I was...
good shape. And the bounce, yeah.
Yeah, I was talking about getting the bounce, getting the AP reduction, so your guy is going to stick around for another turn, and this is really where the blue-white deck can start to turn the corner, because that is a very real threat that you now have to acknowledge every single turn, and we still need 5 more attacks coming across to close out the game. So taking the open swing here just to see if there's any burst to really have to watch out for. Maybe got a base deployed, and that would change how he wants to sequence his turn, but it looks like we do have a Soletta in the hand to get our Academy pair, get a resource back, and maybe play something else out from his hand. Cut off there just a little bit, but this is a great... Okay, shortcutting a little bit, but there is the going right into the link there to get another attack and restand.
Yep. Dareballed with the Soletta, it looks like. Getting that Academy trait link, like you said, gets the resource back. A lot of times that one resource can be useful if there's a pilot to be played. Obviously nothing on the board there, but you know, you can use it for playing an Overflowing Affection, or if you have a couple extra resources, you can play another Angsha like this. Not bad. All right, so decent board established by Richard Wyatt, and I think the crucial thing here is that they haven't taken any damage to the shields yet. You know, Bruce Hoffman in a little bit of a tricky situation here where you've got damage on all your units, you've got blocker on them, right? So you want to defend against attacks, but you need to do something to take out the opponent's side of the board. We have the Kusanagi coming in. Now that is one where you can swing with the blocker and then restand it by paying 2. But down to 1 shield now.
Yeah, the 5 HP will play a decent role if we can clean up the board and force Richard to have to do 2 attacks now into the base to try to remove it. But again, that Kira is still providing a very real threat of making sure that, you know, if he has a second one to follow up with, you know, we are a little bit lower here on the health, so depending on how he wants to sequence his turn, he might have to sacrifice it and then just leave up the blocker. But again, trying to find a path where we can get the most value out of the Archangel to restand and maybe have another blocker that way. But hard to see what else is in his hand that could be a lower cost. I mean, I'm blinded by the shine on Bruce's side of the board, but really shout out to the flex of the beta box resources. Look absolutely gorgeous on camera.
Oh yeah, I love those.
But yeah, this is a big turn, so Bruce has to properly sequence this because, again, it's just the base, 1 shield, and then you need 1 more attack to clear through. So, yeah, it does look like he is just going to go for the trade that we had mentioned to preserve as much life as he can off of his Archangel.
All right.
Yep, Kira is going to get the minus, and, you know, we could stand for reblocker, protect us that way, but with the 4 resources that he has left, probably has another body that he could put on the board. It's just, you know, how much do we want to bet that our base is going to give us that extra turn to develop before we can start crashing back, or are we just going for it?
Okay. Yeah, and I believe that's just the Alt-Art Ailstrike there. So just another 4/4 blocker on the board, if I'm reading that Alt-Art right. The Alt-Arts throw me sometimes.
Yeah, I am someone who enjoys just getting to play with my cardboard, so I'm not that much on the Alt-Art, so forgive me. This one is
I could be wrong.
Slipping through that. There is, I think, 42 Alt-Arts in the first set. Show of Resolve, though, so Richard digging a little bit deeper here, and this is what's really nice for going blue, white, and more aggressive packages is that you do have a draw package. So as we were talking about earlier, if you're losing your board to things like Wing, there are a couple cards that can buy you a little extra time, finding extra resources because they still have to attack through all your shields and then reestablish before you go through in one big turn and crash through at that base. So Richard hoping to find a couple extra cards to string together, either be it link pairs, just getting bodies on board, and eventually attack through the variety of attackers that we're going to have here. So love a good old blue-white versus blue-red showdown that we're going to be having on the side here.
Yeah, I suppose. And it's interesting, the white-red blocker package is something that we do see every once in a while. I would say it's a little less common than the blue-white, but you do get a little bit more damage in. Sometimes you can attack units if you've got the Athern Zala, which I'd imagine is in there probably. But this is the point of the game where if you are the big blocker deck, you're hoping to sort of just stall out. You're hoping to be able to sustain and be able to say, all right, I'm just going to start to produce a build that can block whatever you throw at it, still live, and then eventually start swinging back, right? And he's going to go ahead and swing in the EX base. Again, remember, he can restand a blocker, but no, that's not the rocket. That might be... Our screen is a little bit hard to see, guys. Sorry, we're working on it, but let's see. And full-on Alt-Art, it looks like. He's even got the Alt-Art Kira from the starter deck, too, by the way.
Yeah, it's... Yeah. Full respect to the maximum shiny that we can have there. So, again, we do at least have a couple blockers established, so we're showing that we still need a little bit more to push through, and Richard is just going to continue to develop his board here.
You got to do. Yeah.
Yep, we're going to try to string together a couple of attacks, but it looks like we don't have the link to go with either one, so only presenting 2 attackers this turn. So Richard likely looking for one more turn of setup and then able to see if we can close out this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's so close, right? Just the base and 1 shield remaining, and obviously you need that one final swing to be able to end it, but it's so close.
I think it was a Merida to hand. One of the few alt arts I know, only because everybody is a huge fan of Merida, and it's definitely an alt art that a lot of people had sought after. So, again, being able to pair up and get some extra ping effects could be really good against the lower to the ground aggressive strategies where you just need a little extra damage to get them off the board. But in this case, we don't have anything that we can really swing into, try to clear up the board that way. So we are limited into what we can do here. So just going to attack into our shield and try to whittle down our opponent down to 4.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? When you can keep establishing these big blockers like Bruce is doing right now. Oh, and he even gets, I believe that's a link unit there too. Yeah. Okay. And so when you keep establishing these, you can start to do some of those swings. And obviously, you do want to save a little bit to be able to restand occasionally, but.
Okay, so that is going to be the Kshatriya alt art then that allows to ping on pairing, and then Merida, as she attacks, is going to get you a couple extra pings as well. So able to. Oh, and another Gundam Lifrith coming down, giving us another blocker opportunity. Kira, yep. Pay
Just
the resource.
HP.
Yeah, it's big, beefy 6 HP that we're going to have, and again, threatening a attack into it. So block something down and then tack onto our next turn for the effect.
This is something you see a lot of in the white blocker decks, where you're just going to go ahead and establish a pilot on some of your lower HP blockers at this point in the game, because you're not as concerned about some of the link units. You just want to put a big body in front of your opponent that says, hey, if you attack into me, you're going to lose your unit. I'm going to be able to stick around, or at the very least, you're just not going to be able to get through.
Yeah, so counting our graveyard here is just seeing what else we have options for. Maybe another draw spell, trying to decide if they have draw plus the other card in their hand, but we have a ton of resources. So the lower the curve, lower the ground deck we've seen in the curve this deck has, trying to see what they can pull out. But the other good thing about base is it allows you to pull a shield to your hand as the aggressive deck, because you're just trying to find a couple more pieces. And for the Chrysilla base, it allows us to create some tokens, or if it's the second one, that's where the Tallgeese double duo can come out. So it looks like we might have the interesting top end from Richard for the late game, but getting tokens on board is really important for just going wide enough.
The Tallgeese is very interesting. I mean, getting the double attack is something you just you always think about it, right? Because you're like, well, it's great attacking twice, but it costs 4, But then again, if you're playing an aggro deck where you're going to have a low hand size late game anywhere, if you can get a Tallgeese to stick, you can really start using those double attacks. Now the problem is, it has to live through the first attack to be able to do the second attack. And with a board like Bruce has on the other side, even though 2 of those are the Kshatriyas, right? Not everything has blocker. He's got enough there to make it difficult for Richard.
Yeah, and the other thing looking at Richard's board here is that we are limited to a bunch of attacks that can't actually hit the 5 HP threshold off the Archangel, so trying to find a way to find either an extra AP boost so we can make sure we can threaten a break in 1, or if we're just going to have to sacrifice multiple resources or multiple cards to go in and try to get that chip damage before we go into that last shield. So again, Tallgeese can do a lot of work, but our balancing here of what we're going to attack into is going to be a very interesting turn for us.
Man, I had to triple check my eyeballs to, I was like, that really is a Tallgeese on the board. And already we're seeing things that I've never seen at a local. I have not seen in any tournament results in the recent past. It's a card that I've always wanted to find a way to use, but it looks like Richard has done just that. There's a gun tank.
Oh,
the extra
very
ping
beautiful.
On the Kshatriya, yeah, doing 1 damage to that rested unit. And, Richard fighting back as best he can. I think it's still a bit of an uphill battle, but, he played the Corsica base as well, so you were able to get the Tallgeese unit token as well. And so the board is staying scary, It's just hard to swing through this, right? And now back over to Bruce. He's going to run in and take out the Anksha. And what do we do after this?
Well, I think Richard, I can't imagine that Richard has anything to do with his last resource. So we'll probably see a pass at that point, trying to set up if we potentially offer a trade. But I mean, that tall geese can just provide such a real threat. I think you want to keep it on board for another turn to try to always threaten, right, that double attack. Because we're going to have a point where we have so many resources and not able to play or use the extra resources for anything. But this is a huge turn for Bruce, and I think this is definitely going to be the deciding turn. Like, if we can establish a couple more blockers and really make sure that we're applying the pressure, Bruce is going to be able to wall out Richard from being able to attack through that 5 HP. And again, getting to restand the blockers is really, really important. So can't forget the ping effect has to resolve off the Kshatriya first, or I should say the Marita first in this case. The base is going to get destroyed. And then, 3 attacks is all Bruce is going to need to connect.
Right.
So we'll see what we have.
Oh, Amuro Pilot goes to hand. That could be a big benefit for Richard if he lives through this turn.
Yeah, that immediately puts a clock on Bruce here because, again, that Amuro Ray being able to tap something down is very scary.
Yeah.
And also being able to threaten an extra link attack. So that was a huge burst for Richard. So we'll see the follow-up here.
And Amuro rests of 5 HP or less. So some of these big blockers, there you go, coming out, are going to be very difficult. We see the Freedom, Justice Gundam rather, coming down, producing the 2-2 blocker. But, some of the blockers just have 2 HP or too high of HP for Amuro to rest. That said, that 2-2 Fatum token blocker is not going to be one of those.
Yeah, we have some delicious targets, I will say, in terms of Amuro Ray's effect. And again, we get like another show of resolve. We can actually go into like a double link attack turn. It's very quickly becoming a very scary position for Bruce, depending on how that Amuro Ray can come online next turn.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, just taking stock of Bruce Hoffman's board right now, I mean, he's got the game next turn, basically, if he can live through this one. And it really kind of depends. It looks like, he's still thinking things out. I like putting the Kira on the 2-2 token just to give a little bit of extra, meat for the opponent to have to, like, push through.
Yeah, so we see the Amuro Ray, and we have 2 other cards in hand. Trying to figure out what all has blocker. Again, the bigger unit there does not, so it's just
separating
3 or 2 on the end. So we have the Lifrith, we have the Triple Alliance, and then we have the, that was Ailstrike Altar, right? I believe was the 4-4. So we have three potential blockers. And we have the G Fighter that is going to get around our blockers while also resting something. So an amazing, amazing pickup for that turn. And now we're saying, hey, this is looking very lethal for you.
All right. I mean, we're going to find out. Is it a base? Is it going to be blocked? I would assume you're going to block it.
Yeah, we'll have to. It is kind of scary. Again, we still have that. We still have that tall geese to get through. We still have some little tokens that are going to say, "Hey, this is still checking your shield. One attack is all you need to break that shield." So
he's trying to. It seems like he's trying to set up for the double attack with the tall geese. I assume he has 4 resources remaining. I'm trying to see. Some of them are kind of stacked a little bit there. We have a conversation going. Yeah, Guntank was taken out by the block from the Lifrith, I believe. And then we're going to have the swing from the tall geese token is what he had indicated earlier. Let's see if maybe that plan might be changing here.
No, I definitely like the token first and giving your opponent the question of, like, you have to figure out what else is in my hand for an opportunity. But looks like it looks like there was going to be an attack into something, but we're now just trying to say if we're going for the shield, which I definitely like this play, just checking to see if our opponent has it. Again, base last shield would be big, but
nope, not there. All right. And so
I think he has 4 resources. I swear that's 4 that he has.
I mean,
let's some of them are stacked.
4 up right now. Yeah.
But the problem is, it's we're still looking at that 4-4 trade. We're not quite able to get there. We'd still need another any pilot, to give you a little bit extra HP, being able to swing, threaten a block, and then restand with tall geese. But I think we're exactly one.
I just don't think he's got the. I don't think he's got the
short here.
Yeah, he doesn't have the pilot. Has to sacrifice the tall geese there. Darabald gets played. He does. Does he have a Soletta in hand? No, he does not.
Nope,
There's
bounce.
a Jim. And all right, now it's Bruce's turn to try to come through and end the game. And with no blockers on Richard's side, with just that 1 card in shields, even if it is a base, it seems like Bruce has more than enough to power through here.
Yeah, we have plenty of units that can break a potential base, so it's just going to be a lower guy to the shield. Oh, there's the other Amuro.
Goes a hand, but there's the final hit, and it looks like Bruce Hoffman will be our first winner here on stream at the Gundam Card Game Offline Regional, getting it done with a red-white blocker package, and we saw him take so much damage early on, but doing exactly what that deck is meant to do, which is stabilize and then come back with an unbeatable board state.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is what we were talking about earlier, just for some surprise decks that we get to see. So I love the early on of just white blockers doing a great job of helping you survive this war at the Gundam Lifrith, making sure you're getting to that late game. But it was a real nail-biter for down to a shield, down to a base. So then we saw the Amuro Ray coming out from the burst, which is a massive threat for the blocker decks of, hey, I'm just trying to survive. I maybe only have 2 blockers at a time. So great game by both players. And again, a lot more Gundam card game to be happening all weekend long. So I'll be very curious to see, just how far these players will go in our 700 player event and kind of what's coming up later on in the tournament.
Absolutely. Well, glad we got to see some exciting stuff all the way in game number 1. And yeah, man, on the other side of the board, if there had just been 1 or 2 cards different, that could have been a different result too. A lot of games right now, I feel like in Gundam card game, go down to the wire, and it makes it so much fun to play. But hopefully you had fun watching. Stick around. There's a lot more happening here at Bandai Card Game Fest. We're going to run to a quick break, and when we come back, more card game action here from the floor in Dallas. And so we'll see you in just a few.
All right, we are back at Bandai Card Game Fest 2025-2026 here in Dallas, Texas, and we are here for our second round of Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters. I'm joined with Aspira. How you doing, Aspira?
I am doing fantastic. I am so excited to see Dragon Ball Masters up here on the stage, especially with everything new that's got going on.
Yes.
Right? Prismatic Clash brings us white, a lot of new mechanics, so I'm so thrilled to be here with you today, Eggman.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a new set, a new kind of rotation for the game, a new color for the game too, and I think we're going to be lucky enough to see that in our match today as well.
Yeah, 100%. We've got Belmont, which
Yes.
is very exciting for the uninitiated. White brings in a new hidden mechanic that White plays very well with, and Belmont kind of works as this pseudo ramp deck, utilizing these hidden cards to get a bunch of great effects, cheapening abilities, and ramping up to some really powerful God cards. So I am so looking forward to that. But on the flip side, we have a known contender.
Yes, we do. We do have the Vegeta, which was introduced in BT27. It kind of bridges the gap between like an overwhelm deck and a like standard color with red. So it's been very strong. It did get a bit of a nerf on the restriction list too, but I think still a contender in this format. And looking forward to see how it does against this new playstyle, this new deck that we have here today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. It's always refreshing. Well, it doesn't happen too often.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the last time Dragon Ball's gotten a new color was like with set 2.5 with that expansion set,
Yes,
right?
yeah, it's been a couple years, yes.
Yeah, but with the way that the deck building is in this game, there's a lot of opportunity for tech, and hopefully we're going to see a lot of that here. People can mesh in colors that may be in other colors, and it'll be fun to see how that plays along with these strategies.
Yes, indeed. And it looks like we are getting started here. We've got Ruben on the left with Vegeta, and we've got Andres on the right with that Belmont.
Yeah, so to bring it up is a new card, so we'll go ahead and refresh everybody on what to expect on this side of things. Belmont has an ability that says you can use your hidden cards once per turn to pay for the abilities of your God cards in hand. This is very handy because a lot of them, almost exclusively, will be playing themselves via these abilities, since a lot of them cost 9, 10, 11 energy.
Yeah.
So a lot of cheapening effects there to be able to kind of play out powerful abilities. And then hidden is a very interesting mechanic in that it effectively turns it into a blank card on the board. So it is fantastic removal.
Yeah, we got the E-Wing here, being able to look top 5 for a white God card, our unison specified cost of 2, and then also you can use the activate main here to flip it to hidden mode, which again will help us use skill costs for other things. So pretty standard start here from Andres from Belmont.
Yeah, so naturally, with most ramp decks, you just need a couple of times. But it is crazy how quick this sets up.
Yeah.
Ramp decks usually just need a minute to get things started. But between that, like right now, technically, Belmont is already going to be going into 3 energies a turn afterwards. Important to note, hidden cards that get paid with this ability are colorless, however.
Yes.
So there is a bit of restriction there. First reading the cards, I know that there's the 3-drop as well that you can ramp into. I was like, oh, this is crazy. We go to 4 energy on turn 2.
Yeah, and on Ruben, we do have our turn 1 Gohan. This card's fantastic, especially since it does let us get card draw off of skillless battle cards, which our Vegeta on the backside does get that once per turn. So that consistency, that card draw is really strong, and a good start from Vegeta.
And in Dragon Ball Masters, of course, you have the Z energy mechanic.
You do.
So a lot of these cards that benefit you for wanting to combo, which is something you want to do anyways, especially with cards like Gohan, will benefit you by producing Z energy, which will allow you to be able to play cards from the Z deck, allowing you to be able to deploy powerful, consistent threats turn over turn.
Yeah, and it's interesting. So Ruben's deciding to not attack there too. Vegeta's one of the few leaders where we're able to draw on the back or on the front side without attacking. So just saying, you know what, if you want to take cards from your life, you're gonna have to do it yourself. And yeah, pretty understood there.
For the uninitiated, Dragon Ball has this interesting back and forth tempo where attacking your opponent gives them life. It allows them to be able to to awaken earlier, and effectively, if you can work around not attacking early, you can build up momentum on your side of things before giving your opponent the opportunity to get full value out of them. Belmon's backside ability does allow him to be able to use 2 hidden cards to be able to use abilities. So naturally, by being able to slow him down that way, you're not giving him cards, you're not giving him the opportunity to get full value earlier than he typically would.
For sure. And we're doing the Vegeta thing. We're drawing a lot of cards. We're going to awaken here. And Vegeta is definitely one that you want to awaken on your own turn. You can use the activate main to get the draw 2 and then flip over. And now you get your on attack draw as well as the combo additions. So it looks like we're going to be playing out a Gohan here.
Yep, 100%. Going to be able to get a bit more.
Oh, sorry, Goku. This is Goku. Sorry, Gohan's right next to him.
The father and son,
very similar. And we've got a Gohan on the other side as well. So this is going to be able to, I believe, counter attack here.
So it's always interesting trying to decide when is the best time to interact with your opponent versus kind of holding that into your hand for later.
Yeah.
I think the more that we can do to be able to press the board early, the less time we give Belmont to be able to deploy those very scary bomb threats.
Yeah.
And the harder it is for them to be able to mitigate with your board.
Yeah, and so with our Gohan here, when this card is played, you choose up to one of your opponent's battle cards, switch it to hidden mode, and then switch to reveal mode at the end of the turn. So it kind of like prevents an attack, right? You get out of any interaction with it. You get the card back, right? It's not permanent removal, but this kind of like skill negation too is really, really strong.
Yep, especially since cards that go hidden don't proc any leave the board abilities, and they also don't proc any on-play abilities.
No.
So it is a very clean form of removal that dodges a lot of kind of built-in, if not protection, almost like pseudo advantage that a lot of cards produce when they leave the board or anything like that. You're kind of delaying that away from your opponent.
For sure. And so also in this matchup too, Vegeta's, I think, going to be the aggressor pretty easily. Belma's going to be more of the defender. We've got a lot of versatile skills we get to do. And again, when we have such flexibility with how we play cards and get our cost used with our hidden mode cards, that makes it very easy to respond to Vegeta.
And Vegeta has quite a lot of flexibility in terms of what he can do. So just as a refresher on that Awaken side text, auto, when your Saiyan card attacks, send up to 1 red or black Saiyan card from your warp into its owner's drop. And as a activate main, once per turn, send 1 Saiyan card from your hand to its owner's warp to draw 2 cards. Once again, the fact that that's uninteractive with your opponent can help with your sequencing. Then finally on activate battle, once per turn, use up to 1 red Saiyan card with a 5k combo power from your warp in a combo with its skills negated for the turn.
Yep, and deciding on our third charge here, and this is definitely, you know, in this game, so many effects just cost 1, right? You're usually conditioned to make so it costs 1, but you have to really make sure you are using your energy at the right times for the right skills, right? So I think Belmont has a lot of flexibility of like how much aggression do I put out, how much do I leave open for defense, and so, you know, there's just a lot of ways to respond to the aggression from Vegeta as well.
Yeah, lots of interaction windows. There's a couple of activate battle timings as well. There's some barrier blocker shenanigans that Belmont can do as well. So it'll kind of depend on how much Ruben has practice within the matchup. Naturally, it's a brand new set. Set just came out earlier this month. So there's a lot of advantage here for Andres in terms of being able to play out cards that hopefully on his end expecting Ruben to not be so prepared for. Here we do see the combo, and this is one of those interaction windows that we were talking about. We've got the Lakir Godly Power. If your leader's a white god card, your opponent has 2 or more energy, and you have a hidden mode card in your battle area. At the end of a battle in which this card is used in a combo from your hand, draw 1. Always nice to replace itself, and you get to play this card in from its owner's drop. And naturally, we do have the white there to be able to use as Belmond's permanent ability to be able to pay for that.
Yeah, this is honestly one of my favorite cards. Just so flexible in what you're able to do with it. There's a lot of interactions you can do either on your turn, on your opponent's turn too, and then the fact that it just turns itself into hidden mode means you do get some usage for it after the fact too. So very good card.
Auto, restand.
All right, we're going to go ahead and proc the auto here to be able to restand the hidden card. So there's, like you're talking about, there's a lot of shenanigans that can be done, especially when you're like restanding your hidden cards, because hidden cards also protect themselves, right? Because they're non-interactable.
Really,
so
yeah.
And especially when we're dealing with hidden cards that have blockers, something like that, you can go ahead, use it as energy, then you can flip it on revealed mode. Now it's a blocker that can interact with your opponent.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really cute interactions here that you can do.
Yeah, and Belmod, yeah, sincerely being able to like get the plus 10,000 on offense and defense, very good for that as well. And you can also, like, it's not restricted just battle cards, right? You can change your energy to hidden mode. It produces colorless, but that's still good for paying a lot of costs as well. And yeah, I really have enjoyed the flexibility for this Belmod deck so far.
And here we see another Son Goku Innate Saiyan Power. Beefy 20k deflect dual attacker to apply some good pressure. And of course, the cards on the bottom there for the uninitiated are Z extra cards. So they're almost like pseudo field cards that'll just sit there and allow you to be able to activate their abilities depending on the timing on the card.
Yeah, and these have been pretty popular, right? Just being able to say, it's kind of like a sunk cost. You pay the cost early when you have the flexibility for it, and then you can activate it later when you need to use that. So this 10 times Kamehameha Mighty Blast is sitting in the wings there for some future interactions.
Yep, we've got the swing here with the SS4 Son Goku and SS4 Vegeta combo attack. Overwhelm, like we said, Red Vegeta has some nice interactions between both Red and Black Saiyan cards. So we do see a good mesh of Red combo stuff between things like the Gohan and stuff like that, as well as warp shenanigans with Overwhelm.
Yeah, normally Overwhelm is once per turn, which this deck doesn't get around, but it kind of has, I'd say, like anti-Overwhelm, right? You put cards from the warp back into the drop to play cards. There are a lot of different attacks you get to do for very little cost. And additionally, you know, this Gohan being around since turn 1, getting you a lot of extra card draw. So a lot of aggression from Vegeta.
Yep, we are down to 4 life here, but that's still kind of a comfortable position to be in. Belmond taking that damage and going down to 4 themselves. And it's a little deceiving, right? It's like, okay, Belmond's got no board versus Vegeta, you know, has a beefy 20k overwhelm. He's got the dual attacker, still have 3 energy to be able to play with, a stack of hand that looks like it's 15 cards deep.
Yes, yeah.
But it can be deceiving, right? There's a good opportunity here with the fact that Andres is completely rested out. But a lot of powerful comeback cards are available if he's able to maneuver his way out of this aggression.
Yeah, and we're playing the Goku here. Another super strong card for the deck. We're going to play the skill cost here. So this is a negate from the deck. And again, like, it looks like you don't have any energy open from Andres, but you have a lot of ways to interact with your hidden cards. We were able to show one of our energies turns to hidden mode too. So yeah, I love the flexibility from this deck.
And it looks like that's where we're going to leave it at. So 2 energy up from Ruben, naturally indicating I am ready to interact.
Yes, yeah.
And then we're moving on to Andres's 4th turn here. 2 regular energy, 1 hidden mode energy, which, reminder, does pay for colorless. And then we'll see what the charge is here.
Yeah, and again, it's not like permanently there. We do have ways to flip it back to the front side, so then it's producing the white color for this too. So there is a lot of flexibility.
Ping 2.
Yeah, and once you're on the backside or the awakened side from Belmod, it changes from 1 to 2, and we're going to be playing out the big 11 cost Belmod here. So it has this ability, if your leader is a god, you get to, and you have 3 or more energy, draw 1 card and play this card from your hand, and then activate main limit 1, switch this card to active mode, choose up to 1 of your opponent's battle area cards, switch it to revealed mode, and then, 1 card in your area revealed mode, and then choose up to 1 of your opponent's cards and KO it. So You do have to kind of work on the sequencing. Sometimes you want to play the activate main while you're still active, so you don't get interacted with. But being able to get that removal is super strong.
Yeah, and there's some super cute things you can do where, like, if you have a dual attacker, you can attack with the dual attacker, it'll restand. You can use, you can hidden it, you can Belmont to restand it. That essentially counts as it being a brand new card, and then getting the dual attack all over again. So if you're a master of sequencing, I think paying attention to what White is doing is going to be something that you would probably appreciate.
Yeah, and the Dragon Ball Masters, I think, is just such a sequencing-based game, right? With you having, even at like 4 energy, you have like more than 4 plays, right? You have so many different ways to interact, to sequence, to play into things, play around things. Definitely the premier thing for a game like this. All right, and then we use the room sheet there for a draw, and then it immediately changes itself to the hidden mode there too.
3 more energy available to Andres here. Just kind of thinking out. We've got 1 more energy remaining for Ruben, and looks like that will pass it over. So 3 standing energy here for Andres, ready to interact with his opponent. Ruben moving on to 5 energy. Still has this Goku on board, got the Gohan. As long as that stays there, man, is that draw generating so many draws for you.
I can't believe how long he stayed here, right? It is, such an investment of 1 energy to like how many cards you've been able to draw. It's insane.
And I think that's one of those things where Ruben recognizes that if I can start establishing boards that make it very uncomfortable for Andres and he has to deal with those, it does not feel good having to interact with the Gohan instead of, the dual attacking threat or something like that.
Yeah.
But the amount of advantage that gets generated by that Gohan being there almost feels like you just kind of have to put yourself in a position where maybe you just deal with the Gohan and then concern yourself with the threats maybe afterwards.
For sure. And we're going to be able to get the combo off our leader ability, which will proc not only the Gohan draw, but then we'll restand our Goku to switch to active mode there. So, and we're going pretty big here. Looks like it's going to be a 35K, I believe.
Yep, super combo here. We are down to 4 life. That is an old school super combo, too.
It is. You'll see Andres. He's got an older super combo as well. But we've got the Arak here. This is kind of like an in-arc type Sensu Bean in the sense that you're able to give 2 cards with the God trait plus 5,000. So usually you choose your leader, and itself it's a blocker too. Yeah, very, very handy here. But it's still an awkward number to get out of 35 when you're now a 20K leader.
Fun discussion in regards to the super combos here. Because of White's ability to be able to put hidden cards in your opponent's energy, it actually prevents you from having all of one color.
Yes.
Which is why, Raditz was like a super combo that was like a staple in all red decks, because if all my energy is red. And it kind of like really warped some deck building for some decks, because now we're in a position where I'm not always guaranteed to have the energy of color that I need.
Yeah, and we were mentioning it too. We've got the Hele super combo, super old card, but you just have to have the God trait, and you know what we do. So it's handy to get there, get that extra cycle with the extra draw there, and also we don't really mind having the Koitsukai in the trash either.
No, we do not. The additional draw, the ability to prevent your opponent from interacting with you, or at least punishing them for doing so,
yes,
is very much welcome here. We've got the SS Rose Goku Black Bloodthirsty Saiyan. Got a 4-drop 15K. When this card's played, your opponent sends 1 card from their hand to its warp, so forcing your opponent to neg 1, and it's a free 15K attack as well.
Yeah, and we got out the protector there, so another floodgate that would have been accessible to us, but just not right now.
I'm going to go ahead and get those couple of draws. Hand size is pretty similar on both ends. We're still looking at 4 life to 4. Still has 4 energy available for Ruben here.
Yeah, and I think this is where we have to be careful, right? And in this game too, I think every deck has multiple different secret rares that are obtainable to us. Triple strike, quad strike, all cards that we have to respect in this game right now. And yeah, we're just we're saying, you know what, I don't enjoy that super combo in your hand. Let's get that out of there right now.
And you still have that 10x Kamehameha just sitting there looming, right?
Yes.
Like, do I negate this attack? Do I not negate this attack? I know at any point in time my opponent has that extra combo power available. And it just kind of sits there intimidating your opponent into specific attacks, knowing that you just got that extra juice. All right, we do have the Gohan here. Going to be able to stave off an attack.
And again, we are a 20K based leader right now. We do have a blocker up to help us with that. Playing out that Goku once again.
Yep, beefy 20K dual attacker.
Yeah, one of the big things about this deck is like, yeah, you can get so many attacks, right? The Goku we've already seen gets, essentially dual attack but better, right? Especially because it can restand on your opponent's turn. We're getting another attack here. Thinking about the block. All right, getting the block there.
Yep, going to get rid of the Gohan in the process, however.
And yeah, I think we're going to combo with the Goku Black here, and say, you know what? All right, I won't protect this. It's done its job already.
Yep. And now they're depending on what he's trying to do. Might send it to Z Energy, might send it to drop. It is an option to choose where you're going to send it. It doesn't look like that's going to go to the drop.
Yeah. Yeah, because the one thing about, Vegeta, you care about your energy. You care about your Z energy. You care about your drop. You care about your warp, right? You have to make sure that you have the right amount of cards in the areas to pay your costs. And sometimes you got to, it's a real balancing act a lot of the time.
Yep, and you're going to see a lot of these cards very similar to Goku Black in things like Prince Vegeta here, where it's got 15K Servant, means that it doesn't restand, but it does get a 10K boost, which we don't particularly mind when we're cycling these cards all the time. And a lot of these cards will have the ability to play themselves from the owner's warp, depending if you send Saiyans from trash to warp. And stuff.
Yeah, and so like you're like, hey, they don't have any energy open. They use their overrun for the turn. They're done, right? They've got no more attacks. No, one more from the warp, please. So. Yeah, there's always one more attack for this deck.
Yeah, it's one of these things with Dragon Ball Masters where you always have to account for how many attacks do I need to deal with. In set 2 or 2.5 with the expansion set, Overwhelm changed that math, right?
Yep.
Oh, they're out of energy. There's still an opportunity for an Overwhelm here. Here's another attack. And now we're very much into these deck-specific situations where decks like SSB Vegeta, like, okay, they've used their Overwhelm. They've used their energy. Now, how many of these Activate Made Saiyans are going to be able to get on the boards? And when you're defending against that, you're, okay, how many swings am I going to have to deal with?
Yeah. And considering likely on another attack if we want to extend that much, right? We still have, quite a few cards active. We haven't attacked with our leader yet. Not that this deck minds as much about it. And yeah, we're going to, it looks like, yeah, Overwhelm for the first time this turn. Yeah, it must. Yeah, we played that last turn as well. Yeah. So we get a card draw, and we will get another free combo off this this attack as well.
Yep, and I believe that we see the secret rare down there.
Yes, yes, which normally want that in our hand.
Usually.
Or on our board, right? But it's good to know that we at least have it somewhere in the deck.
Of course, secret rares being one-ofs in Dragon Ball Masters that really allow you to swing the game back to your control. I believe a good chance that Andres might be playing, I believe it's the Beerus. On the white deck side.
Yeah, with white being the newest color in the game, it does have, at least less options to play with. I've seen people play like the Pan Secret Rare as well, especially when your opponent has a board as wide as this one, right? It makes sense to play that. But yeah, that's still the game in this, where not every deck you have that choice for what Secret Rare you want to play most of the time.
And I'm just thinking on combo here, we are getting to a hand size where you have to consider what can I get rid of? What am I going to need on my turn to be able to come back from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 battle card deficit?
Yeah. It's quite a lot here. We finally went down to 3 life as Andres. We were holding on to 4 life for a long time, but finally got enough pressure there. And now really thinking about this next attack if we want to, okay, we're going down to 2.
Yep. Double strike range, always scary, especially when you know that Red's got the combo power it does, the tanks Kamehameha on board. And this kind of gives Ruben an in to know that, like, okay, I don't know that he's going to go below 2. With the amount of cards I have in hand, I don't know that I'm in a position where I need to concern myself with the amount of health I have. So I can be a little bit greedier with my swings here and try to force more cards out of hand.
And yeah, we were saying, you know what, I think, honestly, you're going to be able to remove a lot of cards from my board next turn. So let's just, let's be aggressive with them, combo with them while we can. And it looks like I think we're 25 to 20 right now. All right, and it looks like a double 5, to get out of that, getting rid of the Champa and the Koitsu from our hand.
Depending on what Ruben decides to do here, whether he decides to keep rushing or holding, Koitsukai could actually be pretty key going into the next turn to kind of rebalance hand sizes.
Yep. Oh, we've got another Goku here.
Another one.
That's 2 more attacks as long as we combo correctly. We still have not attacked with our leader, which is, crazy that we've made it this far into this turn and not doing so. But Yeah, this deck just has so much power.
Yep, I mean, this just kind of showcases why Vegeta has been a meta staple over the last few sets. Super combo here, draw. We do get the restand now as well.
Yeah, 30K. We're down to 2 life. We know that they can have 2 more attacks at least. Yeah, this is a lot of pressure from Ruben.
Yep, and of course, Ruben playing really well into what some players key as like the magic numbers, right? Just enough to be able to have to force a super combo, and if they don't have the super combo, then you're getting rid of at least 2+ cards in hand.
And we kind of did like a super combo check on that last attack where we're like, all right, a super combo would have been able to get out of it, but you didn't use it. I've seen that you used 1 already. I got 1 out of your hand from my Broly. So we're, at kind of minimal resources for Andres, I feel like right now.
Yep, and just the phenomenal position for Ruben here where Andres had to combo away the Belmont, which is like, okay, now I have 1 less powerful card that would have helped me come back from this. So it's almost like attacking served as removal on this sense. And then here we do have the Gohan comboing that away, trying to force more cards out of Andre's hand. Put him in uncomfortable position. Looks like he has about 6 cards left in hand. Potentially not all of them are comboable. He's got 1 energy standing, so potentially a 10K combo here or there, but very uncomfortable position.
Yeah. And, Gohan's done its work, right? Again, like it's pretty easy that generally, in Dragon Ball, right, it's really easy to remove boards back and forth. So using your cards well, you still can to apply that pressure. And, Andres is really, on the back foot here.
Yep, just thinking real hard about combos. Because it's not about surviving, it's just I need to win next turn.
Yep.
If I make it through here, I need to figure out how I'm going to get there.
Yep, and 3 more, including the Bardock Tenacious. We definitely want to try to play that next turn, I think. And removing that is pretty tough.
And finally, the leader decides to swing.
Yeah. Man, and it's so much pressure, right? There's just such a hand size difference, right, from Ruben, right? Just I'll give you a 5K to make this a 20-on-20.
Yeah. How about a little discomfort?
All right, I'll take the 1. Thank you very much. And we've still got
1 energy open.
Yeah, energy marker, right? So we haven't used that yet. We still have these Gokus, which the second we combo, we get to switch both of them to active, and if they're blockers, yes, right? So, but also can, there's just so much, advantage from Ruben already.
Yeah. So Andres is now in a position where he has to clear out the blockers, or make them ineffective. Right? There's ways to like hide them and stuff like that. Koitsukai here to be able to kind of punish the opponent, cycle our hand, find the cards that we need to be able to hopefully get out of this. So we need to find 4 damage. We need to deal with the cards on board. And we don't have a ton of cards to do it.
No. And real quick for Koitsukai, so how it works is activate main for 1, remove this card from the game from your drop area. Choose up to 2 cards in your hand, place them above your deck, and then draw the same amount that you did. And then if you do that, for the turn, if your opponent plays a battle card with 20K power or less, they choose 2 cards from their hand and send them to their warp, which honestly, setting to warp is not even that bad for Ruben.
Yep,
That's kind of one of the areas.
This is exactly the card that he needed. Beerus, Incarnation of Destruction. A drop Secret Rare was able to put those Gokus hidden, which removes them from the board here. But of course, Ruben does have interaction here to be able to kind of stave off some of that. What is going to be a pretty aggressive turn here from Andres, more likely than not.
Yeah, and you really have to put them on, like, do they have it kind of mentality, right? We do have this Frieza versus Goku as well. So super strong card from BT28 and one of the campaign rares for it too. So very helpful for not losing this turn.
Yep. Now effectively at this point, Beerus just kind of chills as a big beater. If it moves on to the opponent's turn, whenever Ruben will play a card, Beerus will be able to hidden some stuff, including himself, which can like protect the Beerus going into the next turn, but can definitely at least help depending on how Ruben sequences. If somehow Andres can stave off into another turn. We got 4 energy open.
Yep, and we switched the Liquor to reveal mode using our leader activate battle too. So, that's the other thing with this deck too. You can kind of have like these sneaky 1 more attacks in situations where, by flipping an uninteractable card back to active or revealed mode. So that does help. Oh, there's our Hellas super combo, which We probably would have enjoyed that in our hand last turn, but still going for it.
Does two things here. Obviously forces the question in regards to forcing Ruben to have to either take this or do some cards, but also cycles in to help Andres find things that he might just need to be able to continue applying pressure. And here we've got another one likely to see play on the board once this combo step is over. Gonna go ahead and reveal. And then we're gonna leave it at that. Does have a super combo in Ruben's hand, so isn't in an uncomfortable position at the moment. We'll be able to see another card and get another 10K on that Vegeta that already has a nice little 5K on it. You can see a combo here. And another one.
Another one, yep.
Proc the Android 18.
Man, there's just so much draw you get from this deck, right? Just so much cycle.
So much free. It's so free. It's like, do I want a combo?
Yeah.
Well, that is kind of what this game's all about.
Do I want to generate a Z energy, put more cards into my draw for my overrealm? So I want to draw a card cycle? I suppose so.
Yeah, I guess I'll do it.
But I could draw a card for my life. That's
true. All right, so over to the Z energy that goes 5 Z energy available to our Belmont player here.
And we're going to play the Liquor here, and that's going to prevent our the Gohan on the other side from attacking, which is nice on the next turn.
And we will go ahead and hidden and protect our Beerus.
All right, and we're spending 2. All right, getting the card draw there.
Leaving us with 1. I'm going to go ahead and leader swing. Which is a tough position, right? It's like you want to start building up a board, and you know you're unlikely to take out your opponent this turn, but you need to start applying the pressure to get the game to a position where you can win when it comes back around.
Yeah.
But Ruben could just be like, I'll just take the card.
For sure. And so we played out the Sidra too. So when this card attacks, switch it to hidden mode at the end of the turn, and then choose 2 of your hidden mode cards in your battle area, switch them to active mode. So that means that we can be a little bit more aggressive on some of our skills, and then we will get, you know, a 2 standing hidden energy, which is good on defense too. So that could be helpful there.
And then looks like we're thinking on, no, that was a take. So Ruben down to 3 life now. And that's what I'm saying. You need to apply pressure, but every card that Ruben gets is just one more card that you can force out of your hand as you need to defend every single attack that comes your way. And he's still got that 10x Kamehameha just kind of chilling down there, ready to be able to boost up a game-winning swing.
Yep. And thinking on this next one, okay, we do have a Bardock Tenacious, okay. That's going to be really helpful for, I think we're seeing if we could poke to try to go for game, and when that hasn't been the case, we're going to be a little bit more defensive here.
Yep, so Bardock here, auto, when this card is played, using Overwhelm, your opponent can only attack with battle cards once during their next turn, and then when this card is played, you can't play copies of this card during the next turn. So it's a good proactive floodgate that'll say, okay, I'm limiting the amount of attacks I need to deal with next turn.
Yeah, it's an oldie but a goodie, right? All the way back from BT11. And yeah, being able to prevent that is good. We've evolved to a space where unisons can bypass that too. So there is a possibility of more than 2 attacks pretty easily next turn. But we're going to do our best to get out of that.
Yep. And to be fair, so good here. We're being able to rip a card out of hand where Andres is already so low on stuff in hand. So the more that Ruben can kind of force the issue here, and being at 1 life just means that, like, yeah, you might not have a lot of attacks, but you just need a couple of big ones to be able to potentially close out here.
Yeah, and we're at 1. Anything can go for game now. So we have to be really aware of the power there.
Hand size differential. Pretty nuts here. I mean, Ruben chilling at about 10 cards in hand. Andres here looking to be sitting on 3. So now just thinking about what do I want to attack with. We've got the attack, combo. We're going to go ahead and use the 10x. Yep, there's the 10x, and we're going to, okay.
Yeah, okay, we're just saying, you know what, let's see if we can go there.
Give me another draw, because why not?
Yeah. We're going to use our leader effect to get the plus 10k for the battle. We're going to try to combo out here.
Combo, that's
but not
it.
going to be enough.
All right.
All right. Yeah, Ruben takes it.
Andres is trying to stave off the aggression, but Ruben playing masterfully, just knowing that, you know what, I don't need to give you the time to be able to establish the kind of board that'll be very scary and might give you the opportunity to be able to come back there. So incredible run from Ruben, showcasing the power that Vegeta has when it comes to being able to deploy threats, being able to draw cards, being able to apply pressure. But very fun showcase as well from Andres said with the Belmont, being able to show the benefits of having hidden cards, the ramp that you get, the fact that you're able to play such powerful God cards so early on because of the way that Belmont interacts. I think is very fun. We saw Beerus God Rare be able to get rid of 2 blockers.
Yeah.
So a lot of fun things that White was able to do there to showcase kind of what this new color is bringing to the table.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, I think Dragon Ball Masters just has like so many decks that are viable right now. There's so many different gameplay styles, and it's really just the sequencing from it is just so fun. It's so deep in mechanics that you get to play with, and I think that really showed off just, you know, even just how aggressive the Vegeta player was, right? Showing like, oh, the sequencing, how the attacks work, and you're like, all right, I'm probably stabilizing here. Like, no, one more card to make it a little bit more painful for you. So, really aggressive match, but I'm really happy we were able to see that one.
Yeah, 100%. Both players showed the power of, like you're saying, the sequencing, reading what your opponent had, right? You had talked about how you did a super combo check. Oh, you don't have one? Now I know I'm in a position where every attack is getting rid of X, Y, Z cards. So absolutely wonderful play here from both players, showcasing really kind of how these decks go and they run. The aggression from Red, the ramp and hidden mechanic introduced with White, and how that can play into some really fun and interesting sequencing. And like you're saying, the interaction between the zones, the timings. Masters is an absolutely rich card game where if you like being able to really express your skill level, it is one of those card games that leans into that, and you can really deep dive in terms of different play strategies, but as well as just what type of player do I want to be. And I think it really rewards players who want to be a specific type of player and spend the time getting good at being that type of player.
Yeah, and my opponent, you know, they'll leave 2 energy open, and then I'm like, what could they be doing, right? There's just so much that I can play into, play around, figure out the best sequencing for it, and it's really like, you know, a long walk that you and your opponent take down, you know, the same path at the same time. So really, really fun to see on this match for sure.
Yeah, especially at the high level that these players are playing at. You're in a position where you're just like, I kind of know what you're going for. You kind of know what you're going for. Did you tech something interesting? The open deck building provides a lot of that.
Yeah.
Because we do see some tech cards in Belmont that are non-white because they interact really well. Of course, Vegeta has the black cards to play with, the red cards to play with. So it's like you're saying, it's a nice song and dance of almost like a fighting game almost.
Yeah, it is.
Gauge out where your opponent is going, trying to see if you can get an opening, get a poke here, get a poke there, and see if you can find an in. And then that's just what Ruben saw. He's like, I smell blood in the water, and it's time to chase it down and see where it goes.
Yeah, 100%. So we're seeing these last turns play out, but honestly, great game from both Ruben and Andres, and a really good showcase of Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters as well.
Yeah, 100%. And I think these decks are decks that we're going to be seeing quite a bit of throughout the day. Naturally, the tournament will be flowing out and to crown a champion. And Vegeta has been a meta staple for a very long time, but Belmont has definitely, which is surprising, given how it's contesting with a card pool that is 7 years old.
Yes.
The benefit that the white card pool is still plenty good enough to be able to contest against these long strategies is huge and great for the longevity of white moving forward as we get into more sets from this new block.
For sure. So that's going to be our coverage for Masters for today, though, but we've got no shortage of coverage for the Bandai Card Game Fest here in Dallas, Texas as well. So we're going to take a break, but we'll see you guys in our next rounds. See you guys then.
Hey everybody, welcome back to more of Bandai Card Game Fest in Dallas 25-26. I hope you're all excited to watch a little bit more. I am Neighbor. Next to me is DigiPanda. We're going to be talking a little bit about currently Digimon trading card game coming up. There have been a little bit of delays, so I hope you'll bear with us as we are trying to organize multiple tournaments with card games that run on different times as each other.
Oh yeah.
So
it's pretty exciting. We're going to round 3 of Digimon. There's a lot that's happening. We got a very interesting format. Ryan, what do you think about the format so far when it comes to the Digimon card game?
I think the most interesting thing about the current format right now is, I mean, this is our national tournament, and this is maybe one of our first tournaments that we've been able to use the most recent ban list. So the most recent restriction list, there's been a couple of changes that have, moved things around. I think in the past, Royal Knights have kind of been at the forefront of the metagame. Sakuyamon has been there as well, both decks that have taken some significant hits, as well as a bunch of different decks that have run the Guilmon engine. And there have been some changes to what is legal there as well. But still, at these top tables, you can expect to see some of those Guilmon decks. Sakuya might be on the fringes. Even Royal Knights is still quite strong, despite all the hits.
CS Omnimon.
Of course.
I think one of the big things about the Digimon card game right now is that, typically in the past, we have seen definitive best decks of like the format, with Gabu Bond being the big one from the very first event that happened for us. We saw, Anubismon, and I think this is the first one where we don't really have a definitive winner that really outclasses every other deck out there. And so because of that, this will be a very fresh take of the card game. It'll be a fresh insight in general because, data analysis-wise, we only had one regional event that really gave us some information of what players could or could not be playing. And Machine Dramon was, the top dog in that situation there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And the question is, was that a bit of a red herring, or is that something that we really need to focus on? I know there's quite a bit, like you said, it's a lot wider of a format than we might have expected in the past. I know last Card Fest we were all talking about the Boogeyman of Mirage being a big deck, and that didn't even come into the top 2 at the end of that event. There was, quite a bit on the periphery that was trying to attack it.
If I recall, it was Security Control and also Leviamon, right?
Leviamon and
taking it.
They look quite strong. I believe in the top 3 as well was the 7 Great Demon Lords, looking quite powerful. Really, Purple has always been around, and Purple will continue to be around. This weekend, of course, like you mentioned, with the Guillemon engine, is still going to be present in Gallantmon. And I think if everybody had to pick a name 2 decks that they'll expect to see no matter what, we are probably going to see Gallantmon. We are probably going to be seeing Omnimon in some way, shape, or form. The question is, what is scoped around that? There's quite a bit in this open format. Imperial Dramon is a deck that kind of has been in and out of the format, but it is definitely one that's still strong here after everything else has been hit. I personally want to see a little bit out of some of the puppet players in the room if we have any of those. I think it's a very fun deck to play and can kind of linger around those fringes.
Digimon Liberator has definitely introduced a lot of new archetypes. We've seen Shoto Kazuma with Terramon. We've seen Arisaki Nosaki with Shumon. Even Galacticmon players saw a huge bump up with Zenith as well. We don't see much with Owen Dreadnought as much, mainly because not yet. But we're getting some support, and of course, Ghost has a wide variety of support that has been recently revealed in the card game news with Violet In Boots.
Absolutely, and I'm personally a big fan of the Ghosts. I'm really excited to see more powerful Digimon within their own line, so you don't have to reach so far to try to build this deck the way that it's intended with the Liberator traits all the way up and down. I'm also one decks that I'm excited to see we didn't even mention yet, and this is how wide the format is. 2 decks that were in the top 2 of the Last Chance qualifier yesterday were Galaxy, being decks based on the Digimon World Dusk and Dawn, Lunamon, Coronamon, and their lines all the way up, although it's more of a toolbox with kind of a question mark as to what the level 6s will be, as well as Purple Hybrid, which is a deck that was still powerful last Card Fest. Very good last Card Fest. I did receive some hits on the ban list, but again, is just one that can keep crawling back. Its engine itself is so strong that the stuff that was hit around it might make some of the burst plays a little bit less present, but the fact that it is just still, the text on those level 4s is just so potent at clearing boards and
changing colors.
Pressing damage. Changing colors. That's
Controlling.
a very unique way to control the board. I know there's a lot of Digimon that evolve via special abilities or black box text, so they don't really care as much about their colors. But then there's some that really do. I know, for example, if you're playing against a Sakuyamon player, they don't really have a way to get around the fact that their Digimon has been color changed unless they're coming out of the raising area and they were safe. So
it's really funny you mentioned Galaxy, because Galaxy is also one of those decks, that has to build delicately between red and blue, and at the same time, their top end sometimes doesn't focus necessarily on Dianamon. It's more so those other Digimon like Hexablaumon or even Medieval Gallantmon. You can utilize all sorts of these top ends, but at the same time, if their colors changed and you don't have that special text black box to help you, then you're kind of just, you can't do anything to keep your chain going.
That said, it is pretty difficult to completely lock them out because, like you mentioned, there's a whole bunch of different colors involved. You've got red and green in Medieval Gallantmon. You have blue and purple in Dianamon, who is better than she's ever been in these Galaxy toolboxes as well. And Vizimon is one of my personal favorites to use.
Great tech.
And that's blue and black Digimon.
Yep.
So really, it's unless you're painting them green, I think, or even if you paint them green, Medieval Gallantmon, it's
yellow. I think yellow and white would be the big ones.
Yeah, yellow and white are difficult. I don't think that Duskmon can paint white, and then Apollomon is a red and yellow Digimon.
There you go.
A lot of people are playing at one copy with the Ace, but it's another tool that you can utilize to warp from your level 6 back down to a 5 and continue those change where you change who you are. That is one of the biggest things about the Galaxy Toolbox is your end point is never fully clear. You get to keep moving around.
It's also interesting that Galaxy saw, such a good placement yesterday, because at the same time we did see Sayo and Co. get recently hit on the restriction list. Now, I know a lot of decks don't actually run that specific card for Galaxy, but
yeah, it's more involved in the loop variants, more of the Mirage style deck that's entire goal is to drop that particular Sayo and Co. so that they can steal turn once it's been swapped back over. However, the Co and Sayo, on the other hand, the red tamer is more prevalent at doing the toolbox game plan of just bouncing your levels back and forth. Here we do have a game ready to start, though the players are seated. Looks like security has been dealt, so we are past the mulligan phase. We're ready to play some Digimon. I believe this is round 3 of our national event.
Round 3. So
if we didn't drop the stakes, this is a national tournament.
Oh, yeah.
So we are fighting for the chance to play at Worlds later on.
Yep. Should we do the classic, digital gate open, security shield set up?
Especially after the drop of Liberator, it's harder and harder to fight that urge to say
Oh, yeah.
And here we are, players crossing the fingers, getting ready to start some Digimon. I don't know about you. I'm really excited.
I really want to know what they're playing. That's always the big thing, because we can always see how the players are going to react, what they're going to do.
It's digital gate open.
Let's go.
You mentioned, and we're seeing a purple egg into Ukomon, so this could be more of a purple hybrid approach. It could be a machine Dramon, but here we are.
Purple hybrid, yeah.
With Koichi, purple hybrid is going to be dropping here.
We dropped, I think, a Velgramon with a Koichi's effect.
It does look like a Velgramon. A little foggy lower here. Ooh, and a Tokomon at the bottom.
Yellow Toko? Are we seeing a Mastamon play? Oh, we do see Mastamon sleeves. I think this is a Mastamon deck.
And there we are, yeah.
Dropping Mirai Mikagura right off the bat. 4 costs, so we choke at 1 memory. With Ukomon's promotion, we're going to see a flip.
A hatch, and then because of this Ukomon's ability, we gain the additional memory.
This is the one of.
Yep, that's the one of. Really just a strong engine. And here at the bottom, we'll see Gazimon. Currently, it doesn't stop a whole lot of the upper end plays of Mastamon, but any of those memory boosts will certainly be out of the picture if that Gazimon sticks around.
With purple memory boost, we're going to see Psychmon, Ginkakumon promote, Koichi Kimura, and of course a Duskmon. We're getting a Duskmon back to hand.
Yeah, that Duskmon is one that you usually want to grab while you can, because once you've seen one, you've seen them all pretty much, especially with the other Koichi's ability. It's very important to start getting that in.
Our purple hybrid player has a good, pretty well-established board right now. We got the Koichi, we've got Velger, we've got the Duskmon. That helps immensely already for the combo. So we're going to go into an Amber memory boost. We add the starter deck Gatomon.
Which is quite powerful, but a lot better when you have a rookie in the back to use it. I mean, hard playing it to get the search is always nice, but I feel like we're kind of past that point of the Digimon card game's history where playing it for 5 is a strong play.
For this Mirai, I can't remember, because it's an alt art. Is it the EX6 or the BT8?
The alt arts always throw me off with this Mirai. There's 6 different arts of Mirai, and all of them will see some play.
Yep.
So we'll pull that up here.
I kind of need to see the effects in action to know for sure, definitively which one it is.
But there's a myriad of different things that the Mirais can do. I do know, I believe with the 4 cost, we are looking at the
EX6
one.
Okay. So that's the one that we can digivolve from the trash.
There we go. It also, I believe, gives end of turn ability to DNA digivolve, which is quite powerful.
Yep.
All right, we've got a Gabumon in the back that's going to start gaining memory as well if we have the capability to see a Digimon on the other end. But with this Dustmon coming down, I think we might not see any Digimon from Eldon.
It's going to be a little brutal here because the Dustmon's going to change the color. We don't know exactly which color it was changed to. I would say probably something not purple, something not yellow. So it'll probably be like red or blue.
Red, blue, green's are not a very popular color, so maybe we wanted that one right now. But into the Velgramon. There is a chance that we changed it to purple just to delete it with Velgramon's ability and maintain the Digimon on board, but frequently you do actually want to delete your own Velgramon as the purple hybrid player to continue resetting up. So we'll see if that is the game plan here.
Go ahead. I'm also not sure if, the purple hybrid player right now, milling the deck might actually backfire in this situation because sometimes you want cards in the trash as Mastamon.
That's true.
To play them back, or at the same time tuck them into security.
Things to utilize this Tamer, or like you said, with Mastamon, you're usually looking at your trash to play cards back into your security. And Mastamon is one of the few decks that actually does have consistent Tamer removal access, which could be a difficulty for the purple hybrid player, but it does look like Philid here is quite ahead as far as the setup goes, so once they get rolling, it's kind of hard to pick away at those Tamers. They keep coming back.
So Velger deleted itself and then wiped the board.
Yes.
We trash Nidhoggmon, which gains us a memory when it's trashed from the hand via card effect.
We could even trigger the Matt Ishida here to gain another memory because a card was discarded if we want to.
Oh, yeah.
There's a world, though, where we don't want to, and I believe we're seeing that world where we pay 4 memory for this Koichi. That way we choke the opposing Mastamon player down to 1 memory. With Gazimon on board, we won't be able to utilize that memory boost, so we really are kind of just completely out of resources here.
Yep.
And that is really what the hybrid strategy will want to do.
There aren't a lot of level 3s that this deck would utilize.
Yeah, typically it's the Patamon that might get lucky and warp into a Gatomon. We saw in the discard the Tapirmon, so we can see some floodgates here and there as they're relevant.
The difficult thing right now is that there's no BT8 Mirai. That's what we need. We need the other Mirai to fully combo off into Mastamon.
Here we go. We've got 4 security left, 3 Digimon on board, and a myriad of tamers that could set up our hybrids. I think this might just be a swing out situation. There is the Gallantmon, the promo Gallantmon, which is quite spicy in a Mastamon list.
Self-delete the Mastamon because it is going to be 13,000 DP, and it does count as that body.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mastamon definitely has a good amount of damage that it can deal as well on the way up. Kazumon hitting the memory boost.
That's irony.
It's a little funny.
Yeah. Gabumon going in.
Here we're hitting the Angelmon, I believe.
We do have 4 memory here, which means that as long as you have double hybrid in hand, you can win in this situation.
Yeah, and looks like we are going to gain a little bit more memory as well off of the Cupimon. We're going to pay 2 memory to go into our hybrid, and because that is Duskmon with the Koichi under it, we are absolutely going to be utilizing another hybrid from the trash.
Yep.
So once we check this last security, as long as nothing goes horribly wrong here, I believe that is kind of open and shut here for Purple Hybrid on game 1.
We also know that the Rivals Barrage was trashed a previous turn, so they can easily delay that Rivals Barrage in order to get back the Duskmon, and then Evo over the other Koichi in order to attack for game.
Yeah, so if anything happens here, we can, like you said, just grab that back. Looks like we do have another Duskmon in hand. Last security is revealed. No Breath of the Gods coming out of the master.
No Chaos Degradation, but I don't think it matters in that situation because,
Here we just Evo. No need to fully resolve that Duskmon any further. We're swinging for game and going into that second game where now the Master player will get to choose who goes first and potentially maybe see a rookie drop a little bit earlier on.
What do you think, rookie-wise, you would run in a Mastamon deck? Because we've got Pillowmon as a floodgate.
It was quite a powerful one as well.
Yeah.
Tapirmon is the memory blocker floodgate. Is good. For sure, I'm going to gamble on Patamon.
Patamon's always a
Patamon,
good choice.
Being able to sometimes take a peek at your security, evolve into Gatomon for free. You love to have the ability to do that. So.
Salamon would be another option from BT16.
Yep, you get to fix a few things on the top.
Evo from Trash. We did not see too many level 4s, so we did see the Gatomon from EX6. We saw the starter deck Gatomon. Do you think it's possible that they could be on like the BT15 Gatomon or maybe even the BT22 Repamon?
Honestly, they could be really powerful effects because you know that you're going to be trashing your security or at least removing from and then adding back in a Mastamon deck. So I would absolutely not be surprised. And Barrier is just as strong inheritable. Repamon's really strong removal. I'd imagine we're reaching into the bag for Gatomon before we get to Repamon, but there's always the chance that it's there, you know?
I think the big thing here was we needed both Mirais established quickly, but we also did not see the CS Mirai Mikagura from the new BT22 set.
Typically, that's the way to get going.
Correct.
That's the early filtering from your hand. You pitch to draw, you set up your trash as well as can tag out into a different Mirai.
Correct. So, I mean, I think we were missing that tag out option, so now it's a matter of does this player run that Mirai?
Yeah, almost certainly. I think the question is, do they find it in his hand? And after mulliganing, it is up to fate if they're able to see here. Tokomon, we do see that Patamon, like we mentioned, BT14. We could see a pretty powerful start here. It is going to be that Gatomon, like you mentioned. We see Cupemon as one of the options for the floodgates. It's very powerful at stopping trainings, for example.
Huge.
And here now we're going to see, with all this memory given to us, 4 memory, that's going to be enough memory to set up
very generous.
A lot.
Very generous.
Psychmon in the back just to get your cycle going, so it looks like we haven't seen one of those Ukos, or we'd probably be using that here. We can spend 4 on a memory setter, or just for this Koichi that is a constant memory giver by setting up your trash. Potentially another Tamer here, just a pass.
Hard pass. Was there a way? Did they have a 5-cost card they could have just hard played, though?
I wonder. It looks like, given this situation, they might just be full of hybrids that they don't want to utilize just yet. They certainly don't have a memory booster, another Tamer that they want to play. So seeing a pass here is really tough.
It's hard. We see started at Gatomon here. So that's actually really good here because now they have to decide what to tuck back in and gain that memory off the inheritable of Patamon. And now they have 4 memory, which means they can Digivolve with that starter deck Gatomon's effect into Lady Devimon or Angelomon, and then Digivolve the other Gatomon into the other one,
Right, they
and
can
then
go
DNA.
all the way up the chain. Full Mastamon is live here. Now, there's nothing in the trash, but there is a chance here that they can set that up with maybe a Lady Devimon that pitches cards. So sometimes that is an option, as well as there are some Mastai that just look at the security. You don't have to do anything with the trash.
The big thing here is, especially, is that, you know, we've established a Mastamon play without even the need for a tamer. So I guess we're looking at a clarification right now of rulings, understanding what security was added back.
I believe you do have to shuffle the security up with the Patamon before you place the Digimon on the bottom.
Correct.
And I think they may be just correcting that right quick before we move on to the next play here. It looks like judges are handling as well. And like you mentioned,
So we're rewinding the game state a little bit. So the Gatomon going back to security.
here we see all 5 security dealt. Patamon gets a chance to take a peek into there.
3 memory from the pass.
We've just gone back in time. It's just like Wendigomon wanted. We must go back.
To the beginning.
Not all the way to the beginning, but we're putting back the card we drew for Digivolution here.
Man, now I'm just thinking about, you know, Davis being a baby. Who you calling a baby, you baby? Okay, so.
All right, rewinding all the way back to Patamon. Do we take a peek at that security? And it looks like maybe not. So that changes quite a bit of the game.
I guess the question is why?
I'm wondering if maybe there was a chance that the Gatomon wasn't in security, but perhaps Digivolve from hand? That could have been a question. It does only Digivolve from Digimon you see in the security,
Correct.
so there maybe could have been some confusion there.
Oh, okay.
That I
thought
really,
I thought the Gatomon was in the security.
I did as well, but I might have missed that.
Okay.
Interesting. They're saying Gatomon was not a valid target to evolve into Patamon. But that confuses me because I do know
Gatomon is
that,
vaccine.
Gatomon is a yellow vaccine Digimon, and that's all that Patamon really cares about. So, and that Gatomon does evolve over both yellow and purple. So I'm not sure what.
For a cost of 3.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the holdup was, but for whatever reason, not allowed here. We'll see. That certainly changes the gameplay. We looked like we were moving really fast.
Yeah.
We had a really good plan, like you'd said. We could certainly go all the way up the line, but with that being the case,
This will work too, though. This will set up your Mastamon play in the next turn. You'll probably just have to delete your Patamon first.
but if we see Velgramon pitched here, and we don't, okay, so that's a sigh of relief on the Master players. And if we saw a Velgramon pitch, that's enough memory to go to a
Wipe the
Duskmon, wipe the whole board.
Yep.
By turning the Patamon to a purple Digimon.
We
It looks
do
like-
see Loemon, though.
Yeah, and we're seeing that after the hits for Purple Hybrid, a lot of players have kind of started to utilize this other side of the engine because it's just more draw power, more ability to recycle the tamers.
The light side of the dark.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like we are forced to utilize the ability to add back from the inheritable effect, adding back potentially after this Digivolution off of the Loemon into the Kaiser Leomon. Or it looks like we're checking the
Okay, so there was a Gatomon in
Gatomon
security.
in security. Yeah, now I'm really puzzled as to why that wasn't an allowed
Yeah.
evolution here.
Could it be the lack of a tamer, perhaps?
I don't believe.
I didn't think it required a tamer. I thought...
Let's see. The text on that Patamon is
Oh, we're going into a Restordramon Superior mode.
that this is a classic, usually used as a way to finish the game.
Yeah, that's what I thought, too.
But just being able to put a big Digimon on board that has raid and is able to consistently clear whatever is present. As we've seen, there's been a lot of Digimon that have been just hard played.
Yep.
by the Mass Day player here that it makes sense to get the Arrestoromon out early.
On the bright side, we do have a Patamon now who can Digivolve into level 4. We go into the level 5.
We can look at that security once more. This time not finding anything because that Gatomon did get hit in the security. Very interesting.
Yeah. We Evo normally for 3 memory into the Gato. Oh, we need that end of turn DNA. That's the big thing here.
Right, and this is not the Mirai that gives it to you. This
Nope.
is the Mirai that will let you play out another. However, if we do get to Lady Devi here, which we do, the Mirai will be able to play out a Angelwomon without paying any costs here.
And there happens to be an Angelwomon in the trash, so we can trash a card off of the Lady Devimon's effect to add back that, and then play it via Mirai Mikagura's effect.
Absolutely. So now we are still going to be able to make a Mastamon play. We are going to be playing that same Angelwomon here.
Because of Lady Devimon's effect, whenever you play Mirai Mikagura or Angelwomon, you gain a memory.
And here the DNA Digivolution begins. This is a new Digimon, the Promo Mastamon.
Yep.
Which is quite powerful here.
And keep in mind, all the inheritable effects that you had previously are now going to be reset and available to be used again. So had our Mastamon player used Patamon's effect already, we would be able to utilize it again here.
Absolutely, to gain that memory once we, manipulate that security.
So we're going to play Lady Devi from the trash. We can add 2 level 6 or higher Digimon. We add a Mastamon.
And I believe at the end of all this, we'll be able to trash one of our opponent's security.
Yep.
Because we've DNA Digivolved, as well as potentially be doing a lot of damage by trashing some of our own security if we want to. And we're right now, by resolving that, we're utilizing the when we would be deleted by the Loamon effect to play that Tamer out from under.
Value.
And now we are trashing the top security, which looks like was memory boost. You always love to see those Digimon, those effects that proc and security be trashed when you are, on the offensive end here.
Another Patamon, we have recycled the top security at this point, so that top security could be level 4. Downside is we don't have a blocker, so ideally you would want to try and put out a blocker or some means to delete that Psychmon in order to make it so that that potential level 4 on top of security can be utilized by Patamon.
And here we have...
Oh, gross.
Rivals Barrage is going to delete the highest level Digimon here, so...
On that note, we did get spoilers for that new Mastamon, which does have Partition, which would have been really beneficial in this situation.
Absolutely would have loved to see Partition on that Mastamon if you were, on the Mastamon player's side, but it looks like we're just going to be playing the EX version of that Mirai all the way out here, sitting with just a Lady Devimon on board, but just a Lady Devimon on board is still threatening the Mastamon Ace as a potential play that you have to worry about now if you are the Purple Hybrid player.
The Purple Hybrid player does know that the Mastamon player does have a promo Mastamon in hand right now. So it's just a matter of, do they have the Ace?
Absolutely, and they will need another Angelwomon as well. That would be unknown information because we played out every Angelwomon that we've revealed and added to our hand. But that would be able to really accelerate Mastamon's game plan if they were able to proc an Ace here. Here we're fully resolving that Velgramon.
Actually, it would be problematic because depending on if the Dustmon had changed the color of Lady Devimon, your colors have to match for the Blast Evo, if I recall.
I believe for regular DNA Digivolution, yes. For Blast Evolution, you just need the names Angelwomon and Lady Devimon.
Okay.
So for that instance, we would be able to. However, it looks like no counter timing was activated. We did just delete that Lady Devimon with the ability of the Velgramon.
Unfortunate.
Moving on back. Sometimes you have to test them. You have to swing and say, do you have it?
Oh, yeah.
And here we're seeing Psychmon is going to get deleted in security here.
Do we trash a card for the memory gain? Because if we trash a card here...
We do.
Okay.
And we're trashing a rookie, so that likely means we have another one to put back to present lethal for the next turn.
They have an Uko.
Yeah, we love to pay one for Ukomon. That'll almost guarantee that we're finding...
I think I saw Calling, which means that we could Calling here to pass back the turn at 1.
And we'd add back hybrids from our trash to ensure that we have a safe way to finish this game.
Yep.
With Patamon in the back and 2 Mirais in the front, though, it is a little bit concerning. Does our 3 security hold up? I'm a little scared.
I think we're fine.
You're not giving your opponent a lot to work with. Here we're adding 2 Digimon back with our calling. We're going to gain 1 memory off of the Mirai.
And then we don't. Yeah, that's it.
Because that's the starter turn effect. Looks like we're not going to promote the Patamon, which is a little bit scary. You know your opponent has game in hand.
They know it's in security, though, because they've already seen it twice.
That's true.
So at this point, they know there's no level 4. So promoting up would not be beneficial necessarily. This will let you trigger the EX6. Oh, was that the ace? No, that was just a regular Angelomon.
No, that does make sense, because if we have an additional Digimon on board here, we're not going to be able to utilize the Mirai's ability. If we're able to keep the turn, although I don't know if we're going to be able to make it all the way back.
You're going to go into the Lady Devimon from BT11.
Looks like we're going to be pitching a card to add 1 back. There goes the additional Mirai's. Once you have 1 set up for each, you really don't need a whole lot more. Adding the Promo Mastamon back to hand.
We can play out. Okay, so we're going to recover a little bit to cushion life here. We'll gain a mem, keep turn.
Okay, we're going to be able to get right into that Promo Mastamon here. A lot of memory fixing.
We can also spin back Koichi?
And that is a big deal. Yeah, getting rid of the Koichi means that we don't have to worry about the hybrid win condition. Right? There's only 1 swing that we have to worry about, and we have 2 life left. We are absolutely going to make it through the next turn. So there was an argument on the Purple Hybrid player side of if they had access to an additional tamer, maybe to set it up instead of giving just the 1 memory. But I
one
mean,
memory wasn't bad, though.
It's not bad.
It's logical.
It makes sense. But if your opponent, if you believe your opponent can get all the way there, even with the 1 memory, you want to give yourself the best position to answer back. But even with Tamer on board here, there's still not enough damage to get all the way through, unless the case of something like an Arrestodramon or something like that Gallimon.
Might be a big hit here. And I'm sure our Purple Hybrid player also runs the promo Gallantmon.
Absolutely.
You've got 2 options to hit there, too.
That could be a way to finish this game.
Yeah.
Making sure to count the trash before we pick up this Gallimon. So after both of them checking, I think that means the Gallimon might be able to be played without keeping the turn. Now, it's only live if this Ukomon dies in security.
Correct.
Because that Gallimon only reduces cost if there is no other Digimon on your field.
So maybe the calling would have been more beneficial in this position.
To hold it. But it looks like from our inheritable, we do have blocker. We're going to just stop as much damage as we can. I believe the blocker coming from the Angelomon.
Yep.
Lady Devimon usually gives a retaliation as well.
Yes.
So here we are going to pitch the Velgramon off of our inheritable from the Cupimon, or from the Ukomon, rather. Not going to get any memory here, but we're counting the trash 1 more time just to make sure we have the reduction right. It'll be a reduction of 2 memory for every 5 cards in both players' trash for this Gallantmon that's coming out.
Yep.
So for 1 memory, here comes the Gallantmon.
On play when attacking?
Yep. On play when attacking, not once per turn. And there's a small window where you might be safe between, I believe, 7,000 and 12,000 DP. But at 13, that Mastamon is out of here. We are going to swing and hit the Patamon. Do we have the promo Gallantmon, who costs 1 less than this one? So it would be 0 cost given the amount of cards in trash.
You would have to delete the Gallantmon, but it's a small price to pay.
Yeah, absolutely. Small price to pay to get all the way to finishing the game. And still 3 security on your side as the Purple Hybrid player. So if we don't have access to it, we might just be putting more bodies on board. A Tamer might have been nice, but really a Tamer versus a Digimon doesn't make a huge difference when your opponent's Mastamon can clear either one.
Yep.
You just want to put out the guy that's going to stop all this memory gain. I think putting Gazimon out to prevent any of that is a really powerful option.
I don't think they have enough memory. They need specifically the EX6 Gatomon. I see the starter deck in the hand.
And this memory boost is not going to do anything to get you there because of that Gazimon that was played. So really, really smart to think about the win condition here. Swinging at security with this Patamon. No, swinging into the... Oh, they're swinging into the Gallantmon so that they remove the body.
Yes, they need to intentionally remove the body so that this Gatomon, when it's dropped, Now you can Digivolve from the trash because you'll gain a memory from the EX6 Mirai Mikagura. You can then utilize the other one, and that's the Blast version of that we
I
just
believe,
saw.
yeah. So what I'm wondering is, did we just promote Patamon to see what was in our security? I suppose so.
Yeah.
Making sure we know what's there so you can plan the best around everything afterwards. But Gatomon coming out, like you said, we're going to be able to Digivolve from trash. Going into this Angelomon.
When Digivolving, you will security attack -1, I believe.
I believe so. So that'll be good for staving off some of the pressure. And then utilizing the other Mirai, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. This is where we can then play a Lady Devi. Since we just Digivolved into Angelomon. So we hard play that. And now we end of turn DNA.
Afforded to us by the Mirai, the EX Mirai.
That, and we also have the starter deck Gatomon.
Yeah, both valid options here.
So we'll spin Gallantmon to the bottom, and I believe we're going to trash the top because now we know from security, that's a purple memory boost that we just trashed. From security, we have Unknown, Arrestadramon Superior Mode, and then the Gallantmon.
Yeah, so having full knowledge of your opponent's security is, or nearly full knowledge at this point, really, really nice so that you can safely go for game in some of these situations. And like you had mentioned, we added that Mastemon Ace to our hand earlier, so this Lady Devimon is threatening a Mastemon Ace play if we're trying to chip away at the security. I believe there also is still blocker on the stack here, so we're not getting very far with just this Gabumon. Going to gain a memory because there's Digimon on the opponent's side.
I think the Angelomon actually gives Alliance.
Oh, you might be right. This one does give
EX6.
Alliance, so no blocker on this board.
But we have the Ace threat. That's the big thing.
That is the big thing. Now, utilizing the Ace early here could actually come back to bite because utilizing the Ace here to put a little bit more on board just to delete this Gabumon means that any other Gallantmons that come out might be able to delete this Mastemon, become a huge memory generation on the other side. That said, this Mastemon gives the ability to play out a level 5 Digimon. So if we have another Mastemon Ace, we could continue to threaten that same play over and over again.
I think we're going to probably go into... Okay, so we are going into an Angelomon here. Everything does have blocker because of that Angelomon that was used for the Blast DNA.
And it is going to be spun back into the security here.
And this one is different in that it doesn't trash the security unless they have 5 or 4 or more.
Right.
So you get a trash down to 4. So currently it's Unknown card at the top, and then we go Arrestadramon Superior Mode, Gallantmon, followed by Psychmon.
And a very, very big board of Angels here that is going to have Alliance, a great way to clear through all of these checks pretty freely.
The Mastemon Ace, I believe, has the Lady Devimon from EX6, which provides an inheritable scapegoat, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, which means that if you want to get rid of it, it's going to be pretty difficult. And just passing on the open board means we don't have any Tamers to play, and that is going to be really tough to see. I mean, we saw it kind of a beatdown in the first game.
Oh, yeah.
The second game looked like it was gearing up for a very similar situation, but this is the thing that's powerful about Mastemon is its late game and its grind game is so incredibly potent that if you have to spend all of your juice to get them to a low security, I mean, we've already seen that the Purple Hybrid player, I think, has done 7 damage total in security checks, but the recovery and just the options defensively for Mastemon once they're all set up is really difficult to deal with.
So we delayed the memory boost in order to go up to 6. We played the Lady Devi.
That way we can alliance with this brand new body. We see one, the Unknown is a memory boost, but here it looks like we will have enough checks if we have another Mastemon in hand.
Yes.
Because we can swing here knowing that this Mastemon Ace is going to survive over the Arrestadramon. We can swing the Angelomon over the Rookie, and then if we have access to a Mastemon Ace, that's just a DNA, brand new Digimon is able to swing. The question is, do we have it?
Alternatively, does our Mastemon player run Ordinmon?
That's true. Ordinmon would be quite good here as well, just to DNA, get that last check-in, regardless, as long as we have the memory to know that that is Arrestadramon.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's Gallantmon.
Yeah, it's Gallantmon.
That's Gallantmon, but that's Gallantmon with less DP value. I think it is 12K or 11K on that Digimon.
I thought it was 12.
It might. If it's 12, then that might be difficult.
12 or 13, I thought. But at the same time, yeah, they just decided to pass the turn at 3. No tamer in the back, which means right now, Purple Hybrid does have a little bit of a setup.
Yeah, just a memory boost. Yeah, it's going to be really difficult to come back from this. You're not doing 2 damage out of nowhere in this kind of a scenario. And I think that this Mastamon on board is only 12k. I think Gallenmon might be the 12k as well, so we weren't able to engineer lethal.
I think they were scared of that first security, so rather than attacking first, or maybe they just didn't remember, you know, the order that they placed, you know, the security in. Oh, Death Xmon comes down.
Ooh, and that is going to gain a lot of memory back off of the D-Digivolution of that ace.
Yep.
Now, there is still a lot of Digimon on board. That was just essentially D-Digivolve 2. It was very cheap because of the amount that was on the board. We're going to play Louis to promote this Uko, maybe get a little bit of search going.
Yep. But nothing was deleted off the Death Xmon is the thing.
Correct. Everything's level 5, so it's all sticking around. Death Xmon is only worried about level 4 and lower Digimon when it comes to the deletion. We're going to add another Uko to hand.
Ooh.
So that means we might be able to chain some stuff here. There is only one Louis allowed.
Yep.
So we're not going to be able to chain Louis, but we will be able to tap this one to gain some memory.
Yep. Interestingly, the way the Purple Hybrid player just, you know, bottom decked to the rest of the cards, I think they only have like 8 cards left.
Yeah, they might be running low, and that is typical to see out of a Purple Hybrid player. The Velvemon's going to be trashing a whole bunch.
Oh, no. That might be it. We just saw the Ginkakumon promote added to hand.
And Ginkakumon promote is certainly not the difference maker here. It is pretty strong card to finish a game, but you need all the memory to do so, and this is far from
I don't think we have the memory.
Now, I don't believe we have any blockers live. We've got Jack Ray. That's going to be a lot of memory.
That's it.
We can swing with Yukomon. Like we said, there's no blockers, so this security is going to come through. Now, the question is, do we have another Mastamon Ace? And I don't know if we do.
I think you either... Can't you just hard slam the Ginkakumon promote here?
You can. It's just the question of, does the Mastamon Ace show up? But I think you have to go for it if you're the Purple Hybrid player, because if you don't win this turn, you're not winning the game.
Yep.
You're not... got a lot of time left. Here comes Ginkakumon promote. It has Rush. Swinging in for the final check. And it looks like no Maste Ace. That's Purple Hybrid from a very, very behind position.
Yeah.
Coming all the way back off of the back of Death Xmon.
Yes. And we haven't seen Death Xmon in quite a while, actually. That's interesting.
Yeah, a very niche tech card. There's certainly been points in the metagame where it has kind of plagued the metagame, been very present and very powerful. Definitely wanes in and out whether its usage is as relevant, but right here it was kind of the difference maker to make sure, you know, there's no blockers on board and giving you enough memory in particular, being able to just go +4 memory off of Digivolving that Ace Mastamon.
It had protection from Scapegoat, but it could not handle the actual aspect of Digivolve, which is probably the bane of most Digimon protection immunity in the game, because you have protection from DP reduction in black, you have protection from bounce, you have protection from deletion. But when it comes to like D-Digivolve, there's very few cards that can, you know, protect you.
Yeah, D-Digivolve is absolutely one of the keywords that is aged best in the Digimon card game. It is a keyword that you'll never have to worry about if you choose to play Gundam, though, and that might be what we are going to be seeing next. So we're going to throw to a quick break. We'll be back with some Gundam after this. I hope you're able to enjoy more of the card games that we're going to be seeing here at Bandai Card Games Fest. Stay tuned.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Bandai Card Games Fest in Dallas Gundam Card Game Special Stage. Hello to everyone gathered at the venue and watching live on stream. As a special segment to the Gundam Card Game Series TCG Gundam Card Game, we're excited to share a full roundup of the latest news and updates. I'm Aspira, your host for today, and with me is joined a special guest.
Hey, everybody, I'm Cosmic.
All right, so for today, the Card Fest in Dallas is finally open. Competitors, spectators, and everyone in between has come together in this celebration of card games. How are you feeling about the atmosphere, Cos?
It's really great, you know, getting to cast that first round of Gundam, watching everyone come together, and seeing an exciting game, and of course, going to be seeing even more exciting games tomorrow, but really excited to dig into some special news.
Yes,
coming up soon.
100%. There's been an exciting meta roundup with the release leading up to what is now the first official offline regional. I think a lot of players have been very excited as we get into the rounds. We're going to be showcasing a little bit more of the tournament after that. So lots up ahead. That is very exciting. Here at Dallas Card Fest, as you all may know, the first Card World Championships North American Offline Regional is taking place. Lots of different takes to the meta. We've seen a lot of things between things like blue-white blockers, which was a beta all-star, and things to come down the road. Also here at the Dallas Card Fest venue, we're offering exclusive event commemorative items for sale. First up, we're featuring Soletta and Murine from Witch of Mercury. This gorgeous set comes with a playmat and EX resource card. Next up, we have the official card sleeves. These will be two designs available, EX Space Black and EX Haro. The playmat and card set, as well as the official card sleeves, are being sold at the venue. Don't forget to check it out. If you couldn't make it today, you can still pick up these upcoming Bandai Card Fests or at regional championships, the regional finals in the North America and European regions. They'll be on sale there as well, so don't miss your chance. Now, let's take a look at the Gundam Card Game World Championships and go over how the schedule will play out. Regional qualifiers kick off in Europe and US in September as in-person offline regionals. Winners advance to their regional championships, the finals for each region. Champions from there earn an invitation to the grand final, where we'll crown the world's best.
So this is great. It's going to start these regional qualifiers, then the regional finals, and finally the grand final at the very end. And that means we'll see the first players qualify for the North America Regional Championship right here at Dallas Card Fest.
Yes, absolutely. We have an exciting tournament ahead of us. Next up, Gundam Card Game World Championships 2025-2026 Grand Final Schedule details. The World Championships 25-26 Grand Final will be held in Japan in March 2026. Champions from regional finals around the world will come together next March, where we'll crown the best in the world. Don't miss it. Now, let's move on to Gundam Card Game products and share the latest updates. But first, for anyone who hasn't started playing the Gundam Card Game yet, we'll quickly walk through the recent product news to get you up to speed. Gundam Card Game is the newest Gundam TCG, launched in July 2025. 4 starter decks and 1 booster set released simultaneously worldwide and have sparked a ton of excitement. Mobile Suit Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans joins the lineup with Iron Bloom ST05 starter deck releasing next week on Friday, September 26. And 1 month later, Mobile Suit Gundam G-Quirks will also join the game with the Clan Unity ST06 starter deck and the Dual Impact GDO2 booster set, launching together, bringing a wave of new cards. Here's the product roadmap through April.
You know, it's only been out for a short time, but I am so excited diving into this lineup and some of the new cards that are coming up and going to continue to expand on the meta. I cannot wait to get these cards in hand.
Absolutely. So with that refresher out of the way, it's time to get into these world's first Gundam Card Game announcements. Today, we're going to be revealing 5 new cards from Dual Impact GDO2 releasing on Friday, October 24th. Without further ado, let's jump into it. Our first card of the day is a blue LR, and here is the unit card, Gundam Epion.
All right, so during Link, once per turn, during your turn, when one of your units destroys an enemy unit with battle damage, set this unit as active.
It's a high-level card worthy of the rival of Mobile Suit Gundam Wing that can be useful in the late game. It's a very powerful effect that be considered an evolved version of Tallgeese. It activates even if a unit other than this one destroys an opponent, so if you use it well, you can utilize the Epion effect for a long time. This will surely recreate the overwhelming performance of the Epion from the original series and show off its incredible power.
Yeah, absolutely a huge fan of this one. With 6 attack, it's going to be able to clear those bases, get multi-attack into shields, and be a true finisher for some of the blue decks in the set. So this is one that I'm really excited about.
Yeah, first off, card looks absolutely gorgeous.
Yes.
So I think the LR cards have done a phenomenal job of being fantastic showcase of moments in the series. And I think Gundam Epion here is a wonderful, especially that combination with Zex, right? Zex has got that ability where during Link, if you're able to destroy something, you can draw a card. So now you're playing into this powerful effect without having to play the 4 for the Activate Battle on the Tallgeese LR. So now you're in a position where you can be very flexible. And it can't be understated that the fact that it gets its restand if something else is able to destroy is a big deal because it does keep your Epion super healthy.
Yeah, and of course, it's going to have a gorgeous alt-art. I cannot wait so we can see this.
So hope you're all excited here for Gundam Epion. Next up, we have a white card coming up, the Hyakushiki.
And this one has blocker, so of course you can always redirect an attack to it. And while a friendly white base is in play, this unit gains repair 1. So at the end of your turn, you'll heal that number of HP, in this case 1.
With blocker and repair, this Mobile Suit Z Gundam is a straightforward and pretty easy card to use. Its effect triggers under the same conditions as other Mobile Suit Z Gundam cards, so you can add it to that deck to unlock its full potential.
Yeah, and this is another one that we're seeing more of this repair mechanic really take a spotlight that I'm very curious to see if we'll eventually get that kind of repair wall built up that really challenges your opponent to have to overcommit plays to removing certain threats, or they're just going to get that incremental value turn over turn. And of course, what's one more blocker to have for the blue-white decks that have been taking advantage so well of those cards to date? And, you know, this might be another one. We see another archetype of the blue-white blocker package.
Yeah, especially as it leans into playing out white bases. We have some incredibly powerful white bases that already exist in the form of things like Archangel and stuff like that. And now leaning into what we could potentially be getting down the road for these white strategies, I think it'll be very interesting to see how much synergy we can get across with getting more benefits for being defensive. Like you said, white's in no shortage of blockers, so having the ability to be able to get benefits for defending ourselves and getting as much value as we can from the already powerful white bases that we have, I think will be incredibly exciting looking forward.
Yeah, really excited to see how players brew with this card in the upcoming sets.
With that said, our next card on the docket is also white. It is the pilot card Quattro Begina.
So this card can also be treated as Char Ansible, and it has the burst of adding it to your hand. And then when linked, if this is a AUG unit, draw 1. If you do, discard 1.
The ability to cycle cards from your hand provides a nice flexibility to fix up some clunky draws. If you bring out the base cards essential to the AUG strategy, thanks to this card, you'll be able to tap into its full power. Plus, just like the original series, it counts as a Char as Noble. So you can combo it with cards like Char Zaku 2 from GDO1, allowing it to work great in Xeon-based strategies.
Yeah, this is definitely what I'm excited to see as we're seeing more of these pilot cards come into play that count as Char in this case, and having multiple links that we can really lean into. It gives players so much more deck building flexibility, and then also determining how you want to really blend your deck together. You know, are we going to see more green-white strategies come online? Are we going to see other cards that just say, hey, now we have this completely new archetype? You know, the Anti-Earth package really coming together so far in this showcase that this is one I'm very excited to see what it means for future pilots. You know, this is the first time that we're really seeing this kind of come together, and I really can't wait to see the other pilots that we get from this set to see what other strategies might get boosted from set 1 and give us even more flexibility. So how about you? Are you excited to see another Char card coming into the fold here?
I mean, I'm thrilled, especially with the Xeon strategies where it often felt with the first set where the impact on Char making his way into the battle area made a big difference on what your deck was able to do consistency-wise and being able to apply pressure. So now that that's been bumped up to 8 copies,
yes,
that is huge for that deck. But the card is white, which does mean that we're going to have to rethink about the way that we go through Xeon strategies and the way we're able. But it does a lot for upping the consistency of the deck, whereas now you've got one deck that potentially has 8 of the same character pilots contending against decks that have, you know, only 4 Amuros or 4 of any other pilot. So how that's going to play out consistency-wise, I think is going to be a big deal.
Speaking of big deals, I think our next card is something special.
Absolutely. Next up, we have the official reveal of this purple LR Gundam X.
So we have Suppression, which anytime damage to shields by an attack is dealt the first 2 cards, so dealing double damage here. And then during Link, during your turn, while there are 7 or more cards in your trash, all your other Vulture units get AP +2.
This unit shines in the late game at high levels, and its suppression effect allows you to accelerate the pace of the game. And depending on the number of cards in your trash, your Vulture units will be putting a ton of pressure on your opponent's units. It looks like Vulture's deck will be a highly destructive deck that can unleash simultaneously attacks in the late game.
Now, I might have spoiled it a little bit earlier on, but I am very excited for trash-based decks, and this was the payoff that I was hinting towards. So, again, getting 7 cards in your trash is definitely going to take a little bit of setup, and we're going to be building all around the Vulture theme. So it does require a little bit of both setup and forcing yourself to build into a certain way, but that suppression mechanic is definitely going to be a game changer as we get into set 2, and just being able to double break shields in this case off one attack is going to change combat in a pretty meaningful way and have a lot of pressure put on your opponent. So I think Gundam X here is definitely going to be taking a spotlight here in the next set. So what do you think about the purple cards so far?
Yeah, they look absolutely fantastic. And I think suppression is definitely one of those abilities that allows these more, control style, slower setup style strategies to really be able to come back. It accelerates your win condition and puts you in a position where we've controlled the board, we've put ourselves in a position to be on turn 7, 8, something of the sort, and now you're in a position where I'm chipping away 2 damage at a time, making up for the fact that I wasn't applying pressure early on. So a mixture of that, the fact that we're getting the board pump, which was already very powerful when we considered the Gundam LR that was already doing the same thing, but now we're going even further beyond with a +2, I think is fantastic, massive, and very I love discard and trash-based strategies, so I'm very excited to see where the Vultures will be able to take it from there. With that said, our final reveal, we have a final purple card. It is the base card Frieden.
So, of course, we're going to help you fill up that trash, but it has burst. You get to deploy the card like we've seen from our bases so far. On deploy, you add one of your shields to your hand, and then when it's destroyed, place the top 2 cards of your deck into your trash.
While this may seem like a disadvantage, it's actually a technical card that works really well with the previous mentioned Gundam X. There are also cards that utilize the trash, such as Big Zam from GD01, so it'll be fun to think up of combos by combining it with various other strategies. And I think that's really where the notion of filling up your trash shines, is purple is in a position to be both an enabler, in which it allows other strategies to shine, getting things in the trash like Big Zam, or for Banshee mode for Marita, or alternatively being able to self-sustain itself and get these payoff strategies like we see with Gundam X.
Yeah, I'm really excited too, because we've seen quite a few cards in the more Witch from Mercury archetype that say we care about the number of command cards, for instance, in our trash. So even purple-white might have an appearance depending on how many more filtering and trash cards that we get. So I know there's been some other spoilers on the official X and Facebook page. I've been pretty interested in that strategy as well. So this one, of course, because it counts itself, that's 3 cards that are automatically going to your trash to help boost Gundam X. So I think it's definitely one that you're going to be excited to play 4 of. Helps you get to your strategy, helps with that Vulture payoff, but very curious to see, maybe some of the other action cards, the other support that we are going to see from that archetype.
Yeah, 100% thrilled, and it's one of those things where every card just kind of fills into it, whether it's useful on the board and then eventually will kind of get in the trash, and maybe with some recursion. I don't know. There's a lot of spicy things that be going on here. But with that said, those were all of our new cards. Did you have any highlights, Kaz?
Okay, I'm a little biased. Epion is going to take the spotlight for me. I love playing blue in all card games. The fact that it's a potential multi-attacker just gives you a great way to catch back up in the game. It's going to be doing a lot, and hopefully the alt art's going to be extra spicy as well. So I'm just going to continue my Gundam Wing collection of alt arts at this point. Epion's going to be a very nice addition to that.
Yeah, I absolutely love Epion, especially I very much resonate with the idea of the next level up of Tallgeese. Tallgeese is one of my favorite suits. I think Epion kind of plays really well into that next step evolution. I'm excited to see where we can play like a go big blue strategy.
Yes.
So very thrilled there, but again, I think it can't be understated how powerful chars number 5 through 8 can be in that strategy. So I think that's very impactful and will change up how we think about deck building in the future. So I think that's really where my things align right there.
Yeah, link pairing is going to go crazy in set 2.
It's going to go crazy. So with that said, we have an important announcement. The second collaboration between Gundam Card Game and a certain product line is on its way. The second Gundam Card Game and Gundam Assemble collaboration product is confirmed. Up to now, Gundam Card Game has released 4 Assemble version star decks, and we're excited to announce 2 new products arriving in February 2026. For those of you new to Gundam Assemble, here's a quick overview. Gundam Assemble is a miniature game in which you battle using approximately 5-centimeter tall Gunpla. Gundam Assemble can also be used in the Gundam Card Game battles by placing them on top of token cards. You can make Gundam Card Game battles an even more immersive experience. Now, 2 new collaboration products with Gundam Assemble will be released. However, these are different as they are not special edition starter decks. We're excited to share, for the first time worldwide, product details and photos of the new Assemble releases. Take a look. We're thrilled to announce the Premium Card Collection Gundam Assemble set, featuring Gundam Assemble units from Mobile Suit Iron-Blooded Orphans and Mobile Suit Gundam G-Quirks. Each set includes 3 Gundam Assemble figures, 14 cards across 7 types, and 1 bonus pack. The 7 included cards are themed to Iron-Blooded Orphans and G-Quirks. While the effects are carryovers from previous releases, every illustration is brand new and exclusive to this premium collection, paired with stunning, upgraded card designs. Plus, the bonus pack this time features a beautifully crafted EX-based card showcasing original pilot artwork from each series. And as a special treat today, we're revealing 2 of those bonus pack illustrations. Let's start with the artwork from Mobile Suit Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans. Take a look. These bonus pack illustrations feature Kudelia and Atra. They're limited edition designs available only in this product, so if you're a fan, we hope you'll add them to your collection. Next, let's check out the bonus pack artwork for Mobile Suit Gundam G-Quirks. These bonus pack illustrations feature Machu and Nya, both absolutely adorable. And that's all for product news for now. To recap, the Gundam Card Game Premium Card Collection Gundam Assemble sets featuring Mobile Suit Gundam, Iron-Blooded Orphans, and G-Quirks launch on February 28, 2026. We'll share more card details soon, so stay tuned. That wraps up today's announcements, and with that, we're closing the Gundam Card Game Special Stage. Cause, any highlights? What'd you think?
Yeah, I'm very excited. Anytime that we can get more alt arts, you know, bling out our decks a little bit and also come in what should be an easily accessible product and giving us a little extra flair, I'm a huge fan of it. And again, because people generally gravitate towards a playstyle or a theme like the Iron-Blooded Orphans, it's very easy for them just to acquire that product, get those alt arts, and both for collectors and players being a great product. So I haven't gotten Assemble yet, so I haven't had the time to build them and all that, but this is, I think this is going to be the one, because as people know, G-Quirks is one that I really like, and the Red Gundam making a special appearance. I'm hoping we see more of that artwork. Of course, we'll get more of the details and what alt arts we're getting in the future, but I think this is a pretty sweet product. I'm excited to see how they do this going forward, and hopefully with other titles that come out have more series like this. So I'm a fan. I like it. I'm very excited to see these illustrations.
Yeah, same thing. I think the fact of being able to express yourself via the Assemble merch line, I think, is fantastic, especially as you can choose and pick your own favorite series. The fact that we're combining that with some gorgeous illustration cards. And I can't begin to speak enough about how gorgeous the cards are, right? We've talked about the commemorative items available here on in venue, especially like the Witch from Mercury stuff. And I mean, that card, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't seen that card in person, it's absolutely gorgeous. The playmat is absolutely gorgeous. So lots of very exciting places that they're going visually in terms of the card game itself, and the fact that there are multiple facets in which we can explore the different IPs that we love. Be it main booster sets, obviously there's the Alars that look fantastic right out of the gate, but there's also the alt arts from there, as well as these premium collections, which allow people to pick and choose their favorite series and being able to fully express themselves from there. So excited to see the many facets in which players will be able to explore the Gundam card game.
Yeah, for fans all around the world, there's a lot to dive into. And again, everything from the card game and getting to the special alt arts to the Gundam Assemble sets and getting your favorite Gunpla miniatures. There's a lot of ways to interact with it, and that's something that I love. Again, going back to a long history, everyone started, or my age, started with the Wing and grew up with that. So to see it in the state it is now is really, truly something special. So I'm really excited to see what other titles will be joining us in the future. Of course, I got to give my plug again one more time for G Gundam. Hopefully we see that in the future. It'd be really cool as a small separate product like this. I think Gundam Assemble would be pretty cool for it, but we'll have to wait and see what product announcements come down the line.
Absolutely. So with that, thank you to everyone who's watched this special presentation. For the latest updates, please follow our official social media accounts, and don't go anywhere, as there's more to come at Bandai Card Games Fest in Dallas, especially with Gundam, as we feature even more tournament rounds. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Bandai Card Games Fest in Dallas 25-26. We'll soon be jumping into a round of the Gundam card game. I'm Aspira, and of course, joined with me is the fantastic Kaz. How are we feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Ready for more Gundam today. You know, we started off pretty strong, and it sounds like we have some expected decks to look forward to, but nonetheless, it's some exciting gameplay that we're about to dive into.
Yeah, 100%. We were a little bit in the skies for a little bit. I think some phenomenal reveals that we just kind of saw there, as well as some news. But now bring it back down. GDO 1 as these players fight it out to see who will be the first crowned player in the first offline regional here for the Gundam card game. We've got Pancake here on the left playing a Wing Gundam. Looks like a green-white versus Johnny here on the right playing presumably what looks to be some blue-white blockers. So two mainstays of the meta. How have you been feeling about these strategies in the first set, Kaz?
Well, for me personally, I love nothing more than going second and getting to start my turn one with overflowing affection and just getting the extra filtering. Like, that is one of my key plays that I enjoy making because it just lines up the rest of, 2, 3, and 4 from there on pretty easily. So, especially this matchup, I am traditionally someone who likes more of the greedy, go big and ramp up into some plays strategy. So Wing has been right at home for me all week long for the testing I've been doing. And then also I think blue-white just being in a good spot for extra blockers, the extra filtering. It's good for a reason, but we'll have to see how the players maybe have some tech choices that can make the matchup a little bit in their favors, or if we're just going to see more kind of stock lists from these two individuals today.
Yeah, gotta love the curve or Rizel. It is insane how just a really, really good stat line can kind of carry. And I know a lot of people have been talking about the purple reveals because they also got a Rizel of their own. So you could play blue-purple and play 8 Rizels.
Yeah.
But of course, here from Johnny's side, we do see the ever-impactful Elfrith, which is a 2/4 blocker. Doesn't line up incredibly well, but we do have the Zawart. And Zawart's #1 job, block Rizel.
Yep.
The stat line lines up incredibly well. It's just, I get rid of this one card.
Yeah, we're seeing a very familiar play going back to round 1 of our Gundam match. We're seeing the double blocker on going in turn 2 into turn 3, setting up that defensive wall early on. And as Sphere mentioned, just the stat line here welcoming Zwart to say, hey, throw it under the bus if you want to, but there could be an action window from Pancake here.
Yeah, you're calling it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so defending player does get the first chance, and then here we do see an unforeseen incident there, being able to free clear the Zawart now playing another Rizel. So we are on blue-white, so it's going to be, from the looks of it, a blue-white mirror potentially, as opposed to what we thought was the ramp strategy, just to keep everyone up on the same page. But 2 Rizels versus an Elfrith is an incredibly powerful position to be in, especially since it is so free for Rizel to be able to get rid of Elfrith, and then being at 1 is deceptively good because 1 HP forces that if they have a perfect strike Gundam or they have an AL, they might just have to be forced to bounce back and effectively heal your 1 HP unit.
Yeah, having to replay it out can seem like it's going to be sending you back too much, but getting a 4-3 back stat line back is going to feel pretty strong into some of these matchups, especially with how the blockers line up.
Yep, so here we do have, I believe that might be a choo-choos, but effectively just a low-cost vanilla. And we've seen a lot of blue-white lists pivot from being purely kind of like heavy control, very greedy lists to being much more tempo-oriented, which I think is a good place for it to be at. You have a more interaction than most decks inherently because of all your blockers, but when need be, they can just be attackers. And when need be, you can just draw cards, knowing that you have some defensive options to be able to stave off and see the next day. So that will just be a pass over to Pancake here, and we'll see what they've got lined up to... probably quite a few attacks. Is a pretty open position here.
Yeah, the couple of 4-3s again lining up well. We did see the Kira in his hand. And I get we're going to use the EX resource here to go into the pair, get ourselves a bounce and an AP reduction. There's nothing to target into on the board, but we get to swing, and that's going to be the most important thing. And this is a very threatening turn for just how much that we're able to throw at our opponent.
Interesting. I might have considered attacking with the Rizel first. I know that you want to guarantee the damage, but it's a free trade, and then you could bounce back the little unit on the board, and now you're in a position where they're completely clean. But here we do see the Corsica base be able to add a shield to hand. It is not Johnny's turn, so he will not be able to get the Tall Geese, and then we'll get the swing from the Ale here to clear out base. So Pancake has done a fantastic job of applying a lot of pressure, a lot of damage. Interesting to see how Johnny will come back from this. He does have the 1 card on board already to kind of try to start doing some board cleanup, but we'll probably need a pretty impactful link play here potentially to really see this not slip away from this player.
Yeah, the Kira coming online early is always such a insane threat to have to deal with because that constant looming threat of -2 AP and just freely getting to, well, not completely free, but easily interact with your opponent's board and get extra value turn over turn. It's a card that can really demand an answer all on its own, or it's just going to provide so much value that Pancake will be able to run away off that very early link pair. So as the Spirit mentioned, Johnny's going to have to find a couple lines here that really help us get back in the game, not only from dealing with the 4-3 body Reziels, right, but the pairing that we see, or the link pairing with the Ale and Kira.
Yep. Not sure. We see a lot of units in hand. I'm not entirely sure that we see a pilot. So we're seeing here the consideration of Corsica base or potentially white base. Corsica costing 3, and you would get 2 cards on board because there's already a Corsica base in the trash. White base, if you want to deploy a unit, it'll cost you 4. Kind of depends where we're going here. It looks like we're going to go ahead and deploy a Rezel. Still got 3 resources up, and Elfrith might be coming down. Not a phenomenal place for an Elfrith, given everything on the board. It's just like free clears it, but we got to defend what we got to defend.
Yeah, it's, again, the stat line at this point, when you're staring down 2 of the results can feel a little bit bad. You know, you can get pilots to link it up and give a little bit more HP, but speaking of just using some stat lines, it looks like that's what we're going to do just to clear out one of them.
Yep, so Banage onto the unit, trades. Still the scariest units on there, still there.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Pancakes has. And this is a huge moment where if we can get another big link play, like another Ale here would be completely backbreaking. So depending on what it looks like, we're considering between the Elfrith or the Resolve. Could just start attacking as well, but Resolve could be a good position here. Yep, looks like we're just going to dig for some cards.
Just giving us some more information is always nice. Our opponent doesn't have too scary of a board for us to have to worry about, and we have a blocker still online if we need to just save something for the next turn. But we still have our EX base resource that is fine to take a hit. It looks like we did have a extra base in Pancake's Hard to hand to look up with and line up on the next turn.
Considering on swing here.
It has a hard choice if he's going to go for, trying to bait out the Lifrith block and just, have 1 HP left on it. Curious to see what he's going to do with the extra. I didn't think I saw an extra play in his hand with the 2 energy he had left.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is the fact that this Ale Strike is going to stay healthy. So you just need a link to be able to get rid of it. The Rezel won't be enough. I mean, I guess you could double attack the Rezel and the Elfrith here, but that depends on if you're blocking or not. So the fact that Ale is staying so healthy, will be able to remain healthy, is just going to force Johnny to have to potentially dedicate the whole turn going into it, and it's not a great place to be. Well, found Johnny's Ale. Probably wish he had that in hand right now. Looks like we are just going to go with the Elfrith. Yep. And the Elfrith's huge here because right now Johnny doesn't have a clean way to deal with the Ale Strike that's on Pancake's board. And the Elfrith just poses the fact that if you don't have that Ale link to be able to deal with mine, then you're in a position where you just may not be able to, and I still have this very threatening card on the board.
Yeah, Johnny has a absolute grip of cards over there and a lot of options, but again, especially in this board state, you really want to find a very strong link play to try to come back into the game, clear up the board space a little bit, and try to swing the tempo back in your favor. But down to 2 shields is definitely a rough spot to be in, and we did see a couple bases, but on Pancake's side, he's very clearly threatening an easy way to chip through and get that base out if he were to play one.
Yep, so here we see a Unicorn, Banage going under him, going to be able to trigger the during link ability, or when linked ability to draw a card. I don't think that Vanilla is going to do much to help here, but we do have that swing that we needed. The problem here is that Elfrith, they can just block, and now you're just forced, or we could just trade. Could also just trade depending on what's Pancake's hand here. All right, looks like we'll accept the trade.
Yep, we still have ourselves a Elfrith if we want to protect it. We are going to see the links go back to hand with the effect. And again, not having a lot of resources here left to extend out our turn. So just a little bit of cleanup, potentially throw another trade here. If he is going to block, or if we're saying just a straight trade, no action, because he did have the 1 resource. And kind of resetting the board a bit, but again, we're down to the 2 shields on Johnny's side and only the 1 Elfrith, so there could be a couple link attacks to quickly swing the game back for Pancake.
Yeah, so Johnny's done a great job here of resetting the board. Unfortunately, though, Pancake has the first opportunity to really kind of extend it and establish kind of a board again that Johnny has to deal with, which is not a great position to feel in when you're already down to 2 shields.
We do have a very base-heavy hand, though, from Pancake's side, so he might actually just have to replace his own EX, get a shield just for more card selection, and go from there. But
I mean, this might sound a little wonky. Overflowing affection here to clean up the hand.
Oh, yep.
But man, I see 2 Corsica bases there. Like, all right, we trashed one. Yeah, play the
other.
play the Corsica base. Part of me was trying to maybe go a little crazy and play the Corsica base to play another Corsica base, and now your board is Tall Geese, Leo, and now you're like 4 wide, but maybe that's just me being a little too crazy.
Hey, it does fill up your board very fast. When my opponent's only had 2 shields, like, look, I'm just looking for swings at this point. We know that Johnny wants to play out a lot of blockers at this point, try to stave off last points, and you just need to go wide at that point.
Yep. See the Yongshou for no value, but that's fine. We just need the 3/3 on board and then pass. No point in swinging with the Elfrith knowing that it would just get blocked. We're better off just waiting to see maybe we top deck an Amuro to deal with the Elfrith, or just really anything that kind of applies pressure here. We do have lethal on board at the moment, assuming that there's no base or interactions. If there is a base, then we have Johnny still being in a bit of a comfortable position here. Well, not comfortable, but living position.
Yeah, living gets us another turn, and sometimes that's all you need. Especially going back to round 1, you know, there was a couple turns back and forth where it was just the one play they really needed to close out the game, and they caught a couple turns, but did finally get there. So Johnny could be making a comeback story of his own, playing out this Archangel, digging for a card, and getting to restand a blocker, but not too much that we can attack with the Elfrith.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what. So he paid the 2 instead of playing the Corsica base, which would have cost an additional 1. My projections being that maybe he was trying to draw into like an Ale pair situation to be able to start doing something about the board. But both decks, both players, very base-heavy hands. We're just in a position where Pancake was able to get that early board pressure to put Johnny in this uncomfortable position. Looks like we're considering on the Sword Strike here.
Yeah, this is, again, just trying to find some links to really help get the extra swings in would be really nice. But we're going to see some damage come across, get 2 on the base, and leave it with 3. So just trying to chip in some damage where we can.
Yep, another Alfred here. Another sword here. And it's a very tight position. So we have 2 points of interaction here for the opponent. We are completely rested out in terms of our resources. So outside of a very interesting situation with the last shield there, attacking is going to be very beneficial here for Pancake, especially if he's got a way to deal with those Elfrits before they can block.
And I'll just say, I don't think it's come up yet on stream, but just as a reminder, we are at a board limit of 6 in Gundam, so we are getting very close on Pancake side, but we do see the Unicorn into linking here, which I mentioned is just such a strong play, threatening a base crack and just giving us some extra draw, too, when we need it. So very strong setup.
And he's got the Destroy mode in hand. So this combo...
Oh, did you see it? Oh, nice.
This combo's so, like, we eat the block here, and now we're going to be able to go into the Destroy mode, get into this situation for free. So destroy the Unicorn mode, put Benage back to hand, be able to cycle, discard a card, and then replay the Benage on top of the Destroy mode here, be able to link, draw another card, attack, rest mode, clear out. So it's not the end yet, but we're in a very precarious situation here, as that will get rid of the base and last shield here.
Yeah, 2 little attacks coming through, but unless it's another base to clear it out, that is going to be the game for Pancake, winning with the blue-white, well, blue-white versus blue-white, but winning with the Unicorn flashy to end there. What a great game from both players.
Yeah, 100% here. We just kind of showed how this deck has evolved into be more of this tempo situation, right? We're going to play out some bodies that are able to apply pressure. I have blocker here and there in case I need it, which, to be fair, did allow Johnny to be able to extend his game longer than it would have without it. But we just saw here, Pancake, how being able to apply that early pressure, being able to attack. We have blockers, but man, Ale can swing, and it can apply a lot of pressure. And what's interesting is kind of the uprising we've seen of Corsica base. It's a base that people have been very high on for a while, but felt like it couldn't find a home. And turns out turning 1 card into drawing another card and playing 2 bodies is incredibly powerful, and has just been able to extend his advantage from there. And of course, we did see that absolutely wonderful combo of going into Unicorn, Benage, Destroy mode, Benage, double swing, draw 2 cards. It's hard to line up, but when you can, oh man, does it feel good.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, having all those token generators, we have the white base, we have the Corsica base, and just being able to go wide is sometimes all you need, as we just saw in that last game. So while some 1-1 or 2-2 bodies might not be all that impressive, sometimes you just need that extra attack to get those last shields and claim the victory for yourself. But I mean, we got to say it, right? Kira is just that dude. At the end of the day, like, it is just an insane pilot. I'm sure it's going to continue to be good into the next set as well. So really excited to see how just Seed overall as a theme, right, starts to shake up into these next set and see if Kira gets replaced, you know, as I guess Amuro would people would say as another great pilot, but Kira is still atop my list of just a card that provides so much value over the course of a game that unless you answer it very quickly, it can run away with the game itself, and it's just a strong combination.
Yeah, 100% in a game that is so incredibly board-centric does provide a lot of opportunities to be able to get edges on your opponent. If you have an Alfred there, well, it's blocking for nothing, and that does not feel good at all. So, of course, as a reminder of what everyone here is playing for, we are playing in a Swiss round tournament for some amazing cards and qualifications. To go through the rules and format, the number of games wins necessary is 1 best of 1 with a match time of 30 minutes, and then an extra time of 5 minutes for extra turns. As of note, when we go into day 2, we'll be in a top cut scenario where players will be playing out in best of 3. For the prizing, we've got playmats, sleeves, event packs, and more, especially as we break into the top 8, where we have this exclusive Hero Yui Top 8 Champion card.
Yeah, that Wing Gundam Zero looks absolutely sick, though, and I cannot wait to see that card in person. The texturing on that is just going to go crazy.
Yeah, it is absolutely gorgeous. I think no question at how beautifully crafted all of these cards are, from the line work to the gold foiling. Seeing them on here, they look absolutely fantastic. It does not do them justice to how gorgeous these prize cards are in person.
Yeah, a lot of that glitter foiling that they had on all the promos, we see it in the beta boxes originally, and I'm sure it's going to be on the Hero Yui and the Gundam Wing Zero here as well, but that little extra spice that they get and like the letter texturing is just so cool. I think it's a nice touch. I don't think we've seen it in other Bandai games yet, so really excited they kind of leveled up the card texture design in Gundam, and hopefully it goes to the other games as well, because it's just such a nice addition that they put on for Gundam. So love the alt arts in this game.
Absolutely, and not only the prizes, but there is also the title. This will be the first North American offline regional champion that'll grind their way through to being crowned and then put themselves in a wonderful position, or maybe target on their back, depending, for the North American finals that'll be coming down the pipeline. So lots to look forward to, lots of games to be played. You guys are going to want to keep a check on things, check on your favorite players, see how they're doing in the tournament, and see if they're going to be able to break their way into a day 2 finish. With that said, don't go anywhere. There is a lot of card gaming to come in the Bandai Card Games Fest in Dallas 25-26. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And welcome back, everybody, to more Bandai Card Games Fest 25 and 26 in Dallas. Again, I am Neighbor, joined with
DigiPanda. Hello, hello. It's great to be back.
It is really great to be back. My favorite thing about being back is we get to talk about card games, man.
I mean, Digimon for us specifically, because we love the Digimon card game.
I love the Digimon card game. There's going to be more exciting Digimon card game. Like we said, coming up, we get to figure out kind of what these players decided was the best bet at winning this national event. Like I said, this is the Digimon National Tournament, so
Yes.
I believe top 2 will qualify into Worlds coming up.
And then I believe they've already announced the second location, but that will be where we get 2 more individuals who will be getting their invitation to Worlds. We saw earlier a matchup where it was Mastamon versus Purple Hybrid. That was quite exciting to see because we don't actually typically see Mastamon in the ranks of the Digimon card game being represented that much.
Right, Mastamon is a very popular Digimon. It's definitely one where there's a lot of devout players of the deck, but usually in large numbers, don't always show up the same way as some of these others do. Like, for example, Purple Hybrid is another one that's kind of on the fringes, but you expect to see a lot more Purple Hybrid than you do Mastamon.
Yes.
Of course, Purple Hybrid was able to take the victory and move further on in the bracket. Also, might be what you would expect if you're just looking at numbers-wise,
Representations, consistency. I think with Purple Hybrid in particular, it has a lot of abilities to manipulate the colors of your Digimon or your opponent's Digimon per se, in that, if they want to Digivolve or Blast Evo, they lose that opportunity if that color changes into something that they can't do it if they don't have that special text black box for Digivolution.
Yeah, absolutely, as well as the fact that they are just so aggressive and able to piece attack after attack after attack straight into your security in such a safe way, because even if their Digimon is removed, they kind of wanted that to happen anyway so they could set up the next tamer, put it on board, and keep the pressure going. There's, of course, like we had mentioned before, earlier today, there's a few other decks that you'd expect to see. For example, the Guilmon engine is quite powerful right now, so anything running that all the way up, could it be Lord Nightmon X, could be Leviamon, could be... I've seen some Mervamon stuff.
Minerva, yeah.
Really interesting, as well as, of course, the good old classic. Who else would use Guilmon all the way up but Gallantmon? Gallantmon is a quite powerful and fan-favorite Digimon, so expect to see quite a bit of that in the field, along with Omnimon, who is just the face of Digimon for so long.
We took a walk around the competition earlier, and we noticed that at the end of round 4, there were probably about 10 players who were undefeated at that point. CS Omnimon was represented, along with seeing a few individuals who were playing this deck called Turtle Gankumon, which specializes in playing a lot of small bodies that kind of floodgate you and prevent you from basically either reducing Digivolution costs, playing Digimon by card effects, and more.
Yeah, Gankumon being another very popular Digimon, being a Royal Knight himself. A lot of the Royal Knights get a lot of love in the Digimon just franchise as a whole, but definitely in the card game as well. You get to see the Sistermons sitting around Gankumon as an additional bit of support there, making it so powerful. Gankumon X is just a beast of a card.
Yeah.
And then all the way down, it's a very interesting strategy. It kind of plays different than a lot of the other Digimon that you'll see, where the whole goal is Digivolving up and building my powerful stack. This is more of I'm going to play this guy down and get big effects.
Interestingly, you mentioned Royal Knights, and that there is a deck, a standalone deck Royal Knights, that actually looks at every member, including Omnimon X and their X Antibody counterparts. BT22 brought us a few new members in their Ace forms as well.
Yeah, like Leopardmon Ace is one that is definitely one to keep your eye on.
Looks like we got our players. I actually think this is one of my locals.
Ooh, you would love to see a local prospering at the national stage.
Yeah. This will be exciting to see.
Your players look like they are getting ready. Still looks like potentially presenting decks for cuts. Maybe mulligans still in play. For those unaware, in Digimon, it is a game that is 1 best of 3, as well as it is a game where you do have access to a mulligan. So if you don't like your initial hand, you can shuffle it all back, draw the next one, and the next one you're kind of stuck with. But you have 2 chances at drawing a good hand, and that definitely changes how decks have been constructed over time.
100%. It's a little different from Japan's format, which is a best of 1. So they have the chance to high roll more often with their games, meaning, if you see the combo that takes you to victory in game 1, doesn't matter how you get there as long as you find it immediately with consistency.
Absolutely. So there's a lot of times where there are cards that may have been limited to 1, but as long as you see them early enough, it really changes the whole pace of the game. It becomes something that snowballs. But in a best of 3 environment here, it is less likely that the one-of card that you happen to see early on decides the entire match. It's more so a slight edge.
Going first or second also can be a factor in, whether you keep that hand or not, because, say, we're in a format that's very heavy with Ukomons. That means that my opponent's probably going to choke me at 1 memory. What I want to see in my opening hand is probably going to be that level 3 rookie, followed by a level 4 that can Digivolve for 2. So then I pass back at most 1 memory up.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of the things to be thinking about as well is there might be a scenario where you're expecting to get maybe 3 memory. I know in a previous format with less Ukomons, but a lot more Tamers being dropped here and there, you can expect to have 3 memory, so you might take a hand that doesn't have a rookie in order to play that memory boost to dig force farther and find that rookie if the rest of your hand seems like it is, built and capable. We'll see what these players end up deciding is the correct way to go, shuffling up and getting set for this game. We mentioned quite a bit of the different decks that we might expect to see. One we didn't mention, Galaxy Loop, or just Galaxy in general, is another quite strong option. It really is just an infinitely deep pool of cards that you can expect to see on the periphery of the metagame right now.
And it's also great for the Digimon card game because Digimon traditionally has always been Agumon goes into Greymon, Greymon goes into Metal Greymon, Metal Greymon goes into War Greymon. But with the Digimon card game, it started off with a very flexible means of Digivolving from any Digimon you choose as long as you go 3 to 4, 4 to 5, and 5 to 6.
And now you don't even always have to go 3, 4, 5, or 6.
No,
You can
yeah.
go 3 to 4 to 4 to 5 to, wherever you want.
3 to 5 or 3 to 6.
So, yeah, sometimes straight up there. 5 to 7 is a pretty common one we see with these Liberators.
We also have 3 to 7 with the Bond of Aces.
Yeah, really scary stuff. Really scary stuff. So a lot of the time you do see really playing with that traditional Digivolution mechanic.
Looks like our players are ready.
Here we begin by
Digital
hatching.
Gate open.
And Digital Gate opening straight to a fan favorite deck in blue and green Imperial Dramon.
Ooh, strong play here. So we're going to see 2 hits. Davis Motomiya coming down, reveals top 3, adds a green and blue card. We had Imperial Dramon from the starter deck and also that Wormmon.
Really important to note that Imperial Dramon from the starter deck might mean this is more of a combo-oriented version of this Imperial Dramon because it will allow you to play out both of these level 4s from your sources and then re-DNA Digivolve right back up.
And on the other side, we have version 2.
Oh yeah, this is going to be one of the tricky decks that kind of ignores, like you mentioned, colors, kind of bouncing back and forth between whatever is most convenient for the trait, right? In this case, version 2.
And face up in security, all turns, plus 1k DP.
So we're going to have. We do see the new keyword effect here, training. That's a new keyword that a lot of players aren't that familiar with.
Yeah, it is one of the few times where you're able to activate your effect from the raising area, which we see here. That is why even though this Betamon's in the raising area is suspended to utilize that training, and then here we are searching as well. So like we're taking some of these analogs, so this might be very likely seeing that analog man a DM line all the way up to Machine Dramon.
Yes, because we do see that old analog man. That's the old one that lets you redirect attacks into your level 6 machine trait Digimon.
Right, as if I'm the opponent staring at this version 2, I might think, I'm not entirely sure what is at the end of the tunnel, but after that search, we see the analog man. I think we know exactly what we're looking for, and that is hopefully, Machine Dramon that's not going to be too difficult to deal with, but here we have on the other side, Davis and Ken drop down means that next turn we could see the entire Pile Dramon stack enter the board and do a lot of damage.
That's a big one. And our DM player, again, utilizing that training effect to add another source underneath. We tuck, and then we Digivolve into that Garurumon.
Here we go. Looks like we might be considering going up one more level to that level 5. I believe that's the Vademon.
Yeah.
Which typically, I believe, is good for de-digivolving the opponents, but here with nothing on the board, it looks like we were able to return that Tamer to hand. So Davis and Ken no longer being as prevalent. Anytime that you're going up against a Imperial player and you get to return that Tamer from the field, you're feeling pretty good. That entirely stopped Helmet's turn here and had to waste their next turn playing back that Davis and Ken.
And that gives you a time to basically go up into your level 6, which we might be seeing that Machine Dramon here momentarily.
It looks like we are training beforehand, perhaps. Oh, we're reutilizing the effect to return that tamer one more time.
That is gross. All right, so then we see Hexablaumon, but because of that Gabumon's inheritable, we have inheritable jamming, which means we don't have to worry about really DP. And one big threat right now is the fact that Imperial Dramon decks don't typically run option cards that delete or bounce. They're typically more so running, Return to the Primogenitor to maybe play back out Davis and Ken. And until that gets hit, our Imperial player might be seeing, a little bit of a tempo swing out of their favor here.
Yeah, and you can really see the reason why this DM trait might be the low end, because when you have access to tools like this Veidmon that have really easy access to removing tamers, and it looks like we're keeping the Veidmon on board, resetting up that face down inheritable so that we can continue to reutilize that effect. Helma's going to have to find something else to do than just keep playing this Davis and Ken. It looks like we're finding it here by searching with this Vmon.
Vmon adding Lydramon. I'm trying to figure out what the best strategy here is, because I feel like our DM player is just going to, chip away slowly. I guess at this point, our Imperial player is going to go a little bit wider to create multiple bodies and end of turn DNA, because that Vmon in the back can reduce its Digivolution cost if you have a Davis, correct?
Yes, and if you have any tamer, I believe we'll let you get that Digivolution reduction, as well as both of these Vmons, if they're able to stick around. Either one of them will have that end of turn DNA option. So with the guaranteed 3 memory from Davis, we could see a world where Imperial Dramon comes out. Here we are going to check that security. It looks like it is just a Stingmon, so Veidmon gets off scot-free.
But we are going to bounce to Davis, so Davis is now going to be out of the picture momentarily. And that Invisimon's going to create some value here, because we're going to reveal the top security, and that gives us a little bit more freedom.
Invisimon is going to tuck itself at the very bottom of the security, which will allow it to pop back out later on here.
At the end of opponent's turn.
End of opponent's turn, which will mean it is ready to attack on your turn, as well as setting up an ability for on play, same as its when Digivolving effect. To de-Digivolve, re-reveal that security. I love any deck. I was talking about it earlier with Galaxy. I love any deck that has the opportunity to tech in that Invisimon.
It's interesting because a lot of players, I feel like, didn't really look too intensely at EX9 as a set overall.
Yeah, it was definitely one where people took a look and said, well, there's a little bit here for puppets, and then, a little bit here for some adventure stuff that gets a little bit changed. I believe it really affected the Garuru deck.
Oh, there's the Return to the Primogenitor.
That is a very powerful security effect.
You can play the Davis, but we're also a turn too late at this point, because this Invisimon's going to attack.
Right, yeah, and at this point, knowing that the Primogenitor is there means that we are only attacking it when we know that we absolutely have game on board.
There's Gaba going in. Another Return to the Primogenitor. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
I mean, that security would have been really nice to see more early on than late.
Yeah.
So here we're seeing just an absolute showcase on Masterclass of why having easy access to tamer removal really changes the game.
Yes.
I think any extra turn there where Veidmon didn't hit the board and we were able to utilize Davis and Ken would have been just firing on all cylinders from the Imperial player's perspective. But it is so easy in this deck to refuel your face-down security cards that Veidmon can just continuously keep utilizing that ability. It's both when Digivolving and when attacking that it can return a 4-cost or less Digimon or Tamer.
And I think this is also why, in order to power creep EX9 a little bit, we got with BT22 multicolored Tamers that are 5 cost.
Yes.
So that kind of like balances and offsets it. I think in this particular situation, we wouldn't necessarily see like, if it was like Mastamon, for example, Mirai Mikagura could, stay on board if it's the one that gains you a memory and free plays your Lady Devimon or Angelomon. But a lot of Tamers today are very 4-cost and also very easy to play.
Right. I mean, Nokia is another one that's really prevalent. It's a 5-cost full-color Tamer that is very powerful in CS Omni. Veidmon won't get that. But there are also quite a few of these classic Tamers that have been used in the past and all the way up to that point that 4-cost or lower is kind of the sweet spot of where you want to be.
And I'm curious whether our DM player runs multiple Veidmons or, that was just like a single tech or, a choice for the deck in that, we're in a very Tamer-heavy format.
If I were willing to bet, based on the fact that not only is it DM all the way up, and then because we saw the Analog Man, we can expect Machine Dramon, who can Digivolve over other CS traits. It might not be only Veidmon, it might not only be Black Digimon, but I expected there to be a lot of Black level 5 Digimon in the deck because there was also the Invisimon, right? Which can't evolve over CS for any particular reason.
That does make sense.
We did see some other non-Black level 5 Digimon there, but I expect to see a large portion of that level 5 slot
because Invisimon's also blue,
We could see
blue level 5s.
that's true.
yeah.
And as long as they're CS trait, Machine Dramon doesn't mind too much either.
Yep.
So probably something that you're looking at in your
not
toolbox.
CS, DM trait.
Oh, sorry, DM.
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
correct.
yeah, DM.
Yeah, CS is the other very powerful trait that's come out recently.
Which came out the following set.
The
Yeah,
following
yeah.
set.
So we see, the Sunogo Nagabu and then Analog Youth. That takes me back to that game.
Oh, yeah. It really does feel like you are playing like Digimon World 3
Yes.
all the way back in the day.
Yeah.
And here we see, hopefully early enough,
Yes.
we've got Stingmon in the back, we have Davis and Ken, but there's 3 memory here, which means there is enough to evo to a 4 and potentially
Yeah.
hit that Vademon. However, the question is,
Training
do
time.
we have it? We're training
Training.
here. We're gaining a memory going back up to 2.
We draw, and now I see a machine, I think, in the hand, but
The machine is 1 step further. We're going to potentially be finding what we need.
that's meat, right?
That's
the
meat.
alt art, yeah. Previously, probably our shortest card in the game, now replaced with the newest released, or revealed, K.
K, yeah. Just 1 letter.
Yeah, one letter.
And it looks like we didn't see, very importantly, we
Didn't.
didn't see the Vademon, which means still leaving in the back. We're missing perhaps our level 5 or perhaps our
Pile-
Paildemon or XV.
Yeah, XV. Or,
Either could be
yeah.
missing. We have not yet promoted, but we're playing a second Davis and Ken and leaving at 1 memory, which means it's going to be much more difficult for Koi here to remove both of these Davis Ken and
Yes.
prevent Helmet from being able to go into an Imperial Dramon play.
We see, is that Betamon or Madoki Betamon?
I believe that's a Betamon, but it could be a Madoki Betamon. He looks quite tasty.
Subspecies. We do the training. Tuck. I think we're training again with the Garurumon.
Effective analog.
And then trigger analog. We'll gain a memory and draw a card. I think we're just digging right now.
Absolutely. It looks like, I mean, like you said, we have the Machine Dramon. We might be missing the 5. We couldn't see the Vademon here. But it looks like
Oh, I see a Vademon.
we are potentially digivolving, but explaining all of our effects as we go in. Because of these face downs, we're going to reduce the digivolution into this Vademon. And it is already suspended, so we're only going to be able to return 1 of them. It is not a once per turn effect when when attacking to return one of those 4 cost or less, but
Yep.
because we're already suspended, we're not doing too much attacking.
I don't think there's a way we can unsuspend in this deck.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. We did trash the Mega Dramon off the training, which isn't terrible per se. And we do train with the, is that a Lek? I can't tell for sure.
And it sure is a yellow Digimon, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. And then we play another Analog Youth.
We're setting up pretty heavy. We still have Davis and Ken. We have an opportunity to find what we need here. We're promoting the Stingmon, which bodes well for Helmet here. It looks like we do get both a Davis and an XVmon.
Yep, and that's what they needed. They can probably start the entire combo here. This will be interesting because if we can find the right Paildrum, we could probably strip all the sources under 1 Digimon here.
Yeah, but it looks like from this hand, they might be missing the Paildramon, hoping to draw it off of this Digivolution, and if we don't see it, we could really be in a bad place.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we still have another chance. If
End of
we
turn.
find it off of this search, we could end up to DNA.
Yep.
And we could gain back 3 memory off of that Digivolution, but it looks like it's just
No.
Davis Ken as well as a Stingmon not activating our end of turn DNA Digivolution, and this board is just ripe to be picked apart.
Yep. Vmon is going to get bounced back to the hand, and then we're also going to see probably the Vademon at this point spin back the Davis and Ken to hand.
Right. If the Davis and Ken is gone, I mean, the XVmon currently is the Digimon that was played by the Davis Ken effect, so that would be returned to the hand.
Oh, that's true.
At the end of the turn. But both of these are low-level Digimon. They are not particularly resilient to removal, and there's a lot of face-down cards for this V2 player.
Digivolve for a cost of 1 into
Evo
Kabuterin.
here for 1 into a Kabuterimon. And I believe this has inheritable piercing, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, all of the version 2 cards really work together with those inheritables and being able to build this kind of wacky stack. It's not a traditional up the line.
It's also not traditional to be like color or specific like, you know, name Digimon. Like oh, your Coral can go into an Agumon regardless of color. It's more so we're looking for specific traits here. Oh, so Metal Greymon coming down here deletes a bunch of Digimon that add up to a total of 7,000 DP.
That's let me tell you, there wasn't a lot of DP available from it at those.
Let me rephrase. 7,000 DP plus an amount equal to the number of face downs you have in the sources.
And like we were saying, there is oodles of sources.
Oh, yeah.
The entire board for Helmet has been completely cleaned out. And here we are just going for these safe checks into a Stingmon, not much else to worry about.
We add the bottom, and then we add that to the bottom of security. I love these types of option cards, by the way.
Some of the coolest designed cards in recent history, being able to set up something specific so that you know your last check will
Jedi's
turn out
House.
a certain way. Island of Adventure.
Yes.
Really cool to set up the top as well.
Yep.
Really, really interesting stuff that we get to play with our security in this manner now.
So in the back, we just simply Digivolved into Stingmon. There's not a lot we can do. I mean, is resetting the Davis and Ken here better value, or do you think going the Stingmon round, choking at one, is the best play?
I mean, setting Davis and Ken just means Vademon can attack and remove it once more. So
That's
I think
true.
you kind of just have to hope you make it to the next turn here with what's live. Because with this particular setup in the back with Stingmon, it has end of turn DNA as an inheritable. You might be able to make a Pyldramon play to stun the board. That said, another thing that makes this matchup really difficult is without Davis and Ken already out, it's not easy to strip some of these sources, and Pyldramon won't even stun the whole board if they have a bunch of sources under them. So
I think at this point, DM's just going to Digivolve into Machine Dramon.
yeah,
And
they have
then-
plenty of memory for it.
And then they'll get Security Attack +1 because of that Metal Greymon. They can check 2 Security, hit with the yellow Digimon, and then Vademon for game.
Yeah, they absolutely have enough on board here. Looks like we are tucking another copy.
Oh, goodness.
Look at all of the Digimon cards in this Digivolution source.
Oh,
That is
yeah.
a big old Digimon.
Oh, yeah.
And this is the reason the Machine Dramon is always the big bad villain in the games and in
Yeah,
media in general.
yeah.
Is because when this guy comes down, you know the game is absolutely over.
3 Security in one go. So, yeah, that's it. Vademon for game.
Yeah, absolutely. Swinging out there. It looks like on the Pyldramon side, not able to get anything going, and mostly because of the potent power of Vademon being able to reset those setup cards. There was one turn in particular that we maybe had a chance to get
Yes.
to Pyldramon,
Yes.
but not finding it off of our searches. We went through maybe 25, 30 cards in our deck before not being able to find that Pyldramon. That's really unfortunate. Yep.
Overall, like, I think a lot of players had been underestimating how DM Machine Dramon works. I mean, myself included. Like,
Yeah, I'll fully admit.
yeah, but like I'm seeing right now how potent the deck is in like actually like on this stream. It's really good.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems like the deck, because it is built the way that it is, it gives you an option to kind of toolbox your level 5s, your level 4s, however you need to best countermeasure whatever is going on in the metagame. And I think being able to attack Tamers or just Digimon that are on board, because Vademon returning to hand means we're not deleting things. So if you have something like a Growl X that is just sitting there, of course, Growl X is, you know, outside of that 4-cost or lower restriction, but stuff like that that will kind of float whenever it's deleted. You don't have to worry about any of that with Vademon. So pretty potent.
I think out of all the plays that we saw, I definitely liked the Invisimon play. And as we discussed earlier, we were talking about, you know, the level 5s that could be in this deck. We saw Vademon, we saw Metal Greymon, we saw Megadramon. Those are probably the best cyborg type and black colored Digimon.
And just look at the efficiency here of consistently removing every setup piece that Helmet had access to. We almost never got to see like a full Pyldramon line even come close to being assembled.
Yeah, and the thing about Imperial Dramon is you're typically trying to find, you know, your main combo pieces to build into that DNA sequence, to go into Imperial Dramon, to unsuspend, and then, you know, attack again. But we just didn't see that here. And I think it ultimately came down to the lack of those Tamers staying on board. And until Davis and Ken could be there to assist, Beamon and Wormmon were just simply, you know, waiting for their friends.
They were just hanging out, and, you know, I think hopefully everybody at home will continue to hang out as well. We're going to be cutting to a break soon, and then after that, I believe will be some One Piece to you know, sate some more of the card game fire that you have inside.
Yeah. Whoops.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Bandai Card Games Fest here in Dallas, Texas. Doey here along with Orange Samurai, and finally it's time for some One Piece. We've been waiting all day for this. We've been jamming some games backstage here and all that, keeping an eye on the tournament as best we can, but it is time to get some One Piece on the stream.
Yeah, I can't wait for this.
Yeah.
I browsed a little bit around the Swiss table, see how it's going. A lot of notable players are still in it, in the race for the top 32 cut tomorrow here. And I saw Jackson was X1 last time I checked.
Nice.
We'll be featuring on the feature match right now, Nicky Goldman, who was once upon a time one of the best red-green law players in the game. And now he's playing Green Zoro. So that's something interesting. Really strong leader and quite possibly very future-proof.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We've got a Zoro versus Smoker matchup coming in, which is, I feel like there's still these like diehard Smoker players, which are I don't want to go to Lucci. Smoker is my, well, I guess it's probably not the black Smoker. It's probably the.
It is the red-green.
Red-green. Yeah, a little bit newer Smoker. But there are, my point stands. There are still some diehard black Smoker players.
Yeah, so that's
right.
But
most people have moved to Lucci, I suppose. But either way, we've got Smoker versus Zoro. Should be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, it's two aggro decks here, and we have the versatility of red and green with the Smoker and the Punkcaster package. So it gets the Punkcaster characters with like the Sanji, that's really strong. It could play Monet. It also has the Mole Pistol too, which is really good. And then we're showing off some of our rules.
So here is the format. Pretty familiar if you're familiar with the One Piece card game tournament format. 30 minutes, 5 minutes extra if you need it. And then we got a bunch of prizes, obviously, playmat Steve's event packs, boxes, and more. So a lot you can win today, and it should be good. But I'm excited about a more aggressive matchup, right? I think the new Green Zoro is a deck that a ton of people are gravitating to. It's got so many tricks to it. Every time I see it, I'm just like, he gets how many attacks?
Yes.
And then the event gives him another attack. I'm like, seriously? But the red-green Smoker deck is a very interesting take on it, right? I feel there's a lot of, there's a good amount of nuance in Zoro as well, but I feel like there's a pretty high amount of nuance in the red-green Smoker as well. But we're looking at some of the prizing specifically now. We've got that great champion playmat, and then that epic Roronoa Zoro trophy card too.
That card looks magnificent. It is by a very famous artist, Akira Egawa, who's also done several other One Piece cards, like our Monkey D. Luffy from set 1 OP01. And that playmat is beautiful too. The artist that made this playmat actually also made the one for the World Championship last time. So, fantastic art.
Oh, okay. And we're receiving word that there's going to be a little bit of delay for the game start. One of the players has to re-sleeve their deck, apparently. The judges were not super thrilled with, apparently, the state of the sleeve. Sometimes that happens, right?
Yeah, no,
where
for
you've had the same deck you've been practicing with for a long time, and the sleeves just get a little bit too banged up, and, a judge notices that and makes you re-sleeve it. It does happen.
And through the tournament, it's always pressure points, and you just pinching the cards, and it's misleading marks, perhaps. You never know. It's
Sleeve
also wear and tear.
or something.
Yes, it happens.
Happens to the best of us. So let's talk a little bit more about the decks here. So obviously, I feel like Green Zoro is a deck that a lot of people are very familiar with right now. But Nicky on the green-red Smoker, kind of in his element in those colors, isn't he?
Yeah. No, Nicky's on the Zoro.
Oh, Nicky's on Zoro. Okay, never mind.
Yes.
In his element on Zoro.
Yeah, he's green player, so it's really strong. The ability to have, the restand and swing out by the leader effect and be at the event is huge, because you're also controlling the board and being aggressive on live. So.
Yeah, exactly, being able to handle both is kind of the best.
Yeah, and then we have the Mihawk too, which is huge. That Mihawk blocker, and you restand Dawn also, which gives you the ability to play out other events, or your Cavendish to get more Dawn back.
That's right. I want to talk about the Smoker side of things, though. On the red-green side. So tell us about a little bit of the nuance with that list.
That one, it feels like if you had seen the original X-Ray from the starter decks, that one gave you that boost. So that Smoker has a similar mentality where it's giving you a boost if you're the Navy package or the, Archetype or the Punkcaster package. And then having that bonus, that ability to have an early game with the Sanji or the Monet, or also get into mid-game, play all of the generic good stuff green cards like Cavendish, Carrot, and then you get to mid-game with that Tashigi that has the Banish, and that can use cripple your life because you don't get it in your hand.
And the Punk Hazard Sanji specifically has become kind of like a staple of red, right? We see it in the Rayleigh decks as well, and it's just one of those things where you just get so much numbers for the value.
I don't like that card. Yeah, because they played on Shanks, and it made the early game for Shanks a nightmare to me.
Hey, Shanks needed it, all right?
Yeah, no, it definitely boosted it a lot, but like, you know, it's still up there. Shank's still very playable. It's a very good deck, and I saw it in Japan events as well. It's a good play, so favorite, you know.
Yeah, a little bit less bricky than it was for a while, but I think right now, obviously, the Sanji premier usage in the new Rayleigh list.
Yes, no.
In the played out with the Luffy is
correct. Yeah, and it's a very strong card because it's a deterrent that you don't want to get rid of it because you don't want to give it that draw.
I'll be honest, I haven't seen like a red-green smoker too often. Like every once in a while, we'll see one show up at a local, but it hasn't been one of the decks that people are talking about as being at the top of the metagame right now. You know.
Yeah.
And that said, it still is a strong leader. It still is a strong list. It had its time to shine a couple sets ago. But it doesn't surprise me too much that here, especially on day one of a tournament, we're going to see it pop up now and then.
Yeah, it is a very serviceable leader, very strong, green package, red cards, and it can take someone by surprise because a lot of the times it is a best of one. So if you're not prepared for that matchup, you could potentially lose just because you didn't know how to react to it.
For sure. And sometimes the Zoro does get a little bit slower of a start, and a lot of times the units that they're playing, or the characters that they're playing early on, are a lot about handling the opponent's side of the board as much as they are about putting on early pressure. Usually the pressure comes from the Zoro swing on board and the Zoro swing on life, right? And so against a smoker, that can create kind of some tricky situations. Although to be honest, I'm not like super familiar with this matchup in particular. I've seen a lot of Zoro matchups, a green Zoro, but like green Zoro specifically into green red smoker is a little bit interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. We don't, the red-green smoker is not quite as played, so it is a surprise factor that I'm seeing it. I believe they're undefeated, so 7 rounds in, and red-green smoker is still at it. That's pretty good.
I'm excited to see what is all in that list, right? But I feel like we just need to talk about the metagame in general right now because we haven't really gotten to talk about One Piece on stream yet today. And since we've got a little bit of extra time because of the re-sleeving situation, let's just talk about it, right? So. You've been walking around a little bit. We knew coming into it, we probably see a lot of what I would call the big four, right? Which is the 2 green decks, Zoro and Bonnie. Then we've got the purple, blue Luffy, of course. And then we also have the red Rayleigh, which is I would say, rounds out the 4, I'm going to guess, most commonly represented decks in the tournament. But it is a very, very wide meta in general. Does that seem to track with what you saw, those 4, plus a good amount of other things? What did you notice?
Yeah, no, I saw it's a nice split between all of these decks. It is not quite as blue-purple Luffy represented like it was before the ban list update that we had, where they banned the pairing of Linling and Katakuri as well.
Sure, yeah.
So more chances for Bonnie to come up. Like, say, in a previous regional, we had the same amount of Bonnies as we did blue-purple Luffys. So now we're going to head on over back to Nikki, playing his Zoro deck.
Yep, that's right. And so it looks like the players are shuffling up. So I would assume everything is re-sleeved and we are all ready to go. And yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one. Going back to the UP Luffy for a second, as we kind of wait for the players to get started, that's a deck that a lot of people kind of, had that knee-jerk reaction to just write off after the ban, the specific cards not being able to be played with that leader anymore. But people found some pretty good replacements. And, now we're starting to see it come back in a big way.
Yes.
Yeah.
So historically, every leader that has been affected by a ban list has comically come back even stronger than before, which I don't know how it happens.
Well, but, let's not get ahead of ourselves because Sakazuki just came back, and I wouldn't say he's stronger than ever before, but
no, him is a little bit different. Yeah,
you, though.
I don't know for sure.
Okay, it looks like we are getting the game started here. All right, awesome. It is time to go. Okay, so we got Roronoa Zoro being played by Nikki on the left, and then Emrolas playing Smoker, the red-green variety, the newer one, on the right side of the screen, and there's a Perona Searcher for Nikki to start things off.
Yeah, the Slash package has been vastly improved from OP12. There's so many great cards that are green and Slash-oriented, like Koshiro. We have Perona. We have our Mihawk as well.
Yeah.
So it has made green really strong to the point where not only Zoro gets benefits from this, also Bonnie does too.
Absolutely, yeah. All right.
Oh, if you.
Oh, wow! It's the flourish.
We're starting off here.
I was, Nikki with the epic, intimidation spin, is what we can call that. Yeah.
And we're going with a 5K attack with
why
Perona.
not?
Interesting.
Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry, I apologize. I do see that they're playing Ben Beckman, so that's interesting to have. That's usually a more Shanks card.
I think Ben Beckman, though, is nice in this meta because you're going to be playing a slower game plan overall, I feel like, with the Smoker than, with the Zoro specifically. And I think with the kind of burden on having like decent removal from hand right now, I think Beckman is good. And there's that Sanji coming out early that we talked about earlier. That's a nice alt art with that, but that's one that becomes 6K on your turn. Only costs 3 though, so you get, like I said, that great power out of the less Dawn committed.
Yeah, and if you look carefully, actually, on the side of Emerolus here, you'll see that he is flexing here with his World Championship sleeves of the Egghead Luffy. Beautiful E-sleeves. That whole setup that they had for Worlds last time was really good. The playmat, the Dawn, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we should mention the synergy, too, between the Smoker and the Sanji, too, is that on your turn it does become 7K because it is that punk hazard. So just having that extra little buff for it, too. And then, being able to stand up to Dawn as well. Not bad.
Yeah. Basically, you see that we had Zoro on the going first. So, yeah, it'd be a little awkward to see Mihawk come out at Uneven Dawn. But there's so you can play the restand event at 3, so that's really good. I didn't quite catch what he searched out with Verona to Shigi, and that is a strong 5-cost here because he can just rest out and give rest of Dawn. Makes it huge.
And here's one of the drawbacks, obviously, of that Sanji is that it's only a measly 3K on your turn, and so that's almost like custom made for Zoro, this new Zoro leader to take advantage of, and that it's very easy to swing into it. Goes for the 8K swing and then the 8K to life. And already Emerola's down to just 2 life. It is going to be a fast and furious game, and a lot of the power from this Smoker deck comes in the later part of the mid game too. So you want to get to the point where you can play some of that bigger stuff, and it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and we're going back to the Sanji over here and doing the Mole Pistol to get rid of that Koshi here. So we're like even out the playfield, but being a 4-life leader is tough playing against Zoro because Zoro can just restand and hit you again.
I don't want to say it's like a 5-life leader meta, but it certainly feels like there's a lot of strength in the 5-life leaders specifically right now in the Zoro, the Bonnie, the Rayleigh, you do give a lot up in just having that 1 less life sometimes when you're playing these multicolored leaders.
Yeah, it really depends because a lot of the times on the first life that you take, you would want to just take it just to scout out, get information, get an extra card in hand because it could be a 2K, it could be an event that you need, the out that you didn't get when you mulligan, right?
Right. Yeah, we'll see. It's taking a long time to figure out the search here, and this is a pretty crucial, I should say, search at this point in the game. Is he going to find potentially another Tashigi to do the same thing we saw last time around, be able to rest that Sanji? Yeah, there it is. Yeah. I thought I saw it. I thought I saw it in the search, so I was like, oh, it's probably going to be the pick, but let's wait to see what Nikki decides, and he decides to go with that Tashigi.
Yeah.
Now the question is, will that be played out right away? I think, unquestionably. I never want to get ahead of the players here, but yeah, I think that's a pretty good play. She lets you attach the 3 Dawn to Zoro too, which just, again, everything.
Huge.
The thing with this green Zoro deck is everything just operates so smoothly. When you see it in action, when you're playing it, it just feels like such a polished deck, despite being one of the newer leaders and lists in the game.
Well, yeah, he is one of the highlighted leaders on the set of Legacy of the Master as well. And it is one of the Straw Hats.
Yeah.
They got to give him that, Straw Hat diff boost,
Yep, exactly, yeah. Okay, what else do we have done? We got the Hiyori. All right.
Hiyori.
That's right.
So much search.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of both him and Rayleigh just like have so much good search going on.
And just protection, too, from the Koshiro as well.
Yep.
And, yeah, it can get crazy when you have more than one on board because it can protect each other.
Yeah, if you get the Koshiro, too, that is quite nice to protect the Tashigi specifically.
Yeah, surprisingly, we haven't seen many big bodies on the Zoro side besides just Tashigi back-to-back. But, it's still pretty good because you can always pop in with a Perona. Because you never know. Sometimes you can just use the little weenie characters to go for a 5 or big and take that life.
Yeah.
Oh, and there we go, Mihawk.
Yeah, okay. Yep. And so what'll it be with all this Dawn that got restanded then? Gives you back 4. And that's going to be...
Oh.
All right.
That is tough. Another setback.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, you kind of have to accept that the Tashigis are generally only going to live for 1 turn anyway. If they live more than that, it's kind of a bonus. And where... The main thing you want that Tashigi for is to get the rest, right? To set up the Zoro hit on board and then the hit into life with a lot of Dawn attached. And, if you can do that much, you're kind of like okay with the Tashigi going out. Obviously, it'd be nice if you could save it, but you do what you can do, right?
Yeah, and then at least because the math that has been given out with the Dawn for Sorrow, it is 8, and that's magically the number that Mihawk will block and easily counter off and survive. So not much you can do with Perona and the Hiyori, so the only ballot attacker is our leader Sorrow.
Yeah, Kujaku for the search there. And it looks like he's going to grab the Rocinante. That is the 3-cost blocker one.
Yep, another way of protection here, so that way it is basically, if there's any chance to get rid of Mihawk, this will protect it.
That's right. All right, and so back over to Nikki's side of things here. Just a brilliant player to talk to as well. Had him on my show once, and just like getting to pick this guy's brain is just a pleasure because he knows so much about just the ins and outs of the fundamentals of One Piece.
Yes, for sure. And he's, mastered every set, every format.
Of course.
He's done great all around. Mostly, as you almost seen back in the beginning of the game with Red Green Law, one of the best players in the world for that deck.
Yeah.
But Sorrow is such a great deck, and he's a great pilot, so it's meshing really well with him right now. 6-0.
I would say so. So now with 1 life remaining over on the smoker side of things, the question kind of starts to become, all right, how do I start to think about, maybe getting the finish? Does he have... is he going to stock up on trying to find a dead man's game or something like that to handle the blockers? He's going to try to find the event to restand, just try to get that extra attack in.
Yeah, no, if Nikki does get into finding the way to restand the Sorrow leader, it will be really difficult for Emeraldas to get out of it. That he has 1 life, only 1 blocker.
So.
Yeah, so it's definitely a tough spot, and Sorrow right now is currently in his game.
Yeah, it's a lot to think about. And we don't have perfect knowledge of what that hand is, but we're seeing a lot of thoughts, I think, go into, I wonder if he's thinking about ending here. Because there's that big blocker on the other side. I mean, that's, you have ways to deal with blockers in this deck that's better than a lot of them, but going to go for the search first? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
So still looking for the right pieces. I think maybe still looking theoretically for the Luffy is the man will become king of the pirates, the restand event.
Yeah, and then Rolas with a sizable hand still, a lot of counter that could potentially be used.
Yeah.
He does have 1 up that he can use. And then, only having Sorrow as an attacker is not too terribly scary for now.
Well,
You have Mihawk too, so.
Yep. We haven't seen like any Cavendish yet this game, any carrots. Okay, there it is. So he does find the event. I think that's what he was kind of looking for.
Yeah,
first and foremost here.
For sure. Potentially 3 attacks, the board, the leader, and the restand. Pretty strong.
Yeah. So what's the game plan here? Yeah, going for the big swing. All right, and we know the Mihawk is there.
Potentially could he bait out the block so he can...
But then, I mean, with the leader, you just get to restand him again,
Exactly.
It's a tough position for Emeraldas to be in right now.
Yeah,
with that smoker, and he's going to just take the life. And he knows the event is in hand, too, but you got to do what you can do. And he's got a big hand himself, so...
Oof, that is tough. Yeah, I guess he didn't want to take it because that would proc the effect of a Sorrow leader. So...
It would. And he's like, all right, well, I know you've got the event. You have to tap out to use it. I've got a huge hand. I've also got the blocker, too, so, Yeah, it's... See if he goes for it. Turn sideways. Yeah, he's going to go for it. All right.
Ooh.
Yeah, attacking in. Big amount of counter from hand, and that's going to keep him alive. So I think Nikki's happy with that. I think, you can see that coming with the hand size over on Emeraldus' side of the board. And so, again, not looking to end this turn with that. I forgot initially that smoker blocker was out there. I just missed it when I first started looking to end, but maybe the next one here. We'll see.
Yeah, no, there's so many resources on Nikki's side right now. He has bodies he could potentially just give more done to, but just restanding is good enough as it is. He's got to clear that Mihawk blocker. That's the last thing impeding him from going at it.
All right. Attacking into the Hiyori. Searchers, clearing searchers. Nikki thinking about it a little bit, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 0 attack, so.
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he does protect it. I think that's totally reasonable at this point. I mean, especially where... you just used one of your restand events. You're going to want a chance to search for something else.
Oh, yeah.
Again, the next turn. And it's just such a small commitment from hand, but...
Yeah, normally searchers that rest are like the weenie blockers because it is pivotal that you go get rid of them. Like a Bonnie searcher from the first starter decks, you want to get rid of that. You want to get rid of Baby 5. You want to get rid of this Hiyori here. And keeping it alive is very plus for Nikki here.
I think Nikki's definitely more than okay taking that.
Yeah.
Ooh, going to go in With the Mihawk as well.
And to last life.
Yeah, okay. All right, another Mihawk. Had another one from hand. Gets the 4 Dawn back again.
Yeah, so I still got to block
And
her
the
up.
2 from the leader as well. Okay, there's a Rocinante.
Oh.
Double Rocinante. That is 4 blockers on the board right now for Emeraldas. And now, how in the world do you get through this?
That is tough. That
If
changes
you're
the game.
Nikki, yeah, that is interesting because you know, a Dead Man's Game can rest 2 characters, but there's 4 of those out there. I mean, 1 is already rested, so 3 blockers to worry about. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying it's going to be very tricky.
Yeah, potentially not happening this turn. It might need another setup turn to happen, but it's tough because you have 1 life as Zoro right now.
Yeah.
We are.
What a wild chain of events in this game right now. Because that's the Rocinante blocker as well that can become active again on your opponent's attack too. So you've got that little extra bit of flexibility with it.
This is a tricky situation on how I think Nikki will want to end here, but there is a lot going on in the way of that.
It's going to be very difficult.
Yeah.
I didn't see what he grabbed off the Hiyori.
Yes, it
You
was
catch it.
Wasn't it the Dead Man's Game?
Possibly. I just looked away
saw-
for a moment.
Yeah, I saw the bordering of an event. It could have been that.
I mean, I think it's a very important one to pick up right now.
Yep.
The tricky thing is again, you know, the Rocinante specifically, if I remember right.
It's a protector one.
It's a yeah. I mean, set this character as active on attack. So.
Oh, it was Zero cost, I believe, from the looks. Oh, no. It was Dead Man's Game.
Sure, yeah. So you've got kind of an interesting interaction there as well. So let's see how Nikki navigates this one.
Yeah.
It's the type of turn that I'd be sitting across the table just with my head spinning, right? 8K going in. And Emerald's deciding how to respond here. Again, he is at 0 life right now.
Very tough.
So, yeah.
Whatever you can do to avoid making contact with the character. Yeah, but he just blocked off with that.
Yep, that's right. So throwing 1 block out.
2 blockers left.
And according to you, I'm not going to put you on the spot, but he seems to have the Dead Man's Game in hand. So.
Yes, it is a screen that we're looking into, so definitely I do believe that's what he picked off from the Hiyori.
Right.
So we can see, and it is.
We can good one to pick up. He does pick up the Mihawk here, too. Ooh. Hello, Hody Jones. All right. Things are getting very interesting here.
Yes.
All right. You get some Dawn back, yeah, and then is going to attack into a Smoker now. 7K swing.
What will Nikki do?
He's got a gigantic hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got some 2Ks there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And going to go, 2K. Yeah.
Yeah, Tashigi and.
Or 2K, 1K.
Yeah, 2K, 1K.
Yeah. I was an art major, so never expect me to get any math right ever. Just
No
doesn't
worries.
happen.
I feel you on that.
That's my excuse anyway. Hody swinging in.
Yeah. That's potentially an R2 2Ks. Are we going to see him? Yeah, the having the Hody swing, the Mihawk swing could spell a disaster here for Nikki because the hand keeps getting smaller and smaller. But yeah, we'll see what he plays out and counters out.
I mean, if he can weather the storm too, just dealing with a double Mihawk on the other side and the Rocinante is really strong. Takes the life. Ooh, boy. All right. And he's going to go for the extra swing, with the Rocinante, which, like, why not? Again, it can become active again. Yeah, that gets countered out of. Here's the swing with the Mihawk going in for 9, it looks like.
9 9s.
Yeah, or it would be, be 9, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, so that's
not a Punk Hazard character. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What will he drop? 3 cards.
Yep, you got to. That hand size is dropping fast. And, yeah, here comes another 9.
Cost.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, that's going to be it. So what a chain of events to finish that game. It is going to be Emeraldas ending up taking it with the red-green Smoker. Wow. That was such a comeback. The double Rocinante turn just broke my brain. I don't think Nikki was expecting that either, but Emeraldas with a great, I would say, kind of come from behind win there a little bit. Double Mihawk, double Rocinante, and able to get the job done. Really well played.
Yeah, it seemed pretty grim at the beginning because, you know, 4-life leader being attacked aggressively and losing your board from resting to then have the ability to come from behind, play your Mihawks, play the Rocinante, and now you're putting Nikki in a spot where, like, you have to attack me and clear my board, but I'm not letting you because I'm putting Hody down. Yeah.
I mean, the Hody was sort of like the final nail in the coffin, rather, for Nikki's game, unfortunately, where, you know, you've got the rush, of course, with that. You've got things being arrested. You've got just, like, so much pressure coming in. And despite the huge hand size that Nikki had, like, you had that turn before where it was just this unbreakable wall that you can just not get through, even with Dead Man's game, even with Zoro's ability. What a wild game. That is not something I expected to see coming into today, but I'm glad we did. That was cool.
No, yeah, it was definitely a fun match to watch, and it's two high-level players nearing the end of Swiss, and it was cool to see because a lot of people, they are usually more conservative and don't attack with blockers, but here we saw Emerollas here attack with the Rocinante, do 2 9s with the Mihawk, so always full aggression. So that was a really good showing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're just going to look at a couple moments from earlier in that game. Things seem to be starting off really well for Nikki on the green Zoro, able to get the 2 Perona Searchers, the 2 Tashigis that he was able to play, handling the 2 Sanjis on the side of Emerollas. And so everything seemed to be kind of going Nikki's way early on. But then the first Mihawk comes down, very difficult to deal with. Decent search. Then, you know, we're going to see soon the second Mihawk come down, right? And these Mihawks were not afraid to swing either, too. That was another thing that was impressive here. You get the one swing, it feels like desperation, but then Mihawk comes down, readies for Dawn. That allows you to use the rest of what you've got to play the 2 Rocinantes, and it's just crazy. You follow that up with a Hody Jones, and just a little bit too much for Nikki to handle there in the end.
Yeah, no, having the rest ability, like the unrestricted resting ability of Hody Jones, it is huge, especially in a deck where you're relying. I need to have 1 up so I can counter out of this, and you're denying that counter by resting that Dawn.
Yeah. Very cool game. Congrats to Emerollas on that one, and hopefully we'll have some more One Piece coming at you later in the day. The day has been a little bit wild. Thank you for bearing with us and all that. It's been crazier, but we have gotten a lot of great games played at Bandai Card Fest here in Dallas, and I'm sure we're not done yet. Hopefully we'll get some more One Piece to you a little bit later, and we've got a whole day 2 as well. So a lot more to look forward to. Any thoughts on that one? Any final thoughts on that one?
The match itself, that one is. I hadn't seen Smoker and Sora play each other in a while, so like that was pretty good. I was very surprised with how the momentum swung out of nowhere with the clinch and double clinch of the Mihawk Rocinantes and then the Hody Jones. But overall, it was a really good match, and either player could have won that, I think.
Oh, yeah. It was pretty close towards the end. I mean, until the giant, the Great Wall of Smoker popped up. Like, I think it was a very, very tight one. But I'm happy because I saw something I didn't expect to see. I expected to see plenty of Zoro, but I didn't know if we'd see really any red-green Smoker. I was kind of guessing that we wouldn't see it pop up on stream, but here we did. And it ended up, honestly, I mean, maybe it was just sort of like the hand that ended up displayed itself, but it looked like it had pretty good game into Zoro, I think, specifically. That Rocinante blocker stands out as a good answer to what these Zoro decks do. So we know that, you know, Emerollas was undefeated coming into this round, and so you know Zoro is going to be a pretty big chunk of the representation coming into this tournament probably. So maybe like a really just like sick meta call.
Yeah, for sure. It could definitely be medical. And Smoker is a really reliable leader because it has won area finals in Japan as well. So it did one not too long ago. And green is a really strong deck. It does really well in Japan. We had also Uta, we had the Smoker, we had green, purple Luffy win out events over there as well. And I think it could be really good to have here because it is very aggressive. As you saw, they play the Mole Pistols to clear board. They have the Sanji to apply pressure early turn. And then they play Mihawk with the slash package. So that's a really good deck, I think. It's a good battle call.
I like it a lot, finally getting some One Piece on stream. Thanks again for bearing with us for everything. Hope you enjoyed the game, but do not go anywhere. We still got a lot more coming at you from Bandai Card Game Fest here in Dallas, Texas. Coming up soon, right after the break.
Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters. Booster Pack 28 Ultra Bout Series. Prismatic Clash. Red and green leader cards. Son Gohan, Purunga, Chi-Chi, and Tien Shin Han. Power type red cards for offensive strategies. Green cards to interfere with your opponent's moves. Blue and yellow leader cards. Son Goku Mini, Dr. Arinzu, Vegito, and Great Saiyaman. Blue cards with precise energy control. Yellow cards with tempo control and defensive abilities. And introducing the new white leader color. Son Goku awakens to Super Saiyan God. A new leader, Belmont. Stylish white-themed designs and remarkable illustrations. Now featuring the new hidden mode and revealed mode strategies. Witness the power of hidden mode and revealed mode. Use your leader's effect to switch Vegeta to hidden mode. Get ready to power up your battle cards. Overpower your opponent. Featuring an appearance by Piccolo. The new white decks contain cards that can reveal other cards. Piccolo's attack can switch a hidden mode Vegeta back to revealed mode. Once your card is in hidden mode, your opponent will need to watch their step. The attacks keep on coming. After being revealed, Vegeta can attack and switch other cards to revealed mode. Once you master hidden mode and revealed mode, you'll dominate battles with overwhelming force. Stay tuned for more announcements. Booster Pack 28 includes a new rarity, Concept Rare. New card designs for intensely heated battles against fierce foes. Collect cards that recreate famous scenes. Booster Pack 28 will also have 3 different secret rares. One of these 3 will be a new God Rare card. And there's more. A new God Rare variant of a previous card. Box toppers will feature 10 different premium energy marker cards featuring key visual design. 1 random card is included with each box purchase. Some of these 10 cards also feature parallel versions with alternate art. Try to collect them all. Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters Ultra Bout Series Set 1 Prismatic Clash. Coming September 2025.
Everyone, my name is Cosmic, and welcome back to the Bandai Card Games Fest in Dallas 25-26 stream, and welcome those joining us in the building. And today we have the Union Arena Developer Panel, and I have a very special guest with me today.
Hi everyone, I'm Akari Fujimoto. I'm a global executive producer for Union Arena. Thank you for watching this live stream, and are you enjoying this Bandai Card Game Fest? I hope you're all enjoying this today. And as you may know, Union Arena English version launched in October 2024, and it's almost 1 year now. In this year, many titles joined, and I'm so glad that many people are enjoying this game. Thank you so much for always supporting us.
In just 1 year, so many popular titles have joined the battle, right? And at the beginning, we saw that amazing promotional video. It looked really great, showcasing the first year of Union Arena.
Yep. We have just presented the first anniversary promotion video, and it was created to express our gratitude for your support this year. Did you see your favorite card in the video? I hope so.
And of course, we are so excited to share a lot of great news today, so make sure to look forward through the entire stream.
Yep, that's right. We have a lot of news today, and Union Arena will be even more exciting in its second year, so please look forward to it. Here's today's lineup. We will share the latest product information, event updates, and also, of course, announcement of new titles. So please enjoy till the very end.
First up, let's start with the latest product updates. We've got world premiere reveals and plenty of brand new cards to show you today. And here's today's lineup. Don't blink or you might miss something.
So first, let me introduce Rurouni Kenshin with the starter deck and booster pack releasing on September 26th. The release event have already started. They will run until October 2nd, so please visit the local game stores. Today, it's less than 1 week until release, so we will show a special alt art card. Here is the SL Triple Star Kenshin.
This card is extremely powerful. It can send an opponent's frontline card to the energy line, and it can even attack twice. This one is definitely a must-have for your deck. And when you use Kenshin together with the 1-star Hiko Sujiro in the blue deck, Kenshin gets even stronger. A master training his student to unleash the true power. It really feels like a scene straight out of the story, doesn't it?
Yep. And next, let's move on to the next product. It's Hunter x Hunter Volume 2. It will also release on September 26th, and the release event have already started. Because 2 titles release at the same time, the event will run for 2 weeks. Don't miss it. And of course, we've also got an alt art card review today. SL Triple Star Hisoka. This is a signature card that was not included in the original Japanese version, and it is an English version exclusive card featuring the autograph design of Hisoka's voice actor, Daisuke Namikawa-san. And it's not just Hisoka. A double star card will also include exclusive signed versions, so be sure to collect them all.
So many exclusive signed cards for English version. That's awesome. These cards have been already revealed on the official X, but Hunter x Hunter is getting a brand new yellow color. It's going to cover the later part of the Greed Island arc from the anime. And with stronger support for existing decks, this booster is an absolute must for every Hunter x Hunter fan.
Next is Yu Yu Hakusho. First, please take a look at this.
Yu Yu Hakusho Ghost Files is joining Union Arena. The excitement of the series and Dark Tournament arc is resurrected in the game. Yusuke and Kurama even get specially designed cards that are exclusive to the English version. Get the Triple Star Yusuke card! Union Arena Booster Pack Yu Yu Hakusho Ghost Files. Available October 31st.
You've just watched the brand new promotion video we reviewed today. Yu Yu Hakusho Booster Pack will release on October 31st. We will also hold release event at participating stores from October 24th to October 30th. Details about prizes and more will be announced on our official website and social media. Now it's about 1 month before release. So today we will show you many cards. First, here is the SO Triple Star Yusuke.
What an incredible card. I love this foiling. In Japan, it even features the autographed design of the legendary voice actor, Mr. Sasaki. The spirit gun looks like it's about to jump right out of the card at you.
And that's not all. We're also revealing more old cards for the very first time. Here they are. Including the 4 cards that we just showed, there are 30 original illustration cards created exclusively for Union Arena.
Next, let's take a look at a powerful card combination. When you use Rei Toguro, younger brother, together with 100% of 100%, you can unleash full power and knock out your opponent's character right out of the field. It really creates the world of Toguro brothers from the Dark Tournament arc. But let's keep going with Kaiju number 8. First, check out this promotional video.
The fortitude level can't be measured? Kaiju number 8 joins Union Arena. The Defense Force's 3rd Division are turned into cards. Subdue the powerful Kaiju. Cards featuring new art by illustrators are also included in the lineup. The lineup includes many other cards featuring new illustrations as well. Show off the power of the Dai Kaiju and the Defense Force in Union Arena. The card designs are super luxurious. Some cards in the lineup even include autographs of the voice cast and special processing. Fortitude 9.8. Experience the power of Dai Kaiju. Only 100 copies are made with a serial number. Union Arena Booster Pack Kaiju number 8. Available October 31st.
Kaiju number 8 Booster Pack will also release on October 31st. Its powerful word is expressed in Union Arena as well. And today we're revealing many Kaiju number 8 cards for the very first time. First, here is the SO Triple Star Kaiju number 8.
You can really feel the overwhelming strength and raw power of Kaiju number 8 from this card. The Kaiju number 8 booster is made up of 2 attribute colors. It's the very first time we've seen this in North America. With 2 colors instead of 3, it's much easier to build decks. And in this 2-color booster, the foil action point and the lower rarity action points each have different designs.
Let's move to the next one. Okay, sorry. Let me show you this. In Kaiju number 8, many cards feature original illustrations drawn by illustrators, not just anime art. These are exclusive to Union Arena.
Now let's take a look at some of those card abilities. One highlight is the SR Double Star Hoshina. This card can attack twice, giving you a chance to finish the game in a single strike. And of course, it also features a signature design, so make sure to get it. Now, let's move on to the next one with Nikkei. First, let's have a look at this promotional video.
The next battlefield for the Nikkeis is coming. Goddess of Victory Nikkei joins Union Arena. The Nikkeis from each company are now cards. Take command and claim victory. Includes many exclusive new illustrations. This includes Nikkeis and casual outfits specially made for Union Arena. The card lineup includes foil stamped cards featuring autographs from the Japanese voice cast. English version exclusive AP cards arrive in a premium design. Reunited in Union Arena, bound together forever. Get the SR Triple Star Modernia card. Now, join the Nikkeis who fight for hope and take back Union Arena. Union Arena Booster Pack Goddess of Victory Nikkei will be available from November 28th. Get a special edition pack when you buy a box. Get a storage box at participating stores when you buy 4 boxes.
You've just watched the Who version of Nikkei promotional video. The long-awaited Goddess of Victory Nikkei booster pack will release on November 28th. Nikkei is full of cute characters, and today we will not only introduce the cards but also share many special bonus details. With so many charming characters, this set is packed with exciting new reveals and special promotion info. Let's take a look.
First, here's the Triple SR Modernia. If you know the story of Nikkei, I think this illustration will feel very emotional for you. And here's something even more exciting, an action point card with a design exclusive to North America. This is a completely brand new design, never included in the Japanese version. Next, we will also reveal the SR Double Star card. Please take a look. Both the Triple Star and Double Star card features autographed designs from Japanese voice actors.
And now let me introduce a special promotion for Nikkei. First, every box will include a Nikkei Premium pack as a box topper. Normally, these packs contain random foiled common cards, but in Nikkei, we added a brand new alt card designs inside. This is also exclusive to the English version. And that's not all. If you buy 4 boxes at once in the stores, you will get a special storage box exclusive to the English version. There are 4 designs and you will receive one at random. Please check if your local store is running this campaign.
Wow, Nikkei has so many bonuses and reveals. It's amazing. With more titles joining, getting a special storage box, and the promos, it's seriously awesome. I cannot wait for this release.
Okay, let's move on to the next one. Next is Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Volume 2, releasing on December 12th. This set features characters from the Swordsmith Bridge arc and in the new blue color, and of course, it also includes cards to strengthen the first volume.
This time, all the Hashira are also included as double star cards with special designs. And it's not just the new color, there are also upgrades for the existing ones. And yes, Rengoku makes his appearance too.
Next, Sword Art Online will also have its second volume, releasing on January 30th, 2026. This set includes characters from the 3 movie titles appearing in the new purple color. It also includes cards to strengthen Volume 1, so please get them and power up your deck.
And check this out, Volume 2 will feature a huge variety of foil-stamped signature cards. Collectors, this is definitely one you won't want to miss.
Next is the title everyone has been waiting for, Evangelion. Evangelion will also release on January 30th, 2026 with both a booster pack and a starter deck. This time, characters from the Evangelion movies will join Union Arena. Since Evangelion is Cosmic's favorite, let's have him introduce the card.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited. And first up, here is the Triple Star Shinji. This card text looks so strong, and what a beautiful design for this. I'm very excited to see more of this set. So next up, here's the SR Double Star. This one features brand new original illustrations specifically created by an illustrator for Union Arena.
In Evangelion, many familiar characters come with very interesting abilities, so please look forward to them. We're not done yet. Let me proudly present an exciting new title, Kagurabachi. It's not an anime yet, but it's a Shonen Jump series and one of the most talked about manga right now.
For those who haven't read the manga yet, let me give you a quick intro. Kagurabachi is a sword-fighting battle-action story about a boy named Chichiro who vows revenge after his father is killed, wielding the cursed blade his father left behind. Every scene is packed with amazing katana action, and it's a huge hit in Japan right now. The booster pack will release on February 27th, 2026.
Kagurabachi is the very first manga-based title in the English version. All of the cards use manga art with premium quality design. This time, we have a special original illustrations to show you. It was drawn by the manga's author, Hokazono Sensei, and it features the main character, Chihiro Rokuhira.
And that's not all. We're also showing you some of the cards for the very first time. Take a look. The manga style art really stands out, and with the speech bubbles included, it feels like the characters could start talking right out of the card. The action point cards are also beautifully capture the atmosphere of the series. There's so much to look forward to at this release. And if you can't wait until February, why not read Kagurabachi on Manga Plus to get hyped for the launch?
So the last product we will introduce today is Solo Leveling. Its release is set for March 20th, 2026, so it's still a little ahead. But since so many players are looking forward to it, we're giving you a special review today. First, check out these exclusive illustrations. Son Jinwoo, along with his Shadow Army members, Baloo and Igris.
Jinwoo's ominous aura looks absolutely incredible here. We can't wait to see how that's brought to life as a card. Solo Leveling will be a 2-color booster, green and purple, each with its own archetype. The green Sung Ji-woo deck recreates his journey from weakest to strongest. You'll level him up step by fulfilling conditions, unleashing more and more powerful effects. The purple Shadow Army deck allows you to command Jinwoo's army to overwhelm your opponent with sheer force. Both archetypes really capture the essence of the series, and we can't wait to build these decks ourselves.
This time, the old art cards are extra special. SO Double Star and SO Triple Star cards will include foiled autograph cards signed by the English cast. Today, we will review one of them. Please look forward to seeing which character have signature cards, including Jinwoo's actor, Alex. And now, some truly big news. In Solo Leveling, we will finally include limited handwritten autograph cards. These will be hand-signed by Alex Lee, the voice caster of Son Jinwoo, and Michelle Rogers, the voice cast of Sha Cha-haeng. Each card will also have a serial number, so please look forward to the card designs.
Wow, we are finally getting real hand-signed autograph cards. This is amazing. I cannot wait to see these in person. And that's just so much exciting content packed into this set. Of course, we'll continue to share updates about all the products on the official website, so keep an eye out for more. Now, let's move on to event information.
First, let's talk about the first anniversary promotion. The English version of Union Arena will celebrate its first anniversary on October 4th. To commemorate this, we have prepared these special prizes with the first anniversary logo.
You can get these special logo cards at the store tournaments, Union Arena Rare Battles, and even during the regionals. Don't miss out on your chance to grab them.
Additionally, as I announced in the producer letter, the participation prize for the store tournaments will include an English exclusive designs of Asta from Black Clover. This is a card that was not included in the booster pack. At Bandai, we sometimes arrange the card lineup differently in the English version to make the environment better, and we wanted to distribute them at the right timing. So please get the Asta card at your local store tournament.
Next up is the Union Arena Rare Battle. Starting in November, we'll have events for Rurouni Kenshin, Hunter x Hunter, Kaiju number 8, and Yu Yu Hakusho. And today, we're revealing the prize card designs for the very first time. We can't wait to see you join the battles.
And next, we have an announcement about the championship final. Today, many players are taking part in the regionals, and those who advance will have a chance to earn prizes at the championship final. We're excited to reveal those prizes now.
Players who make it into top 16 will receive one playmat of their choice from a set of 8 different titles. For those top winners, there will also be special designed action point cards, and the champion will receive an additional special design playmat. Everyone, aim for victory and give it your all. For those attending this event, we have exclusive items available for purchase. There will be sets including Nikkei and Evangelion, playmats, and action point card sets, each set containing 1 playmat and 3 action point cards. In addition, there will be official card sleeves in 4 different designs. These items are available today, so don't miss your chance to pick them up. These are launching in North America before anywhere else. And here's some brand new information. Starting at Card Fest in Las Vegas this February 2026, Union Arena releasing playmats and action point card sets for Kagurabachi and Solo Leveling. Both these look absolutely incredible, and we're excited for you to get them. All right, everyone, it's the big time. It is the reveals.
Yep, it's time for our new title announcement. Which exciting series will be joining Union Arena this time? Let's check out the video. We are thrilled to announce that 3 new titles will be joining Union Arena. First up is Sakamoto Days. It tells the story of Taro Sakamoto, a man once feared as a legendary assassin in the underworld who now faces wave after wave of attackers. Next is Chainsaw Man. It tells the story of Denji, who gains the power of the Chainsaw Devil and becomes a devil hunter, fighting against many devils. And it will also include content from the upcoming Chainsaw Man Rezi Arc movie. And finally, we have Inuyasha set in the Sengoku period. This story follows the half-demon Inuyasha and Kagome as they search for the shirt of the Shikon Jewel, encountering friends and enemies along the way.
These are all hugely popular series, and it's incredibly exciting to see them join Union Arena.
Development for each title is already on the way, and we'll be sharing more updates soon, so stay tuned.
Let's take a moment to look over the release schedule. With 3 new titles added, anticipation is certainly building. We'll continue to share information regularly, so make sure you don't miss out on any updates. What an exciting show. With the first anniversary just around the corner, we were able to share so many first look reveals and exciting updates. The second year of Union Arena English version is shaping up to be even more thrilling, and we can't wait to see what comes next.
Thanks to all of you. It has been 1 year since the release of Union Arena English version, and so many players are joining this game. Thank you so much for your support. We are always thinking about exciting ideas so we can make Union Arena even better than you expect. Please look forward to the next second year of Union Arena English version.
For the latest updates on Union Arena, follow us on the official Facebook page and X, formerly known as Twitter. We'll keep posting news as soon as it's available, so don't miss out.
Thanks for joining us, and goodbye for now. See you next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to Bandai Card Games Fest here from Dallas, Texas. Doa here, along with Orange Samurai, and we are going to get started with the round 9 matchup. It's going to be Jewelry Bonnie taking on Yuppie Luffy, so it should be a good one. Marquee meta matchup. Before we get started, I got the results wrong of the last game we casted. I will just put that out there. Nikki won that game. You know, chalk it up to body language, chalk it up to me messing up, but I wanted to own that one. I messed up. Sorry about that. Congrats, Nikki, on the win. Oh, thanks for the. Can you zoom in closer? Emphasize my shame, please, more. Yeah. Okay. Well, there we go. But anyway, wanted to cover that before we get into this next one. Ideally, it won't happen again. No guarantees, though. We'll do the best we can. But yeah, going to this next one, it should be great. This is going to be another matchup that's going to be interesting to watch because obviously Bonnie, I think a lot of people saying, along with the Zoro the deck to beat coming into this weekend. But the UP Luffy is a deck that, you know, obviously had some, you know, restrictions come into it, remove some key cards and the Katakuri and the Lin, but people are bringing it back, right?
Yeah, I think it's built similarly to the one they had, the Vegas regional.
Sure.
And it's using Rocinante to get the restand for Dawn to have more resources. And Bonnie's a very strong leader right now at this time.
Hey, we're jumping into it.
Yeah, there we go. It goes really well into the aggro decks. And
all right.
Like I said, in Kissimmee, it was more Bonnies in Top Cut than Blue Purple Luffy, and Bonnie did win in Toronto a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and we can see the Tashiki getting played already by Natsu over on the side with the Bonnie, and then Rice Bucket on the right side of your screen with the Monkey D. Luffy. We have the Bon Clay as well for a little bit of ramping there, a little bit of power copying, and of course the Tashiki on the Bonnie side, a little bit of protection for the units that will be there in the future, we will assume.
Yeah, and we're setting up pretty on curve with the Blue Purple Luffy as we have Bon Clay ready to, he already got a ramp, and now it can match any attack of any character on a common turn when it attacks. So,
yeah, the Eroge, another card that people have been kind of sneaking back into the Bonnie list lately. It was out for a little while, but it's back in, and it's just another way to establish a board and kind of like play into having that Dawn available for the Bonnie ability.
Yeah, and of course having, you know, the resources for that Dawn, have the ability to go more in with your attacks because you got to match the 6K attack power of that Blue Purple Luffy.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. One of those leaders that you just need that little extra bit to attack into. By the way, I love those sleeves that Rice Bucket is using. Those are the ones I use in my Vegapunk list. They are beautiful. Another Bon Clay, okay. So a little bit more, and okay.
Also, Usohachi, the SP.
Yeah.
And we got that rest there.
Interesting. Yeah, it's a nice 2K, but every once in a while that rest comes in handy.
It is very useful, yeah, definitely to clear characters like that, but we got the Urosh taking that block and surviving both.
Yep. Not bad, not bad. All right. And we got another, maybe. Thinking about it?
Yeah.
All right. Going to pass the turn. Yeah. What do you think about players that put their leader off to the side like that and center front and center?
I feel like we have zones, and they're there for a reason. And there's multiple, you know, games that have different zones and whatnot. But I feel like, you know, we're playing One Piece. We got to play it that way. I do feel people that are left-handed and whatnot, so I understand that sentiment.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. Oh, Hody Jones. Hey, what's up? We are moving fast and furious in this game, too. The Eroge attack comes in. Yeah, that's going to take out the Mr. 2 just fine.
Yeah, blockers attacking is, you know, very useful, especially in a meta where you can just get stuff rested or bottom decked or bounced, so you get in that value by doing the attack is really good.
Yeah. All right. So just down to 2 life is Rice Bucket already here. 3 on the other side for Natsu, too. So, you know, the pressure coming in from this Bonnie, and it's just so hard to sometimes just get attacks through if you can't build that wider board, right, into the Bonnie. Just the ability to rest something is just a constant threat, right?
Yeah, with the new upgrades to green, to the Legacy of the Master booster set, now we have the Slash package that Bonnie does play into, Koshiro, the Mihawk. It does have the ability to rest your board with the Electrical Luna, the Carrot, and the Doflamingo 10-drop. And then it can also KO any character, just about any character, with the Shanks.
Right. Yeah, exactly. You know, and sometimes you see the Shanks, sometimes you don't. I feel like in the Bonnie sometimes. I've always liked it just because, you know, what's better than just straight up removing a rested unit, you know, when you need to. It's always it's nearly always going to be a good thing, but sometimes it can feel a little bit clunky.
Yeah, I mean, you're spending a lot of your Dawns for that. At the same time, you should be having, you know, a pair with a Cavendish or a Eroge to get that Dawn back so you can go ahead and have one at bay for that rest from the leader. But you need to have that Shanks to get rid of these big bodies in this format.
Yeah, yeah. So the attack into Eroge gets countered out. Checking the Tashigi text again really quick there.
Yeah, you know, it happens. A lot of decks.
Yep, I believe it's a rest to protect something. Yep. Oh, There we go. And the
Combo
Sanji,
wombo.
yeah, brings in the Mihawk, it looks like. Did I get
Oh,
it right?
yeah.
Yeah,
The
these
OP
alt arts throw me, man, sometimes. I gotta say.
That's the OPO1 Mihawk there.
Yeah. The bottom decking Mihawk, right?
Yeah, very
Okay.
strong.
Yep, been around for a long time.
Oh,
There we go. Whoa, okay.
that aggression.
Yeah. That's what you need to do, though, I feel like.
Yes.
Now the board on UP Luffy's side is just getting too big, too scary. Like, and resting one of these might not be enough. There's the attack from Hody. That's going to be a life take, and these guys playing so fast here. Another Hody swinging in, of course.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah, that is on check.
Yep.
Yeah, it does help that Hody is an 8K attacker, so you can just perfect math to make him use 2 cards to expend that.
Yeah, but now we're into the zone where you can get so much value just out of the leader text on the Monkey D. Luffy. Finding, ideally just the right card for the right situation.
Yeah, getting
But
2 cards. Yeah.
That's a very powerful board on the side of Rice Bucket right now.
Yeah, both are very good. We do have the Dawn Up on the side of Natsu over here, so it is one of these guys will not get to attack.
Yep. There's a Giant taking a hand. A pretty popular event, I've heard.
Oh, yeah, it's, I don't know, I think it's a little underground.
Popular, infamous, some might say, but
it is
useful
getting a
for sure.
reprint.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks phenomenal.
Okay, a little bit of searching. So Rice Bucket digging deep, trying to find a way to end this game. 2 life, plus that final hit to burn through. Plus you always have to worry about that. The Bonnie ability is going to rest something, right?
Yeah, and I do think it's having that blocker, like I said, when you attack with them is good because you never know when they can get removed or rested or bottom or whichever, because he could play another Hody, and that could solve, the end.
Yeah, that'd be pretty rough if that were the case. You've got like your leader and 2 9Ks out there.
Yeah, it is a very scary board to have, but also there are 0 life, several done up, but that Hody could be pivotal with all these 8K attacks for that perfect math.
That's right. And just to remind you, this is table 1 of the round.
Yeah, it could potentially be the last round of Swiss, depending on the pair down, winning or losing.
2 undefeated players here in Natsu and Rice Bucket.
Yeah, this could potentially be a similar match we'll see at the finals because these are 2 very strong decks, and these guys, I think, are pretty much guaranteed to make top cut too.
Yeah, they're probably feeling, you never feel like you're coasting really, but you feel like you're in a pretty good position here, but every game matters, right?
Yes, especially in Top Cut where your standings will determine on who will choose to go first or second. So your standings, you got to play the most you can, so you have that advantage.
Yeah, man, it is so scary because you're like, all right, if I don't attack with the blocker, then they're going to rest the blocker anyway with the Bonnie ability. So yeah, swinging in, takes out the eroge. I mean, if you just can remove as much as you can, it's kind of the best thing. Yeah, there's a counter, yep. All right.
Yeah, 2 Hodys.
Natsu moving fast.
Yeah.
Almost looks like it almost looks like the footage is sped up, Oh, did I see a 3rd Hody in the hand? Did I just see that?
Did I call it?
You may have. I thought I saw another one.
Hody's too strong. I think we should, let it go. Throw it back in the ocean.
Just says it. Okay, yeah, there's the attack. There's another one coming in.
Another event. Oh. Gum.
I think it is time to, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Not giant time quite yet.
And we're KOing.
Oh, the Shanks. Yeah, okay. So playing things a little bit slower. Yeah, passes a turn. All right. Yeah, I mean, I think it's the old adage of like, do I take the 75% chance to win now versus the 99% chance to win later, and these top players are going to know, when it's going to be time to go, right?
Yeah, for sure. That's why they're there undefeated still. And I think Natsu feels pretty comfy right now with 2 life and also a done up, the ability to rest one of your attacks. So
right.
Unless you have a rusher, then I think he's pretty safe for this turn.
Yeah, and I mean, this UP Luffy can present that. There's all right. There's another Giant taking the hand from the leader ability. There's the draw for the turn. And what's it going to be? I mean, that's the thing, too. From Natsu's side, you're like, okay, I know he's got just like a ton of counter in his hand from these events.
Yeah, I think he has to swing out with the biggest body first, the least commitment possible. Yeah, but there we go. Doing a, okay. Trying to get over this. And we rested Nami.
Yep. Makes sense.
Okay.
All right, yeah, countering out. And Natsu's still with a fairly healthy hand size.
I got 3 cards. Had him peeked. It could be 2Ks.
Could be.
Yeah. Full Dawn, almost. Oh, 9 Dawn.
Yeah, what's it going to be for Rice Bucket here?
It could be tough because he does have to play characters to maintain some kind of pressure because he's going to keep getting rested. At the same time, if you go all in on playing a 9 cost or 8 cost, then it's tough because then you have no more characters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's really tough, right? Because you really want to be able to clear some of that board, but it's such a big commitment to try to do that. Is that just a swing to life maybe?
Ooh.
And it's going to get taken. Okay, so 6 to life is good. It's checking maybe for the 2K.
Yeah, it could be a vote of confidence that you feel pretty good on the fact that you will survive this turn and next turn go for it.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you just want to fill up your hand maybe.
Yeah, Rice Bucket here, guesstimating his dawn, how to play it out. It is kind of difficult on his side right now, I'd say. But we're resting in another Nami.
Oh, okay. Oh, that is something.
Yeah, blocker.
Yep. And you need that. It's just a matter of, how do you maintain enough blockers out there to get around the rest from Bonnie, in future turns, right? Assuming you live through this next one.
Yeah, it's just so tough because anything that's rested as fair game for a lot of the cards used within Bonnie, Delphi. We can do Scarab. We have the Shanks also just slashing down and KOing as well.
Do you feel like you can play a little bit? You feel like you can play a little bit more liberally with 2 Hodies on the field already? You're like, surely they don't have a third one.
We'll see right now. Is he going to play the third one and slam it down?
Yeah, I think I spotted it in the hand early on.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Least commitment here, just the 8 swings.
8K swing, yeah, with the Hody Jones. Yep.
He has to 2K, 1K, or event.
Yep.
Interestingly enough, no Rocinante being played so far. No, not Gothard. No White Snake. So just straight up.
Yep. 2 card counter there. Another 8K swing into the 6K of the leader.
Yeah.
All right, and there's the Shank swing in. Woo. With a big 11.
What's going to happen here?
Is this the one you block?
You do have a lot of Dawn to do on Bonnie, so it's tough. You will have to do event and counter with cards in hand.
Yeah, I was going to say, you still have the event. You still have I believe it's at least 1 giant.
And there we go.
Not 2. Yeah, there's 1.
Pretty good. And you get to draw.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you get to replenish a little bit. It's always nice. You get that extra 1 in hand.
Let go of Usohachi.
Oh, okay. Wow. Oh, boy. And there's the Dofi. All right. So everything, those 2 rested cards on the board and the leader are staying rested.
Devastating.
Yeah. That is super rough. And I mean, that's just such a chef's kiss, like finishing blow, potentially, to set this one up.
Yeah, Bonnie is just a very strong deck, and it's set after set after set is getting this generic support that's just been helping her basically go to the moon with this deck right now.
Yeah, it's a very scary board. That said, I wonder. I just don't know. He grabs the Usohachi. There's the 2K at least.
Yeah.
In hand.
I will say it looks very, very dire. Unfortunately, on the side of Rice Bucket right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was like, oh no readying for you.
Yep, Delphi.
Yeah.
All right.
You don't want to call it until it's over. I should know.
You don't say.
Yeah. Oh, yep. That stays rested too. Yep. 10 cost Dofi is
3 total.
Still just as strong as he's ever been. All right. Oh, yet another Nami. Okay.
Okay.
So finding 3 of those does kind of change the makeup of the game a bit,
Yeah, but also you're facing down 2 8s, a 10K, and the Shanks 11, right? So that's a half the amount of damage you get a block out.
Great card in a vacuum and blocking the card draw, a little bit of filtering, right? But yeah, I'm with you, right? I mean, you've got 2 8Ks, the 11K, the Dofi. What? Dofi's a 10K. I'm trying to remember now. It's been a while.
It's a 10-10.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
A lot of those are really strong usually. Like Ace also is 10-10.
Right on. Okay.
4 done up.
That's right. At 4 done up, we I believe there's at least 1 more giant in the hand.
Yeah, so that's block, giant.
Yep.
Possibly 2K counters.
Maybe a giant to start things off with here.
Seems like it. Yep.
Okay. Yep. There's 1.
The God Threat, I believe.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
That's correct.
And the discard.
Yep, that's right. So again, filtering, I mean, obviously the Banklei not going to be super helpful in terms of surviving this turn here.
I think.
And what's the next attack going to be? Yeah, you just swing the next biggest thing in there. Attacks as much as possible.
Ooh.
Try to potentially draw out a blocker.
Yeah, you could also expend the smallest ones too. That way, block.
Yep, all right. And then will there be a third Hody here?
That could be a thing. Or he could split.
Could also just go for the 2 big swings, yeah.
Yep. And we're making Hody big.
Okay, yeah, go for a 10K swing here.
Tien.
Yep.
How will Rice respond to this?
That's right, still 8 down up.
Yeah. Yeah, that will be another 10 potentially, and then another over 10 with the Bonnie.
True. Cards in hand right now for Rice Bucket. I believe he's got 3 or 4.
Yeah.
I think it's 3, maybe 4. Yeah, decides to go for the other block.
Yep.
All right.
It's
what's it going to be? Natsu counting things out?
Crunch time.
Yeah, there's another 10 from Hody.
Yeah, and then potential 11 with Bonnie and call it a day. Potentially a last round of Swiss.
Yeah, potentially. We'll see.
But yeah, Bonnie choosing to go her way first, second during top cut is going to be an incredible run for Natsu, I'd say.
Things unfrozen next turn for Ice Bucket if he manages to survive this. And yeah, he's got another Gum Giant.
Ooh.
Okay.
Will that be enough for this big Bonnie swing?
Right.
Oh.
Okay, this is a carrot. Oh, okay. And he
okay.
stuns the Nami, it looks like he indicated. I think maybe the Sanji would be the pick to stun there. Okay, what? Yeah, he did stun the Nami. Okay, all right. Yeah. He did stun the Nami.
So ideally, I guess he would swing out with Sanji first, and then Bonnie would rest the leader.
Right, exactly.
Tough.
Go for whatever the biggest swing is, and yeah, I mean that's where that extra 1 health or 1 life just really keeps you protected, right?
And to BH, like Natsu hasn't really lost life on the side of battle. It's mostly been Hody taking his own life.
Yeah, pretty much.
Tough.
Yeah. You can see Rice Bucket just putting the cards down, sitting back, thinking, is there any way I can get out of this here? Without being able to see what's in his hand, it's a little bit tricky. We know he's been able to do a lot of filtering, but it's the trade-off of, do you filter your hand for maximum survivability, which is what a lot of what he did, finding the Gum Giants was doing. But at some point, you need to put some things in your hand that help you actually win the game too, right?
Yeah, I think I can't quite count Natsu right now, but in hands-wise, I think the only option would be to rush. But at the same time, I don't think he can rush because he has, I believe, 8 Dawn on Rice Bucket's side, so he can play the Secret Rare Luffy from OPO9.
I believe so, yeah. That is 9.
Nami. Oh, 4th Nami.
Okay, yeah. Finds all 4 Namis, so more filtering, more blocking. Giant board on the other side. Coming from Natsu, though, yeah.
And a lot of other games, staring down that Dofi, Hody, and Shanks was automatic scoop for a lot of people.
Instant death, yeah.
Yeah.
And Rice Bucket with a chance to survive. I mean, or throwing that hand down.
Not much to do here. And where we're standing, can Rice Bucket live out another turn and go for it next time?
Right, yeah, carrot. And again, stun on the blocker Nami there. All right, 2K out of that one.
Ooh, 2K.
Yep.
Yeah, it's several big swings.
Yep. Saw him pick that up earlier. Oh, there's a Hody. Yeah, we knew.
Yeah.
We knew it was in there. Yeah. Dofi swinging in now.
Big swings.
Rests the other Nami. It takes the last life in hand, and there's a fist bump. Yeah, Natsu. I'm pretty confident in saying won that one. That's right. Big win with that Jewelry Bonnie. The 3rd Hody Jones getting it done. And Rice Bucket put up a valiant effort to survive. I mean, you really saw the strength of just being able to get through your deck and find what you need, which is kind of, purple, blue Luffy's thing, right? But just wasn't enough against that onslaught. I think it really was that 10-cost Dofi, too, that kind of helped pave the way for the victory. Just that one kind of missed turn of being able to put the pressure on with your own attacks on the UP Luffy side really helped seal the deal.
Yeah, like definitely the sequencing of the resting, the KOing with the Shanks, the freezing with the carrot, and then putting down a Hody at the very end, it was just game ending. And the momentum was on Natsu's side for a long time, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, yeah, it's one of those games where it's like, this is why a lot of people are saying like the Jewelry Bonnie is like the deck to beat in the meta right now. She got so much gas from OP12, right? Some of the stuff that helps Zoro also helps Bonnie quite a bit too. And so, you know, while Zoro is obviously very present in the meta, this Bonnie just keeps creeping up in strength, I feel like. Just one of those leaders that's been around for so long. It's almost like the more meta version of Enel in that it's just that leader that refuses to go away, right?
Yeah, it is a very strong leader. It's got a lot of generic good green cards to use. It is great on pre-release events when you're using, you know, your booster packs too. It is very annoying to play in pre-release, I'd say.
I'm sure, I'm sure. But yeah, that's going to do it for round 9. So we do have a 10-0 player in Natsu. Pretty impressive result. I mean, it doesn't matter what deck you're playing. To get to that point in a day like today is really, really something else. I mean, a lot of people think about the games in a tournament like this in a vacuum, right? One game at a time, but it is a marathon to play in an event like this. I mean, I'm sure you and I both have played in card game tournaments that were entire day, like 8-round, 9-round kind of stuff, and like it taxes you mentally so much where you almost are, your reps matter a lot in that case, but there's almost a danger to of going on autopilot at some point in the day, right? Where your brain starts to shut down a little bit. But yeah, you know, props to Natsu for really like playing things very crisply all the way up through this round we saw.
Yeah, no, I think he did great. Bonnie's really strong, and all these cards got him to that big 3. And if it would have been a regular Swiss regional or event, this would have been over. He would have won. But we have top cut tomorrow, top 32. He will get to choose if he goes second or first. And yeah, I think he potentially could win the whole thing with the way it's going based on his standings.
I can't wait to see the meta breakdown of what the top 32 is going to end up looking like for this tournament. I'm really curious. This is like this is a personal bias here, but I'm very curious about the amount of Rayleighs that might have gotten through. That's been my favorite deck to play recently, and so I just, you know, I know it's out there. I know it's strong right now, so I'd love to see if you get through. That's a deck that I really want to check out. But enough One Piece from us right now. Thanks for watching, everyone. We're going to take a quick break, and then we will be back with more here from Bandai Card Games Fest in Dallas, Texas. See you in just a few.
I hope everybody has been enjoying Bandai Card Game Fest 25 and 26 in Dallas. I am Neighbor, and we're going to be broadcasting now the special session for Digimon Elation, which is an online card game that is currently in development.
This will introduce the charms of the game, the first public footage of the PvP in the game, and more new information, so please watch to the end.
Yeah, and then after this special session, there's also going to be a special session for the Digimon trading card game with the newest information about that, so please stay tuned until the end. I, as well as Digipanda, will be your MCs for this event, so Digipanda, how are you doing today?
Dude, I'm really excited. I'm super excited for all the news. There's so much going on here. Elation is definitely something that a lot of fans, I'm sure, are excited for and have been desperately wanting. It's probably, you know, the simulator that it basically helps us play the card game wherever we want it to be.
Absolutely. I'm personally really excited to see Digimon Elation be something that is really available for everybody. It's a smartphone app, of course, that is releasing worldwide, and it follows or is based on the Digimon card game. So go ahead and I think the best way to get this started will be to check out this trailer.
Snow, we know it is there, it emits a magic glow. A twin sister, I hear her singing in my bones. I dive through dimensions and onward I will go. Firebird girls from worlds apart, a leap of time, here we are. One heartbeat to fiery stars as we jump sonic fences and bend our avatars. So spatial data of my eyes, where the vision streaming in from 100 million miles. I cross the border between the blinking of the mind to collide with my twin.
Digimon Elation lets players enjoy the fun of the Digimon card game, like making decks with your favorite Digimon and playing players from all the way all around the world in free play matches.
That's super exciting, considering, you know, you don't necessarily have to go to an event. You don't have to, you know, do air travel. You don't have to get a bus ticket, whatever it may be. You can travel. You can play Digimon from the comforts of even your own home.
Absolutely. You don't have to go to a shop, or I know personally, you know, as I get older, it's hard for me to even coordinate time to hang out with my friends, play Paper Digimon, but that's not a problem here because you can always queue into a game and play Digimon. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, 100%.
In addition to the free battles, there's also a story mode, which is set in the same world as the ongoing webcomic Digimon Liberator, and a breeding mode, which I know that long-standing fans of Digimon who are familiar with the V-Pets will be excited to hear about.
Oh, for sure.
Which one do you think you want to hear more about first?
You know, as a Digimon fan, I'm curious about the breeding mode.
Yeah, it definitely harkens back to, you know, classic Digimon V-Pets. As time passes, you'll start, of course, with a Digi-Egg that will hatch and grow and Digivolve over time, eventually into a Mega-level Digimon, at which point you will gain a card based on one of the Digimon you've Digivolved into throughout the process. And of course, because Digivolution is so varied, you'll always be looking forward to what card am I going to get this time? You know?
And in regards to the story mode, we saw the trailer showed some characters that were not in previous Digimon series.
Absolutely. That's one of the cool things is in the story mode, players can enjoy Digimon Elation's original story, also while learning the rules of the Digimon card game. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the characters in the trailer so we can get more acquainted. Here we have Kanata Hondo, who is, you know, energetic, casual gamer, and clearly a brand new beginner when it comes to card games, so many people who are just getting into Digimon Elation might feel very similar.
I like the beginner aspect that they allow, but we also have several other characters, as seen here. Future, a girl who's an online friend of Kanata, she seems to be hiding some kind of secret, and I do kind of like that we have, you know, little hidden gems in the game itself as well.
Absolutely. And, you know, there's a lot to learn about this character. I can't wait to find more. And, you know, when that game fully drops, we'll be able to see it. But as well, we've got Volner Dragunov, master of the Devo Guild that advocates for Digimon freedom, which will be, I'm sure, a very important part of the storyline coming through. She's trying to get a former member, Future, to rejoin the guild. So Future, I mean, they've already got some secrets piled up. They're going to be a very integral character, but not just human characters are we going to be learning about. We'll be learning about some of the Digimon here, like Gemmon.
Yeah, and this is a new Digimon that we haven't seen before. I'm very curious what Gemmon's Digivolutions are going to be like, because, you know, Digimon that typically have a gem on their head, we've got Lugamon, we've got Dorumon, so now Gemmon makes me ask myself, could this potentially be like another X-Antibody Digimon? Maybe.
Something interesting and new. It also kind of reminds me of Kalumon, who affects Digivolution in interesting ways. And maybe one whose Digivolution might be affected could be someone like Renamon, who's a very familiar, you know, an old face.
Digimon Tamers.
Digimon fans love Renamon. Is going to be the partner Digimon for Volner. So we've seen Rika have a Renamon as a Digimon partner. Volner now is also going to have Renamon as a Digimon partner.
And those in the betas have already seen it and know some of the Digivolution forms of these Digimon, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And here, today, we can show to you as well, this is Gemmon's champion level Digimon, Liskmon.
Takes from what appears to be a Basilisk, because we've got that, you know, serpentine kind of tail end with like a chicken kind of front.
Yeah, you've got kind of all of the things that make a red Digimon. Like, think about early sets. We have Biomon as a bird. We've got some bird aspects. We've got Agumon, you know, the reptile, dinosaur type thing. All of the classic red Digimon kind of have these traits, and here they're being displayed in Liskmon, and they still grow as we go to Reptilimon.
There's the elements that you're mentioning with kind of the reptilian Agumon elements. And I noticed that the gems keep expanding to other parts of the body.
Yeah, the gems get really out there and a very prominent part of the design. So it makes a lot of sense that Gemmon would become more important with the gems as it goes on.
On the flip side, with Renamon, going to like their evolutions, we have Tankomon, and this reminds me of how we have Agumon, who can digivolve into, say, like War Greymon, and now we have also the alternative Blitz Greymon or Victory Greymon. Digimon are not typically, pigeonholed to just one Digivolution line. They can branch off into several, lines.
Yeah, that's one of the coolest things about it, is even though you see some of the similarities between this Tankomon and something like Cubimon, you can see, especially as we digivolve further, we branch out even further to something like Sekamon, who is a really unique design.
Really cool design how we go from, the Talmon-esque using the brush to like an ice, bow.
Yeah, definitely something that's not something we've always explored in the Digimon world, but something that I'm excited to absolutely learn more about. Some Digimon getting new forms is something that all Digimon fans, not just fans of the card game, won't want to miss. But lastly, let's go ahead and take a look at the random match function, as we had promised. In a random match, you are almost exactly beholden to the same rules as the Digimon physical card game. However, there are some special rules for Digimon Evolution, like the action time is restricted, and if the match is not ended within 20 minutes, then both players will lose. So you'll be able to choose your time wisely. Today we have a video of Digica Family, two of the regulars in the Japanese online broadcast, playing using Starter Deck 1 and Starter Deck 2 in Digimon Evolution.
That takes me back.
Oh yeah, they're going to show us what these random matches look like. So let's take a look.
Starter Deck 2, Starter Deck 1. We haven't seen these in so long. It feels like just yesterday when we got these starter decks, and very much so, they were kind of the main points of Turbo Red and Blue Omnimon. No Omnimon here, of course.
Right. Back in the day, this Gaia Red and Cocytus Blue were really the building blocks for a large portion of those early metagame decks. But here we're seeing something that we didn't have access to back in the day, which is our Mulligan.
The Mulligan feature. It is fantastic.
Truly something that changes the way that the game is played from that point on.
Note the positioning of the security shields in this application, because normally your security goes on the left-hand side, right above your Digitamas. Here, the shields are represented in front of you, because at first I thought it was kind of highlighting the cards in hand, but those are actually your shields.
Right, and they're protecting kind of you as the player. You can see up at the top, the shields are in front of the opponent, so you kind of are always able to keep that in mind.
And that's also kind of a throwback to Digimon Liberator itself, because we see those in the panels when you see Shoto Kazuma playing against Frozen Knight NPC. You see Arisa Kinosaki against Violet Inboots doing the same thing. Man, this takes me back.
Yeah, it's Digital Gate open and set those shields so that we're ready. Here we're already seeing Grizzlymon over in the back on the Cocytus Blue side, and it looks like we've got no rookie on Gaia Red's side, maybe not even a level 4. We're just playing that Garudamon going straight to the 5, and that is one thing that was always interesting about Digimon, is that no hand is technically unplayable.
Correct.
Just the way that the memory gauge works, you might be giving your opponent a lot, but you can always start wherever you want to start in the line.
Yep. And interesting, we can see here also in the upper left-hand side where that Zudomon was just digivolved into, you can see a 3 underneath it. Sorry, the X3 in the bottom right-hand corner. That's what indicates the Digivolution source is. You have the 6 on-play costs and 3 Digivolution costs.
Of course, and you can go in and take a peek at what those Digivolution sources are doing to that Digimon, so you know what's going on. But that X3, you can see it has 3 sources. Of course, the champion, the rookie, and the Digitama below that.
Playing out a Tamer Tai Kamiya. Interestingly, we're going to see, you know, the Tamers don't necessarily have a space in the back like we do on our mats, but they're kind of aligned with your Digimon in a row.
Right, and you know, as a Digimon player, you know that technically there's not a particular place that Tamers have to go, or delay options, which, you know, of course not quite present just yet, but that's the first thing that comes out. They all share a space on the board. I believe there's a maximum at this point of 10 total cards that can be placed on the board in Digimon Unleashed. That's one thing that's also different from paper play.
We haven't covered this quite yet, but above the right-hand side where the red icon is, you can see a timer counting down where it says 1640-ish right now on your screen. That indicates, you know, that time slot, that 20-minute clock.
That overall clock. So you always have it in front of you, and both players, if they don't finish within that time slot, will lose. So it is important to make sure that you're making these decisions and maybe making even deck building decisions so that you are able to complete those games.
It's also cool that we'll see a specific Digimon get that glowing effect or that animation when it's really high level.
Yeah, we see it out of this Plesiomon being kind of the boss of the Cocytus Blue deck, of course. There's also the Metal Garurumon that is going to be very exciting if we're able to see. And here, look at that animation on the security check. We have slashed through that Dracomon.
And then down comes Ikakumon, and it's, you know, a quick pass turn at 1 memory.
Absolutely not going to give a lot to work with. We've seen that the Gaia Red side has not had the best of luck when it comes to drawing their rookies or even Digivolution lines on the way up. It has been a lot of hard playing and hoping. Here we are going to be able to attack through this Gomamon insecurity down to 4, so we are even on that regard, and into another Garudamon. 2 level 5s is not a terrible place to be if we're able to convert this.
They did give up the blocker though, and you know, in previous applications on, you know, the Bandai app, it would be like, hey, you probably don't want to Digivolve over this because you're going to lose that blocker, and blocker is important.
Yeah, those key words, because, you know, when they're on the face of the card, they're not going to stick around when you Digivolve. You only get that Digivolution source effect. And here on the Cocytus Blue side, we have another rookie. We're going into the Bearmon and into the Garurumon in the raising area to continue to build up safely with a follow-up play if we're able to answer this. So it looks like we're just going to attack straight over this Garudamon to maybe get through some of that pressure. And then Ikakumon is either free to swing into security. It doesn't look like there's a level 5 that we want to develop here. So we might just get that check-in while we can before passing our turn by either playing a Digimon or an option.
Oh, the Gaia Force!
And that is one of the big differences between the Cocytus Blue deck and the Gaia Red deck, is that Gaia Force is one of the best forms of removal that we had for a very long time in Digimon.
With Digimon Unleashed, we're also starting back from the beginning, and we had a little joke about this in our discussions earlier, go back to the beginning like...
Go back with Wendigomon.
Yeah!
Just like the movie.
And we were talking about how with Unleashed, you start off in the sets of BT1 through BT5 with a little bit of like newer cards sprinkled amongst the mix.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what was available in the beta. Whenever the game is fully dropped, you know, I'm not sure if it's officially confirmed where we're going to line up, but for right now, a lot of the earlier cards are what is being displayed, and a lot of that, I think, shows, you know, you're going to be able to join in. Even as a new player, you won't feel like you've been left out or left behind. You can catch up with the information that's being displayed.
You can relearn the experiences of every player that started the game from the get-go.
Exactly. This is exactly how we felt. How many years back was it at this point? 3 or 4 years? 5?
5.
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time for Digimon.
And here we are, War Greymon now on Gaia Red's side, looking quite poised compared to Cocytus Blue, who, while they have a security advantage, this Digimon is going to be a problem to deal with, and we don't have the tools to answer it in our hand currently. No level 5s. We have one level 4 that we can use to draw and hopefully see what we need here. And that is a level 5, so maybe we can just keep on drawing as we build up. Maybe the Zudomon goes in the back, maybe in the front. I believe this Zudomon, when Digivolving, will strip some sources, so that might be an option to stop the threat of this War Greymon, who gets more security checks dependent on the sources.
For every 2 red sources, the War Greymon gets an extra security check. So from a standard build, when you go from that level 2 Koromon all the way up to War Greymon, you can do 3 checks easily.
But unfortunately, we risked it to try to get the most advantage off of this attack first, which means that that security option is going to delete our Garurumon.
Giga Destroyer!
It's so powerful. It deletes up to 2 4,000 or less Digimon. We are going to save the level 5 in hand, the Zudomon, so that we can maybe get use of its Wind Digivolving effect outside of the raising area.
But Gaia Red here could go on the offensive here, because with that Tai Kamiya Tamer, you're also getting that plus 1,000 DP buff, which means if you attack, you could hit like a Plesiomon, for example, and, you won't be deleted.
And I'm glad you mentioned that. That's another really cool thing about Digimon Evolution. You can see that DP value of 13,000 is accounting for Tai's buff here, and that is what's allowing us to attack over that Plesiomon in security, even though it's quite powerful. We'll see like all of the DP buffs applied to the Digimon, and you see the green indicating that its effect or that its power has been modified.
One thing I do want to see, if possible, in future videos or demonstrations of this, would be how would like Sorrow's Blue be shown visually? Because there are certain cards that you and I have played with in the current meta, even like Revelation of Light or even Shine Greymon Ruin mode, who has a blanket effect of minus 5,000 DP, and how does one visually show that on the screen?
Personally, I'm looking forward to see how it is displayed, because so far everything that has been displayed has been so good. I clearly know when there's modified effects on Digimon. I can tell when they have different inheritable effects that are being applied. I can tell when effects are being applied to the board. So.
And with
really interesting to see.
With Cocytus Red, this is one of the differences between the second starter deck and the first starter deck, in that Gaia Red could outright delete a Digimon. Cocytus Blue can bounce a Digimon back to the hand with Cocytus Breath.
And it costs a little bit less, but you are still giving them the chance to play that Digimon again. And again, this Tai coming in super clutch, allowing this Biyomon to survive the security check.
Did he mulligan at the beginning?
I know that Cocytus Blue did. I would assume that the Gaia Red did as well.
Oh, full force Gaia Force coming in to take out Garurumon.
And, in current format Digimon, it might be scary to give somebody this much memory. But right now, from this perspective, with no Digimon coming out of the raising area, I think it's okay to give a little bit extra memory.
I like that it highlights also. See the arrow above the 6 right now that indicates how much memory you have? It's showing that 7, 8, 9, 10 isn't active right now, but it's saying that you have 6 memory. Now you're down to 4. So as the color changes, it shows you exactly how much resources are left available for your turn.
Yeah, and as you drag cards across the battlefield to either play or Digivolve, it'll show you where your memory will end up as you play them. And here we are deciding to go the classic route of I'm going to play as many Digimon as I can.
Go wide.
It's not necessarily always about my Digimon growing up and becoming stronger, but sometimes many Digimon together are strong.
The days of Rookie Rush.
Back in the day.
Back in the day.
Here we're seeing Dracomon in the back. It does look like we're finally finding some pieces.
Gaia Red needs another Giga Destroyer and security to survive this. Otherwise, with Ikakumon and Gomamon and another Ikakumon, we're looking at a potential game here.
Yeah, that could be really scary. Like you said, that Giga Destroyer would be quite powerful. Another Gaia Force, I'm not sure the counts. We've seen two. So I think from the original starter deck, there's 2 per starter.
Gomamon going in with Marching Fishes, hits a Bergermon. Deleted.
And do we see anything like a Giga Destroyer as the final check? Oh, but they said it only works with 4,000 DP or less, so Ikakumon is safe.
Cordramon.
No Gaia Force.
That's it.
So Ikakumon is going to be the Digimon that makes it all the way to the end. And there we see the victory screen.
Yep.
You can see very well played by the Kokaitis Blue player
With
here.
6 minutes, 50 seconds to spare.
Plenty of time, and the amount of back and forth that happened as well. So you might be thinking off the top of your head, oh, 20 minutes, but it's really not that much to finish a game of Digimon. And I think one big benefit is it'll never take longer than that.
Yeah.
You can plan out your breaks accordingly.
You can play as close to your friends right next to you, or you could be on, a park bench or like riding the bus to school, playing against other people all over the world.
All over the world. There's no limit, which is pretty awesome. And now that we've seen that gameplay, that video, what are you thinking of it? What was the coolest thing, the takeaway?
I think it'll be a great avenue for beginners. I think, it'll create some confidence with rules, because when it comes to Digimon, players can be very unfamiliar with effects. When it comes to using like a simulator like Elysian, this is what will help players understand sequencing and how to appropriately, prioritize one effect over another. Because in Digimon, you get to choose the order.
Absolutely.
There's no specific order that you have to follow. And in regards to that, you can also visually see how all the cards work. You can hover over them, just, check all the inheritables. And even better, you can invite your friends to play this game.
I think that's one of the best parts, is being able to invite your friends becomes a much smaller barrier to entry when it's something as available as a smartphone app. I know, if you're inviting your friends, hey, come play this card game with me. I've got, my giant stacks of cards that I've, purchased over time and, built my decks with. And sometimes it's a lot easier to say, hey, download this app and let's play some games.
We can test it without having to, sleeve, de-sleeve everything too.
Exactly.
So I'm excited.
I am also very stoked to see it. This will be ending the session with the latest updates about Digimon Elysian. So to get the latest Digimon Elysian updates, make sure to follow the official social media. There's an X, an Instagram, and a Facebook account to keep track.
Next up, we're presenting the latest information for the Digimon card game. This time, we've packed in a wealth of content with exciting updates, new products, and the latest information, so be sure to watch the presentation. First is an introduction of Extra Booster Sinister Order EX10, which just released on the 19th of this month. This booster's theme is villains, so the lineup includes new cards of Black War Greymon, Beelzemon, and a variety of other antagonist Digimon from each series. We hope everyone attending will check this out.
Personally, I'm a big Beelzemon fan. I've really enjoyed seeing that guy over time. I'm excited about seeing stuff like Myotismon.
Myotismon. The loop is the big thing that a lot of players have been talking about lately, because it's a deck that develops a lot of its cards into the trash, and then following, putting all these cards in your trash, then you're like, okay, now I'm going to play a bunch of bodies out. Myotismon on play deletes 2 unsuspended Digimon, mandatory by the way, so it's either yours or your opponent's, but it also creates a chain of events which can be sequenced repeatedly in order to trash your opponent's security cards.
And who doesn't love a good villain? I think that's the biggest thing to look forward to, is there's always been really cool villains in the Digimon series. Black War Greymon, I know, is many people's favorite Digimon.
For sure.
But of course, with good villains come good heroes and good stories, and I think we'll see a little bit of that coming up as well.
I would say Black War Greymon redeemed himself at the end. But yes, next is new information about Booster Pack, Hacker's Slumber, BT23. This booster's lineup will include many characters from Digimon Cyber Sleuth Hacker's Memory, which will also have card text and illustrations that help recreate the video game's world. There are a few of these cards which will be included in this presentation. I guess at this point we'll check them out. We got Chitose Imai, Ryuji Mishima, Keisuke Amasawa, and Yu Nogi.
Very classic tamers in the game itself.
Yeah.
Of course, which will help you relive those moments. Digimon has always been really good at flavorfully introducing these characters. It really feels the same as you're in the game, whether you're playing the card game or the video game. It really just comes out.
There's a lot of throwback, and there's also a lot of flavor that I've seen with a lot of card text. Like, take Digimon Emperor from EX10, for example. It has a lot of effects that deal with multicolors, but it also hints on it's supposed to work with that Chimeramon from EX9.
Exactly. They really work together thematically, and we can see these tamers, of course, are likely going to be working best when it comes to others that are hackers within their same group, as well as the Digimon lines that you'd expect to see out of these Digimon hackers.
Also, a promotion pack with cards based on the upcoming new video game, Digimon Story Time Stranger, will come bundled with this product. So we get ourselves some new Olympus 12 Digimon. What do you think of that, Ryan?
Like when we were talked about it before, we were excited to see some potential Minervamon stuff that could be, played in current existing decks. I wouldn't be surprised to see Minervamon be quite powerful again. I'm always a big fan of Titamon.
Yeah.
I love his design as a Digimon. And it's just more of this very flavorful type of cards that are going to let me feel like I'm playing the video game and relive those characters. And in this point, it's going to be living them for the first time.
For Jupitermon, we're also getting that with Time Stranger, so more and more members are coming, which I'm really happy about. Next is information about the advanced deck Amethyst Mandala, planned for release on December 5th. The deck's motif is Renamon and Tsukuyamon, and is a new way to experience a Tsukuyamon deck. And today we do have a new card of Renamon's partner, Rika Nanaka, to show everyone. The new Rika Nanaka reads, start of your main phase on play by placing one option card with Omayo Jutsu or plug-in trait from your hand under this tamer. You draw one and gain one memory.
That's quite powerful to start with. What else does it do? It looks like there's a little bit more going on.
Your turn. When one of your Digimon with Renamon, Kyubimon, Taomon, or Tsukuyamon in its name attacks. By suspending this tamer, you may use one Omayo Jutsu or plug-in trait option card with as high or lower use cost as that Digimon's level from under this tamer without paying the cost.
And I could already see how this would be a very fresh new way to experience the Tsukuyamon game plan.
We have new trait option cards from the sounds of it, and we're also tucking them under this Rika to kind of hold them, it seems.
Yeah, you're saving them for later.
Yeah.
Almost like you're sliding them through your Digivice.
Oh,
via the
Digimodify.
Digimodify.
Yeah.
And of course, plugins have always been a staple of the Tsukuyamon gameplay, but this is a new way to utilize them, tucking them under a tamer and then saving them for later. That's really interesting.
Even though we just got a restriction for a bunch of Tsukuyamon-related cards, I think Amethyst Mandala is going to bring a bunch of new support that's definitely going to elevate it.
Breathe some new life for sure.
Be sure to check it out. Next is the product planned for release on January 16th, 2026, Booster Pack Time Stranger, BT24. This booster will include cards of characters from the new video game Digimon Story Time Stranger releasing next month. The motifs of the card effects and illustrations will reflect the world of the game. So it will be very exciting when they are released, and today, we have card illustrations for Inori Misono and Jupitermon to share with everyone. Here they are, right here.
That's pretty exciting. That's got to be one of a beautiful art to see of Jupitermon that I can't wait to see with text on a table. You know what I mean?
Right.
I can't wait to see what that does so that I can sleeve it up and play a card that looks that beautiful.
Since we know Aegeomon has, come with yellow red, yellow green, and yellow blue, I believe. It's really hard to determine what kind of colors this Digimon will actually be. I'm putting it my hand down right now. That's going to be probably yellow red.
It would be hard for me to dispute that at this point because looking at it screams yellow.
Yeah.
Look at this golden boy.
And even with our Royal Knight Digimon like Gallantmon X, for example, we got a yellow, red, blue Gallantmon X.
Who's to say that we can't do the same?
Yeah, Chrome. It's based on the Chrome Digizoid, so. Let's go ahead, though, because next is news about Extra Booster Dawn of Liberator EX11, which is planned to release on February 13th, 2026. This booster will focus on Digimon and Tamers from the ongoing webcomic and web novel Digimon Liberator. So Digimon like Terramon and Shumon will get some power-ups, and while we cannot reveal the card text yet, we do have the illustration of the new Shoto Kazuma to share, and here that is.
Man, I just love the visual here where you'll see, anybody who read Liberator will kind of be able to relate to this, but seeing that Shoto as a character started off kind of meek and a little bit uncertain of his skills. You can see that, throughout the comic, he's kind of gained some of that confidence, become a more, just a more potent kind of protagonist type character who really believes in himself and his others.
I find it interesting that his red highlights used to be so brightly colored, but in this design, it seems like it's washed out or kind of aging. So I'm curious what that symbolizes with him as a character. Dawn of Liberator would also indicate, we might see a new Ari Sakinosaki. We've also seen already level 7s, Nia Bootmon, Arimon, most recently Magnetic Dramon. And I know next week we are seeing the release of Violet In Boots' Ghostmon's level 7.
Yeah, that'll be really interesting. Potentially even maybe a level 7 for Shoto Kazama here.
Yeah.
Could be in the works there. But I love the confident look of this Shoto, and I really am excited to see these Liberator Digimon get some support
and development for each of these characters.
Absolutely.
The next bit of news is the last product announcement for today. It's about the Advanced Booster Volume 1 Digimon Generation, which is planned for release in March 2026. The idea behind this new product is the wish to have more players enjoy the decks, which have been big players in the game environment up to now. The card lineup is designed so that purchasing this product is enough to collect the parts needed to make those decks. Since the lineup also has the needed option cards, it's a product the team hopes even new players will enjoy. It will include not only previous cards, but brand new cards as well, which can strengthen decks like the Adventure Trait decks, as was also announced at the recent Next Plan presentation. Today, we have the card illustrations from this to share.
And I don't think anybody's going to be disappointed to see
Not at all.
Imperial Dramon Fighter Mode, of course, a big O2 classic. I've said many times to many people who've asked, if you're a fan of Vmon, there is a deck for you in Digimon. There's always a deck.
It's choose your route because, you know, Vmon can go to X Vmon, it could go to V-Dramon, it could go to
Flame Dramon,
Magnamon, Lydramon. I mean, the list goes on and on. What are we to say here?
If you care as much where he ends up, you know, maybe it might change from time to time who your favorite is, but at the end of the day, you'll love to see Vmon grow up and Wormmon as well, merging together eventually Imperial Dramon. That's a deck that's always been present in the game, and I think it's not going anywhere. That's pretty cool.
And for the last piece of news, we have one more big piece of important news to share today. Here is the theme of the starter decks releasing in May 2026. Releasing in May is Booster Pack BT25, the Booster Pack coming in May. We'll have cards related to the starter deck, such as cards featuring Digimon Beat Break and Digimon Data Squad. The lineup we're working on, I think, will surprise everyone, like that card is included. So please look forward to it. And in addition to a surprising lineup, there will be a new game mechanic starting from this booster. It is called Dual Card.
That already has my brain tingling. I can't wait.
It's going so many directions because, you know, we've seen dual tamers like Arukenimon and Mummymon. We've seen dual tamers like Davis Motomiya and Kenichi Joji. I mean, what could it be? Because option cards that double as both Digivolution sources, but also act as option cards, which typically only have a use cost. So dual card, could it be like a Digimon that also acts as a tamer? Or could we be seeing something similar to what we discussed earlier with Tsukuyamon and their option cards? So it's kind of like a Digimodify where your Digimon can be used to modify another Digimon.
Yeah, it really is like all of my ideas are floating through the air. What if it's two different Digimon? What if we see something like Agumon and Gabumon on a card together? Could you imagine?
Oh, that'd be really interesting because then, you know, if the card itself is treated individually as Agumon or Gabumon, or in the case, maybe it could even be beneficial for like Mastamon decks, or it could be Lady Devimon and Angelomon.
Yeah, and that lets you kind of get the best of both worlds, or maybe it'll be, you know, an option card that's treated as a Digimon or treated as a tamer. There's too many things that this could be. I'm going to sit here speculating for forever.
Yeah, we could just sit here and speculate
I think
forever.
the best thing is for us to find out whenever it happens.
Yeah. That is all for the latest Digimon card updates today. Please look forward to what's coming and keep supporting the Digimon card game. Thank you for staying until the end. Remember, the North America Finals Season 1 continues, so we hope you will cheer them on.
Hey everybody, we are back one final time here today on day one of the Bandai Card Game Fest here in Dallas, Texas. Doe here along with Ryan as well, or neighbor, you know.
Either or, I'll answer to both.
Yeah, it's kind of both. You look like you're about to invent a new phone or something.
I could be inventing a new way to enjoy Bandai card games.
There you go. Yeah. Well, there's been a lot of enjoyment of Bandai card games today, and we're not done yet. In fact, I feel like we're less than halfway done because we've still got a whole day two. That's going to be a little bit more packed, I think, even. We've still got more reveals, more fun stuff coming with the One Piece panel and all that, the finals for all these games. So we are just getting started. Let's take a look one more time at that schedule. This is going to be the schedule for tomorrow, of course. And, man, tons to look forward to, right?
Tons. Yeah, all the tension has been rising up to the boiling point of this. Like you said, I mean, we're kind of halfway through. A lot of players have felt the sense of relief that they made it to day two.
Yeah.
But now day two is when everything is on the line. You know, you've got Gundam card game as well as all of the other card games that we're going through.
Yeah.
I mean, really, it's going to be national finals for Digimon, national finals for One Piece, as well as the first offline regional for Gundam that's going to be concluding. That's one of the big hits.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is one of the highlights for the weekend. The first big offline tournament for the Gundam card game here, the first official one. And it's been neat. We've seen a lot of very interesting stuff out on the floor here that's been played. We've seen some good answers to Wing Zero, which I think is the biggest thing with that. But on your side of things, what stood out for you in day number one?
The best part about Digimon is that I kept seeing decks that were on the fringes and not stuff that was the stuff that is in the forefront. You know, we were talking all day about how I expect to see Gallenmon, I expect to see Omnimon, and neither of them showed up on stream. Not a Guilmon was in sight, but we saw a lot of fan favorites. We saw Pyildramon showing up as a deck. We saw a version 2 base build of Machinedramon. Machinedramon's like the biggest, baddest guy in Digimon lore, but doesn't always get to show up in the card game. But here, really doing it big. And I'm just excited to find out where we end up because when we found out the end of the last chance qualifiers yesterday, it was 2 other decks that we also didn't really see much of. Purple Hybrid was present, Galaxy was present. It's anybody's game, and I think everybody's going to be excited to find out how it ends.
Yeah, for sure. I can't wait to get home and take a look at the top 32 for the other card games. Gundam for One Piece. One Piece had some surprises coming out of Last Chance Qualifier yesterday as well. And today we saw a good mix of things. We even got that Smoker on stream, which was awesome. I didn't expect to see a lot of red-green Smoker coming in this weekend, but I think that seemed like a pretty solid meta read, regardless of results. So it was neat to see. There's going to be a lot more of that, obviously, coming tomorrow. And if you haven't already, definitely subscribe to the channel that you are watching right now because this is where everything's going to be at going forward here for Bandai Card Games. If you want to watch it, if you want to watch the live streams, this is the place to do it. So definitely hit that subscribe button as well. And I believe that kind of takes us to the end of the day here. So before we kind of close things out, unless I've forgotten anything, final thoughts, Ryan?
Yeah, final thoughts are, man, I love Bandai Card Games Fest. I'm excited to see more. And again, like I said, it's reaching a boiling point. Everything's going to be finishing up. We've got all of the finals. We've got another panel, I believe. We got some closing stuff. The ceremonies are going to be awesome. I just want to see the look on the winners' faces when it happens. I want to be able to share that joy when everything concludes. And the best way to do that is going to be watching it live here. So, like you said, make sure to subscribe, check it out. This is going to be where all of the Bandai card games are going to be played in the future, so keep your eye on that.
That's right, yeah. So thanks again, everyone, for watching. Go get some sleep, enjoy some camaraderie, play some games, and we will be back with you bright and early tomorrow for day 2 of Bandai Card Games Fest here in Dallas, Texas. All the finals are going to be coming at you, more panels. It's going to be a great time. We'll see you then.